Hello guys and welcome back. This is Necromancer of the Shadows. Make yourselves comfortable and enjoy. Chapter 152. Amy and Gloria were standing before the mountain from which Evan opened the golden chest. Not so far away from them, Jackson and Claire were standing. All four of them arrived here at the same time. The situation between both of the teams was very tense. Both Gloria and Amy were C+ rank hunters, and currently, they were in 4th position. Jackson was also a C+ rank hunter, while Claire was a C rank hunter. Currently, they were in the 5th position. All four of them were quite strong, and Gloria and Amy were not sure they will be able to defeat them without getting injured. Moreover, they knew there is a very high chance other students who will arrive here will take advantage of their fight, and will eliminate them. Even though they were still at the bottom of the mountain, they can hear the sound of fighting from the top of the mountain. If they start fighting and alert them, they will also attract their attention. How about we work together and check out what is going on up there? Besides, if we fight against each other and get injured, it will be very difficult for us to face Leon or Valerie, who are B rank hunters, Gloria said to Jackson. Jackson thought about it for a moment before nodding his head. All right. I also don't want to start fighting at this place where we might get targeted by other students. Then let's go up and see who is fighting, Amy said, and both Gloria and she started to go up. Jackson and Claire also started moving, but they maintained enough distance, so that they will be able to react even if Gloria and Amy decide to attack on them. Boom. When they climbed 3/4 of the mountain, they heard a loud explosion that shook the mountain. They saw a giant mushroom cloud rising at the top of the mountain. Many small and medium-sized rocks started to fall down. Damn, who is fighting up there? Gloria said while looking at the falling rocks. Sound barrier. Amy created a sound barrier before them to protect themselves from the falling rocks. Thuda shield. Jackson also created a Thuda shield to protect them. While maintaining their shields, they continued to climb the mountain. Soon they were almost at the top of the mountain. Be careful, we are almost there. Amy used her sound element to send a voice transmission to Jackson and Claire. She was afraid that they will attract the attention of the people who are fighting there. Jackson and Claire didn't say anything when they heard Amy's voice and continued to climb the mountain. Let's see who is wreaking havoc here, Jackson said, and both he and Claire peeked at the top of the mountain. Bang semicolon. Just as they raised their head, they heard the sound of something exploding. Plop. Jackson felt something warm splash on his face. Jackson touched his face and wiped out the thing that splashed on his face. After wiping his face, when he looked at his hand, his heart turned cold, and he slowly looked in Claire's direction. When Jackson looked in Claire's direction, he was frightened to see the headless body of Claire beside him. Her head exploded, and blood and brain matter were splashed on his face. He looked at his message window and confirmed that Claire was really eliminated. Amy and Gloria were also looking at the scene with shocked faces. They were climbing slower than Jackson and Claire, so if anything unexpected happened, it will be Jackson and Claire who will have to face that. She was eliminated as soon as she looked at the top of the mountain, Amy said, while gulping down her saliva. I think this guy really has a grudge against females. Each time he eliminates a female, he does it in a most brutal way, Oliver said while looking at the screen. Other people were also speechless seeing what just happened. After killing the wolf, the shadow bullet continued to move forward, and Claire, who just raised her head to peek at who was fighting, happened to be in its way. She was eliminated even without knowing what happened. But the power of that attack was too high, Edward said with an astonished expression on his face. Even a B+ rank hunter might be in danger if encounter that kind of attack. Isaac also nodded his head. This guy is truly a maniac, Jeffrey said while shaking his head. Look, that saber-toothed tiger is also about to reach there, Wyatt said, while pointing at one of the screens. On the screen, the saber-toothed tiger was moving toward the mountain. Blick semicolon 3987 points. These texts were floating above its head. It got these points after killing Mike and others. The saber-toothed tiger is coming from the back side of the mountain, while Gloria and others are at the front side of the mountain, Edward said while rubbing his chin. Valerie is also about to reach there, Isaac said, while looking at Valerie, who was approaching the mountain. There were many burn marks on her body, and her aura was weaker than before. It was clear that her fight against the ox was not easy. Some of the people were looking at Valerie with sympathy. After killing the ox, she tried to look for the golden chest, but was not able to find it. Little did she know the chest Evan opened earlier was stolen from the ox. She is approaching the mountain from the right side. The saber-toothed tiger is coming from the back side, while Amy and others are coming from the front side. The left side of the mountain is a dead end. Doesn't it mean both Evan and Leon are surrounded? Edward said after looking at the different screens. Now that you mention it. Olivia also looked at the screens and her eyes lit up. Looks like both of these guys are in deep trouble, Wyatt said, looking at Evan and Leon, who were still standing at the same place. Chapter 153. After not finding the source of the extra points, Evan closed the message window and focused on his current situation. He already noticed Leon is looking in his direction. If it was before and Leon was in his perfect condition, Evan would have fled long ago. But now that Leon lost one of his arms, Evan was thinking about what to do. Even though he lost one of his arms, I don't think I will be able to deal with him. He can still use all of his skill to fight against me, Evan thought, and glanced at the golden chest. Leon was also sizing up Evan. Because of the dark, he wasn't able to see his face. The attack that killed the wolf was very fast. If he can use it once again, I am not sure I will be able to dodge it, Leon thought, and he also didn't move from his position. The sound of fighting stopped, Amy said when they didn't hear the sound of fighting for some time. They didn't try to peek at the top of the mountain, because of what happened to Claire earlier. Open the rankings, we might get a clue from there, Gloria said, and opened the rankings. 1. Evan-15,686. 2. Valerie and Finn-8243 ; 3. Leon and Sally-7828 ; 4. Amy and Gloria-6180 ; It was Evan who was fighting earlier, and looks like he won, Amy said after seeing Evan's points. Let me see the situation up there, Gloria said after seeing the rankings. Be careful, Amy said after seeing Gloria was trying to see the situation there. Gloria carefully approached the top of the mountain. She was fully alert while going there. When she looked at the top of the mountain, and her head didn't explode like a watermelon, Gloria and Amy both sighed in relief. When she looked up, she saw many burned trees, and a large fire not far away from her. She also noticed the wolf because of the golden chest at the top of it. Because of the fire, she was also able to see Leon's figure. But since he was looking in the opposite direction, and was fully controlling his aura, she was able to guess who he was. But after seeing it was Evan whose points increased, she guessed it is Evan who is standing near the dead monster. After seeing how he was missing one of his arms, her eyes lit up. He is heavily injured after fighting, Gloria thought, and signaled Amy to come up. When Amy came up and saw everything, she also reached the same conclusion as Gloria. We should attack on him since he is still heavily injured, Gloria said to Amy. Amy was thinking the same, and glanced at Jackson, who also regained his calm, and was looking at the golden chest. What should we do with him? Amy asked while looking at Jackson. Let's work with him for now. Even though that Evan is injured, we are not sure what his full power is. That wolf was a B-rank monster, and since he killed it, he must be more powerful than a C+ rank hunter. We will give Jackson 30% points after. Amy told Jackson about their offer, who agreed after hearing them. He was satisfied with 30% since he knew in his current situation, he doesn't have much choice. After making their plans, all three of them were ready to go there. Sound isolation. Amy used her skill and completely isolated their sound, so that Evan won't be able to hear them. They also concealed their aura to the best of their abilities. Let's go, Gloria said, and her eyes shone with strange misty light. Illusion creation, Gloria said, and created an illusion in front of them. The illusion was the same as the scene of the mountain top. With her illusion and Amy's sound isolation, they were pretty much undetectable. I shouldn't take unnecessary risks. Let's get out of here for now, Evan thought after thinking for some time. He already had enough points, and he doesn't want to fight against Leon for no reason. Just as Evan was thinking about going back, his expression changed because he felt a powerful aura coming in his direction from the back. Leon also felt the powerful aura, and his expression turned nasty. He can clearly feel it was the aura of a B-rank monster. Gloria and others who were just 100 meters away from Leon were also stunned. They were about to attack on him when they felt a powerful aura. On top of that, they also noticed Evan's figure that was standing far away. And, just like Leon, they were also not able to see his face. What now? Jackson asked after feeling the aura of B-rank monster. Amy and Gloria were also not sure what should they do now. They were unsure after feeling the aura of B-rank monster. Evan used his shadow walk skill and was thinking about running in the right direction. In front of him was Leon. From the back, he can feel B-rank monster approaching, and at the left side of the mountain was a dead end. His only choice was to run away in the right direction. But just as he was about to go there, with the help of his night vision he saw Valerie coming from there. **T Evan can't help but curse when he saw this. Swish semicolon. Suddenly the earth not far away from him moved, and a saber-toothed tiger appeared there. The tiger appeared just 15 meters away from him. Evan suddenly felt cold all over his body, and he did not even dare to breathe. It won't be able to detect me, right? Evan thought while praying inwardly. He was hiding using his shadow walk skill, but he doesn't have much confidence, since the tiger was just 15 meters away from him. After appearing there, saber-toothed tiger was looking in Leon's direction. But suddenly the tiger felt something and looked in the direction where Evan was hiding. The moment the tiger looked in his direction, Evan knew his prayer did not work. Chapter 154. Leon was stunned when he felt the aura of B-rank monster. He was even more shocked when he saw Evan suddenly disappearing from his place. Now that he was alone there, he thought he will have to fight against the B-rank monster alone. Leon was ready to run away when he saw Evan suddenly disappear, because, in his current condition, he wasn't sure about fighting against a B-rank monster. But before he can run away, he saw a saber-toothed tiger suddenly appearing near the place where Evan was standing a moment ago. That was Earth Escape skill, Leon thought with a grave expression on his face, after seeing how the tiger appeared there. Now that he knew the tiger has Earth Escape skill, it was even hard for him to run away from here. The eyes of the saber-toothed tiger were shining brightly in the night, and its gaze was locked on Leon. Leon gulped down his saliva and was ready to fight against the saber-toothed tiger, when he saw the tiger stopped looking at him, and now was looking beside it. What is it looking at? Leon thought when he saw the tiger was not looking at him anymore. **T Evan, who saw the tiger was looking in his direction, can't help but curse. The next second he felt the ground around him shake a little. Without hesitation, Evan stopped using shadow walk and jumped away from there. Swish semicolon, swish semicolon. Just as he jumped away from his position, some 1 meter long earth spears shot out from there. Leon, Amy, and others who thought Evan escaped after feeling the aura of the B-rank monster were stunned when he suddenly appeared there. At the same time, when Evan jumped away, all of them were finally able to see his face because of the fire that was still burning. When Leon saw it was Evan, he was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. The person who nearly killed me was this guy, Leon thought with disbelief written all over his face. He can't believe a D+ rank hunter can have such a powerful attack. He still remember how powerful the attack was that killed the wolf earlier. That was an attack that can even kill a B rank monster. Amy and others were also shocked after seeing Evan, because they thought the person standing near the wolf's body was Evan. If Evan is there, then who is this guy? They thought and tried to figure out who was standing in front of them. Are we still going to attack on him? Jackson asked after seeing Evan in the distance. Gloria and Amy did not bother to answer him, because they were too busy thinking about the things that were going on. Valerie also reached at the top of the mountain and was looking at everything from distance. She already noticed Leon and Evan, who was just caught by the tiger. Because of Gloria's illusion, she wasn't able to notice them. Gloria and others were also unaware about Valerie, who was at the distance. Leon was unaware about Valerie and Gloria's team. Ethan already saw Valerie, but was still unaware about Gloria's team. All in all, every single person on the mountain was in a **head up state. After Evan revealed himself, the gaze of the saber-toothed tiger was locked on him. Evan felt he was being stared by a predator. **T. What should I do now? Evan thought, feeling the gaze of the tiger. He knew he has no chance of winning against it if he fight head-on. Roar semicolon. But the tiger didn't care what Evan was thinking and roared loudly. Evan felt his mind buzz after hearing the loud roar and saw suddenly the tiger disappeared from its place. The next second, he saw a sharp claw shining with brown color coming towards his neck. Damn it, Evan's eyes opened wide when he saw the claw of the tiger coming towards him. The attack was so fast that he has no time to dodge. He just used mana reinforcement at the last moment and threw his own fist to clash against the tiger's claw. Boom. Crack. Ugh. Along with a loud booming voice, the sound of bone cracking rang out. Evan cried out in pain as he was sent flying backward. His hand that he used to clash against the tiger went limp, and he crashed 15 meters away. FCK. Evan cursed out loud, feeling the stinging pain all over his hand. Even before he can stand up, he saw the tiger once again appearing before him, slashing its claw at his neck. Ice chains. He quickly used ice chains to stop the tiger. At the same time, he used Shadow Walk skill to move away from there. 2 ice chains came out from the ground wrapping around the tiger's claw. Crack semicolon. But the strength of the tiger was very high, and the ice chains were only able to stop it for a brief moment. Taking the advantage of that brief moment, Evan moved away from the tiger using Shadow Walk. Roar semicolon. The tiger roared loudly, seeing Evan was escaping. Its deep yellow eyes lit up, and an earth wall appeared before Evan, who was escaping. Swish semicolon. Just as the earth wall appeared, the saber-toothed tiger once again used earth escape and appeared beside Evan. But just as it was thinking about attacking Evan once again after appearing, it quickly backed away. Whoosh semicolon. Just as the tiger backed away, a black bullet shot out from there, missing it barely. After using Dimensional Shadow Bullet, Evan used mana reinforcement and tried to run away. But just as he tried to run away, the ground below his feet split open, trapping his feet in there. Swish. Even before he can break free or use any of his skills, the saber-toothed tiger appeared there. Swish. The next thing Evan saw was a razor-sharp claw coming toward him. Chapter 155. Damn it, Evan tried to use Shadow Walk skill to get away. But even before he can activate his skill, the saber-toothed tiger appeared before him using the Earth Escape skill. Swish semicolon. Evan can just watch as the razor-sharp claw of the tiger slice apart the wind and approached him. I should have considered the fact that B-rank monsters will also be attracted by golden chest. Evan can't help but think when he saw the approaching claw of the tiger. Ding semicolon. Just as the claw of the tiger was about to slice apart his neck, a thick ice wall appeared before him, stopping the tiger's attack. Boom. At the same time, a fireball struck the tiger, sending it flying away. Evan, who thought he is done for, was stunned when he saw what happened. Valerie and Leon. Evan instantly understood who saved him. Why did they save me? Evan thought and sighed in relief when he saw his feet were not trapped anymore. But even before he can move, he felt all the hair on his body stand up, and he got the answer of his earlier question. Evan quickly sidestepped and tried to dodge an ice spear that was coming toward his head like a bullet. Slash semicolon. Even though he reacted fast enough, the ice spear still struck his right shoulder, making a deep hole there. Blood gushed out from Evan's shoulder, and a painful expression appeared on his face. Just as the spear struck him, Evan once again felt a lethal threat and saw a fireball coming straight toward him. FCK, you bastards! Evan cursed and used ice chains to stop the fireball. Boom. The ice chains collided against the fireball, making it explode midway. Ugh. Even though it exploded midway, Evan was still not able to escape from the impact of the explosion and was blasted away. His body was burnt from some places, and his aura became quite weak. He already understood why Valerie and Leon stopped the tiger earlier. They don't want the tiger to receive his points. If the tiger eliminated him and received his points, it will be very difficult for Valerie and Leon to kill the tiger and take back his points. Both of them waited for the right opportunity before they decided to steal the kill from the tiger. Valerie, who already saw Leon earlier, wasn't surprised when she saw Leon also attack the tiger at the same time. But Leon, who wasn't aware about Valerie, was stunned when he saw that ice wall and ice spear. When that ice spear went towards Evan, he almost cursed out loud. But when he saw Evan sidestepped on time, he sighed in relief and tried to kill him using a fireball. Thud semicolon. Evan crashed 5 meters away after being blasted away by the fireball. Even though he was feeling throbbing pain all over his body, he instantly tried to stand up after crashing down. Roar semicolon. Just as Evan crashed down, an angry roar of a tiger reverted on the top of the mountain. Valerie and Leon, who were once again about to attack on Evan, stopped their attack and looked at the tiger warily, who stood up and was looking at them with anger-filled eyes. Both of them knew using Earth Escape skill the tiger can instantly appear before them, so they can't be careless against it. Taking the advantage that both Valerie and Leon didn't attack on him, Evan also stood up with shaky legs. Even though he wanted to curse both Valerie and Leon for a sneak attack, he wasn't able to bring himself to do so, because when Leon was fighting against the wolf, he did the same thing. The tiger was angry after Leon and Valerie's attack, but it did not attack on them blindly. It can feel that both of them were far stronger than Evan. Evan glanced around him and can't help but feel depressed. Valerie, Leon, and the saber-toothed tiger, all three of them surrounded him. The only direction he can run led to the dead end of the mountain. If he runs in that direction, he will eventually reach the end of the mountain, and there will be no way out for him. He can feel that both Valerie and Leon were preparing their attacks, and if his guess is right, they will try to attack on him. In his current condition, he wasn't sure how long he will be able to endure their attacks. F*** them. I might as well follow the path of the suicide girl, Evan thought, and ran toward the end of the mountain using mana reinforcement. Roar semicolon. The tiger roared loudly seeing Evan running away, and two earth prisons enclosed both Valerie and Leon. After trapping Valerie and Leon, it shot after Evan. In its eyes, he was the easiest person to kill. It first wanted to kill Evan before dealing with Valerie and Leon. Leon's and Valerie's expressions changed when they saw what happened. Fire burst forth from Leon's body, blasting away the earth prison. At the same time, an ice storm raged that destroyed the earth prison in which Valerie was trapped. Both of them glanced at each other after coming out, and also dashed in Evan's direction. When Evan saw the saber-toothed tiger following him, he stopped using mana reinforcement and continued to run after activating Shadow Walk to avoid being trapped by it once again. Along with the Shadow Walk, he also used Haste skill to improve his agility. He completely stopped caring about mana usage. His mana reserve was already low after killing B-rank wolf, and now it was being drained at rapid speed. Suddenly the saber-toothed tiger disappeared. Seeing this, Evan didn't panic and activated Dimensional Shadow Bullet. Just as the saber-toothed tiger appeared beside him, it wasn't even able to attack him before it was forced to back away. Swish semicolon. Just as it backed away, a black bullet barely missed it. Evan continues to run using all of his skills. He can feel he will soon run out of mana, but he didn't care because he can already see the end of the mountain. While running, suddenly Evan felt something, but he didn't stop running. Just a bit more, Evan thought, when he was just 100 meters away from the end of the mountain. Roar semicolon. Seeing the end of the mountain, the saber-toothed tiger roared loudly and once again tried to attack on Evan, but it was once again forced to back away because of Dimensional Shadow Bullet. After 3 seconds, Evan reached the end of the mountain and stopped using the Shadow Walk skill. Evan checked his mana reserve and can't help but chuckle, seeing he just have 3% of his mana left. After arriving at the end of the mountain, he looked down from there. He was 300 meters high, and there was no way he will be able to survive after jumping down from there. When Valerie and Leon saw Evan was at the end of the mountain, they finally understood what he was thinking, and an anxious expression appeared on their faces. Chapter 156. After Evan stopped at the end of the mountain, the saber-toothed tiger didn't approach him. It can see both Valerie and Leon were coming from behind it, and was afraid that they might attack on it. And it will also fall from the mountain. The mountain was 300 meters high, and even a B-rank monster will not be able to survive if dropped from this height. It tried to use an earth spear to attack Evan, but both Valerie and Leon attacked on it from behind, so it had no choice but to dodge their attack, and wasn't able to attack on Evan. Valerie and Leon stopped some distance away from Evan, who now has a smug smile on his face. "Why are you smiling smugly like you are doing a great thing?" Valerie asked with twitching eyes, seeing Evan's smile. "I am a D+ rank hunter, but even after being attacked by 3 B rank hunters, I still escaped from you guys. Don't you think it is a great achievement?" Evan said, while shrugging his shoulders. "If you are so great, then why don't you fight instead of doing suicide?" Leon said in a provoking tone. "Or punk, your head would have been blown away long ago if not for that wolf. So you should just keep your mouth shut," Evan said, while making a thug-like face. Leon's face turned red hearing Evan, but he wasn't able to refute him. "By the way, how long are you three going to hide there?" Suddenly Evan said while looking not far away from Leon. Gloria and others who were hiding with the help of illusion were stunned hearing Evan. How did he find out? Jackson asked with a stunned face. Amy was also stunned and looked at Gloria, who was maintaining the illusion. I don't know, maybe he noticed us while running away earlier, Gloria said while shaking her head. Before Evan started to run toward the end of the mountain, Gloria and others already started to move in that direction. They took a long turn because of the saber-toothed tiger that might be able to detect them despite the illusion. They were thinking about coming from behind and attack on Evan, but before they can reach at him, they saw him coming running in their direction, followed by the tiger. For a moment they thought the tiger will detect them, but luckily it was completely focused on Evan. They did not eliminate Evan at that time, because if Evan was killed by them, they would have become the target of the tiger, Leon, and Valerie. Both the tiger and Evan run past them without realizing anything. Unfortunately for them, Evan noticed them because of his dimensional shadow bullet skill that he was using while running. When he ran past by them, his skill was connected with their shadows, and he realized there were 3 more people aside from Leon and Valerie. When Leon and Valerie heard Evan, their expressions also changed, especially Leon because he can see Evan was looking at the location not far away from him. When he looked there with a focus look, he finally noticed that area was a bit strange. Valerie also noticed the irregularity, and both of them quickly understood what was happening. Gloria, a name popped out in their mind instantly since they knew she can use illusions. Leon shot a normal fireball there. Boom. The illusion was instantly destroyed, and Gloria and others appeared there protected behind a thunder shield. When Valerie and Leon saw 3 more people, their expressions turned even more serious. All 3 of them were C+ rank hunters and were not weak. In their current condition, it will not be easy for them to fight against them. The saber-toothed tiger also looked at them warily. Now there were 6 people including Evan, and it was thinking all of these 2-legged animals will gang up on it. How did you find out? Gloria asked after they were found out. I know you were here since the moment you stepped foot on the mountain, Evan said while bluffing. Didn't one of your teammates was eliminated by me earlier? While saying, Evan was looking carefully at them, and when he said their teammate was eliminated by him, they all remembered what happened to Claire, and their expressions changed. Sure enough, I got those extra points when my bullet accidentally killed one of their teammates, Evan thought, and felt pity for the person who was even unluckier than him. How did he find us? Gloria and others were using their mind at full speed, trying to think how Evan found them, but they were not able to think of anything. Gloria looked at Amy and nodded her head. Prepare your fastest attack. Seeing Gloria's signal, Amy transmitted her voice to Jackson. Even though Jackson didn't understand what they wanted, he still nodded his head. Roar semicolon. The saber-toothed tiger, who was standing at the side, felt annoyed seeing 6 hellish monkeys, and finally shot an earth spear toward Evan. Seeing the spear, Evan just smirked and didn't even try to dodge. Clang semicolon. Just before the spear was about to strike him, an ice wall appeared before him, stopping the spear. Crack cracked. Because of the impact of the earth spear, the wall was shattered, but it successfully stopped the spear. Just a few more seconds, and I can jump down from here, Evan thought seriously while looking carefully outside. Mind Lewis, and seeing the tiger's attack failed, Gloria used one of her skills. Suddenly Evan felt a strange force invading his mind, and he lost focus for a moment. Just as Evan lost focus, Jackson made his move. Sky Lightning Claw. Purple thunder appeared in the sky, and a giant claw of thunder struck down on Evan with lightning speed. Damn it. When Leon saw this, he tried to create a firewall to stop the Sky Lightning Claw. A firewall appeared before Evan, but it was very weak, because Leon did not have enough time to create it. The Sky Lightning Claw struck the firewall, shattering it instantly, and came crashing down on Evan. Chapter 157. Because of the firewall that stopped the Sky Lightning Claw, for a moment Evan broke free from Gloria's illusion attack. He quickly jumped back to evade the lighting, but the Sky Lightning Claw still struck him. FCK. Now I know the feeling of villains in those movies who messed up because of talking too much. Luckily I evaded more than half of the power of that attack, otherwise I was done for. Evan thought while falling down from the mountain. Even though he was falling down from the mountain, and was feeling stinging pain all over his body, there was a smile on his face. I will turn into a digital ghost and will hunt all of you down, ha ha ha. Evan shouted the last line of the villain before he disappeared in the darkness. When they saw Evan falling down from the mountain, the balance finally crumbled. Roar! Exclamation point. The saber-toothed tiger roared out loud and attacked Valerie, who was nearest to it. Ice walk. An icy blue aura appeared around Valerie's leg, and she dodged the attack of the tiger. The place she moved was frozen solid because of the icy aura coming out from her body. Amy and the others also didn't wait and attacked Leon. Aruru. Amy opened her mouth and shouted out loud. When those sound waves reached Leon, he felt his mind buzz, and a terrible headache assaulted him. He felt if he was D-rank hunter, his head would have exploded because of these terrible sound waves. FCK, it. Leon shouted and his eyes blazed with fire. A storm of fire erupted from his body and went towards Amy and others. In the end, no one got his points, Wyatt said while looking at the screen. The scene at the top of the mountain became completely chaotic because of the fights between B-rank hunters. He should have tried to fight instead of jumping down from there, Olivia said with a displeased expression. She wanted to see him getting beaten to death after what he had done with those females. Most of the people rolled their eyes hearing her. It was already good that Evan was able to run away from 3 B-rank hunters for some time. Expecting him to fight against those people was complete nonsense. I say, do you really think he is done for? Suddenly Edward said while rubbing his chin. Other people looked at him with confused expressions, not understanding what he mean. When Edward felt their gaze, he smiled a little and said, "Why do you think he didn't jump down instantly after reaching the end of the mountain?" "Because he is a fool," Olivia said with a face full of certainty. "Well, I agree with that point. But there is another reason," Edward said, while pointing at the screen that was showing rankings. When people saw the rankings, they were stunned because Evan was still at the top of the rankings. "Why is he still at the top of the rankings?" Wyatt asked with a stunned expression on his face. "Did you forget how he climbed the mountain at the beginning of the exam?" William asked while adjusting the screen. When Edward adjusted the screen, it showed Evan, who was hanging in mid-air with the help of one ice chain. The ice chain was coming out from the surface of the mountain and was wrapped around him. After being attacked by Sky Lightning Claw before he fell down, his condition was not very good. His body was burnt from all over because of fire and thunder. His right arm was completely limp, and he can't use it anymore. His aura was also very weak, and his clothes were tattered. The only reason he was not in his birthday suit was because of the VR function, that their clothes won't be completely destroyed no matter what. Seeing Evan hanging with the help of the ice chains, the people in the room can't help but exclaim. They also understood why earlier Evan didn't jump down immediately. This guy was trying to recover some of his mana, so that he can use his ice chain skill. After jumping down, Julian said, while looking at Evan's haggard figure. "Yeah, while running away from the saber-toothed tiger, he was using his skills most of the time. So after reaching the end of the mountain, instead of jumping down immediately, he tried to stall for time, while exposing Amy and others. Even though ice chains is a simple skill that doesn't require much mana, you still have to continuously use mana, so that ice chains won't disappear," Edward said while nodding his head. Other people in the room finally understood what was going on, and looked at Evan with strange faces. Olivia's mouth was twitching because she thought after jumping down from the mountain, Evan was finally eliminated. But it turns out that everything was in his control from the beginning. All of them looked at the screen that was showing the scene of the top of the mountain, and saw Valerie and others fighting against each other. They wonder what will happen when these people will look at the rankings, and will find out that Evan is still not dead. Evan was hanging 100 meters above the ground. Earlier he used his ice chain skill only after he fell down for around 200 meters. He wanted to make sure that even if someone tried to look down from the mountain, he will not be able to see him because of the night. For around 10 minutes Evan didn't do anything and remained in the same place with his eyes closed. After 10 minutes Evan finally opened his eyes, and instead of going down, he once again moved toward the top of the mountain. He used his mana to control the ice chain that was wrapped around his waist and pulled himself upward. Because his right hand was broken, and his body was seriously injured because of all the beating he took earlier, he can only use ice chains to pull himself upward. This was also one of the reasons why he stalled for the time, and recovered some of his mana before jumping down. Even though his body and aura were very weak, and he looks like a beaten-up person, Evan's eyes were shining brightly while climbing up the mountain. Chapter 158. While Evan was coming up to the mountain using the ice chain, The fight on the mountain was in full swing. Both Leon and Valerie were at disadvantage in the fight. Leon's condition was especially bothersome because of his injuries, and how well Gloria and others were fighting against him. Amy used one of her skills and took away Leon's sense of hearing. Because of not being able to hear anything, Leon was having a lot of trouble fighting against them. Moreover, her sound attacks were also very tricky to deal with. Using her illusion, Gloria was able to fool Leon. She was also able to affect his mind to some extent. With his thunder control, Jackson can deal high damage to him. Leon was receiving attacks from Jackson from time to time. Even though he wanted to dodge or avoid his attacks, he wasn't able to do that because of Gloria and Amy's actions. Arc Lightning Strike. Gloria used her illusion to hide Jackson, who appeared near Leon without him realizing, and used one of his skills very close to him. Crackle. Thunder crackled around Jackson as tens of lightning arcs came out from his body, striking Leon, who was just 3 meters away from him. Because of losing his sense of hearing, Leon wasn't able to hear the sound of incoming lightning, which was hidden by Gloria's illusion. Lightning arcs rushed toward Leon like snakes, and were about to strike him, when he suddenly moved and dodged more than half of the lighting. Some lightning arcs struck Leon, and he felt a stinging pain all over his body. He gritted his teeth to resist the pain, and looked at the direction lightning arcs were coming from. Pyroblast. While dodging lightning arcs, Leon lifted his numb hand, and used one of his skills. A deep red fire orb shot out from his hand towards Jackson, who was not far away from him. The red fire orb was very fast, and was releasing a scorching aura that made all hairs on Jackson's body stand up to no end. He wanted to move away or create a thunder shield to resist the attack, but the red fire orb was too fast, and arrived before him instantly. At the last moment just before the fire orb struck him, a sound barrier that Amy created appeared between him and the fire orb. Boom. Cracked semicolon. The red fire orb struck the sound barrier and exploded. When the red fire orb exploded, the sound barrier was instantly shattered, and Jackson was sent flying like a broken kite. His body was scorched black because of the high temperature of the red flame. What was even worse was that Jackson was sent flying in the direction of the end of the mountain. Jackson crashed just 1 meter before the dead end. Ugh. His body was burnt by fire, and he looks miserable. If not because of the sound barrier that Amy created at the last second, he would have already been dead. Seeing the charred body of Jackson, Gloria and Amy were sure that he will not be able to fight again. Both Gloria and Amy didn't expect Leon will break free from their combined attack and will counterattack like this. Before Jackson approached Leon earlier, Amy was constantly using her sound attacks on him. Gloria was also using her mind illusion on him, but even then he successfully reacted on time, and used a powerful skill on Jackson. After using that skill, Leon was panting heavily, and his breathing was also rough. He was fighting against 3 of them for more than 10 minutes, and already used up most of his mana. Before this fight, he used a lot of mana to deal with the B-rank wolf, and now most of his mana is already used up. Damn it, Leon cursed inwardly while looking at Gloria and Amy. Both of them were also panting a little, and there were some burn marks on their bodies, caused by Leon's attack. Earlier, while fighting against 3 of them, he tried to run away, but the thunder attacks of Jackson were too fast, and he didn't give him any chance to run away. After Jackson stopped him with his attacks, Amy will use her sound attack, while Gloria will use her mind illusion to not give him any chance of running away. But now that he took out Jackson, he was more confident in running away. Leon glanced at Jackson and sneered inwardly. Even though Jackson was heavily injured, he was still alive. I will deal with these 2 bit***s. After recovering my mana, Leon thought, and shot a very simple fireball in Jackson's direction. Boom. The fireball struck Jackson, blasting him away as his body was thrown down from the mountain. Leon didn't care about Jackson because he was sure with that fireball he will be dead. Along with throwing the fireball, white smoke came out from his body as a cloud of smoke covered the entire area. When Amy and Gloria saw this, their expressions turned serious because they thought Leon will attack them, taking the advantage of the smoke screen. Aruryu. Amy opened her mouth and shouted out loud. A burst of shockwave came out from her mouth, blowing away all the smoke from the area. When the smoke was blown away and Amy and Gloria looked around, they did not see Leon there. Did he run away? Amy asked in a doubtful voice. Looks like it. From the way he was breathing heavily, I think he used up most of his mana, Gloria said while looking around. Boom. Suddenly they heard the sound of fighting and looked in that direction. I think that Tiger and Valerie are still fighting. Amy said after hearing the sound of fighting. Should we take a look there? Hearing Amy, Gloria thought for a moment, then nodded her head. Just be careful, Valerie is more powerful than Leon, and that Tiger is also strong, Gloria said, and they moved in the direction of the fight. Meanwhile, Leon, who was running away, was looking at his message window with a confused expression, because he still did not receive the points of Jackson. Chapter 159. Damn it, that thunder attack was really something. My body is still feeling numb, Evan muttered while being pulled upward by an ice chain. 10 seconds later, when Evan reached the end of the ice chain, he used his skill again, and another ice chain came from above and walked around his waist. The previous ice chain disappeared, and he once again controlled the ice chain to pull him upward. He can use 2 ice chains at the same time, but currently, he was just using 1 ice chain to save mana. Boom. After some time, when he pulled himself 100 meters upward, Evan heard the sound of an explosion. Looks like those stupids are fighting furiously, Evan muttered and smiled a little. Boom. After a few seconds, he heard another small explosion and saw someone falling down from the mountain. Because of his ability to see at night, he was clearly able to see the appearance of the person who was falling. Holy mother, who is this black ghost? Evan exclaimed when he saw a charred body falling down. He can feel the person was on brink of death and will die even before hitting the ground. When the charred body went past him, he just lifted one of his legs and kicked him in the face. The falling speed of the charred body increased because of Evan's kick, and at the same time, just as he kicked the body, a message popped up in front of him. Blick, plus 3126 points. PFFF. A small laugh escaped from Evan's mouth, but he immediately regretted it when he felt pain all over his body because of laughing. FCK, I can't even laugh properly. Evan cursed when he felt the wound on his shoulder start to bleed again. While Evan was pulling himself upward, Valerie was still fighting against the saber-toothed tiger. Ice Zone. Valerie used one of her skills, and the temperature in 100 meters around her instantly dropped. The ground was covered in ice, and cold air flew all over the mountain. After using the Ice Zone, Valerie was panting a little because it consumes a lot of her mana. But at the same time, it empowers all of her ice-type skills, and weakens her opponent to some extent. Because of the Ice Zone, the saber-toothed tiger's movements become stiff, and it started to have difficulty in moving because of the slippery ground. Roar semicolon. Feeling its body turning stiff, the tiger roared out loud, and its body shone with a brown aura, and it was suddenly covered by the earth element. The cold it was feeling because of the Ice Zone decreased a lot because of the earth element. It looked at Valerie, as its eyes shined with a furious light. The tiger smashed its massive paws against the frost and charged toward her. Its body shone with dense earth element as it smashed down its massive claw at her. Valerie stood her ground, summoning a fierce blizzard to meet the beast head-on. The two powers clashed, ice against the earth, and the ground shook with the force of the impact. Boom. The ice that was covering the area because of the Ice Zone was blown away as fierce shockwaves spread in the surroundings. After stopping its attack with blizzard, Valerie leaped into the air, her body twisting and turning as she evaded the tiger's powerful swipes. She summoned icicles to rain down upon the tiger, but the tiger moved nimbly and dodged most of the icicles. While in the air, Valerie's eyes shone, and tens of ice chains suddenly shot out from the ground, restarting the tiger's movements. Roar semicolon. The tiger roared in anger and tried to break the ice chains. But unlike Evan's ice chains, Valerie's ice chains were much stronger, and it wasn't able to break them instantly. Slash. Semicolon. Roar semicolon. The tiger roared in pain as the remaining icicles that Valerie summoned earlier pierced through its body. Valerie landed not far away from the tiger. Her breathing was rough, and she was panting heavily. Most of her mana was already used. Before she came here, she did not recover her mana after her fight against the Fire Ox. But even though she was panting heavily, she didn't stop after landing, and once again charged toward the tiger. She can feel that her Ice Zone won't last long, and then she will have even less chance of defeating the tiger. But just as she took a step forward, the ground beneath her feet began to shake and crack, threatening to swallow her up. Damn it, feeling the ground shaking, she had no choice but to stop her attack and jump back. Roar semicolon. The tiger roared out loud as its body shone with the earth element, and it shattered the ice chains that were bounding it. It used Earth Escape and instantly appeared before Valerie, who was panting heavily, and swiped its claw at her. Valerie tried to move away, but was still a step slower than the tiger. Swish semicolon. The tiger slashed at Valerie and tore open a large wound on her abdomen. Blood gushed out as a painful expression appeared on Valerie's face. The tiger wanted to follow up with another attack, but suddenly noticed its paws were frozen in ice. Suddenly all hair on its body stood up, and even before it can do anything, it saw Valerie flickering her wrist, and a blinding icy power burst forth from her body. Frozen world. The tiger heard before its body was frozen solid into ice. It was not just tiger, all the area within 3 meters at the top of the mountain was frozen solid. Be it was trees, rocks, or bushes, everything was frozen in solid ice. Even Amy and Gloria, who were 200 meters away from Valerie, were frozen in ice, their life and death unknown. All the people in the room who were watching this were shocked, and were looking at the frozen mountaintop with their mouths wide open. Chapter 160. When someone awakens, they generally get a normal skill. Like when Evan was awakened, he received the skill Shadow Walk. All people who awaken receive a normal skill, but after reaching C rank, when you get your class, there is a chance that you can get a unique skill related to your job class upon advancing to the next level. Unique skills are more powerful than normal skills, and very few people get them before reaching to A+ rank. Even after reaching A+ rank, it is not guaranteed that you will receive a unique skill. The Frozen World is the unique skill that Valerie received after she advanced to B rank. The power of this skill depends on how much mana Valerie uses when casting the skill, and her own power level. Earlier, she used all of her remaining mana to cast this skill, when the saber-toothed tiger suddenly counterattacked on her. With her current power level, the damage range of this skill is 300 meters. The skill is very powerful, but she can only use this skill 2 times a day. Moreover, she needs at least 20% of her mana to cast this skill. The more mana she uses while casting the skill, the more powerful it will be. Huff huff. Valerie dropped to her knees after casting the Frozen World skill, and was breathing heavily. She was feeling dizzy because of losing all of her mana. She took out 3 basic mana recovery potions, and gulped them down. After drinking 3 mana recovery potions, she sat there for some time looking at the frozen saber-toothed tiger. The tiger was completely frozen and was already dead. The Frozen World not only froze it from the outside, but along with its outer body. The blood, organs, heart, and mind of the tiger were also frozen. I think that was a unique skill, Edward said, while looking at the frozen top of the mountain. To think she will get a unique skill even before reaching to A rank. Normally most of the hunters get a unique skill after becoming A+ rank hunters, Jeffrey said while shaking her head. She was almost out of mana earlier, but even then she was able to kill that tiger. That skill is truly quite powerful, Olivia said. But if she had a skill like this, she should have used it earlier, Wyatt said, looking at Valerie, who was trying to stand up. I don't think that tiger would have died if she used that skill directly. The tiger died because its entire body from inside was frozen, and the cold energy of that attack invaded the body of the tiger through the deep wounds that Valerie caused earlier. If she used that skill directly, that tiger would have been fine because of its strong outer defense, Edward said after hearing Wyatt. Valerie stood up and went towards the body of the frozen tiger, and picked up the golden chest that appeared after it died. Thank goodness I got a golden chest this time, Valerie said after picking up the chest. Last time she didn't receive a golden chest even though she killed the fire ox. Valerie glanced at the message window and saw 2 messages there. Blick plus 3987 points. Blick plus 3480 points. When she saw 2 messages, she raised an eyebrow. Looks like one of them survived, Valerie muttered after seeing there were only 2 messages. She was obviously talking about Gloria and Amy. When Leon ran away earlier, she noticed him. After Leon ran away, she knew Gloria and Amy will come in her direction. That's why when she saw Leon running away, She didn't use her skill immediately and waited for some time. Should I go there and take a look? Valerie thought while arching her eyebrows. After using all of her mana, she was not in the condition to fight. It will be difficult for her to kill the person who is still alive. If the person who survived came out from the ice, it will be difficult for her to kill her. I don't need to take any needles risk in my current condition, Valerie thought, and started to walk away from there. Besides, Evan is already eliminated. I should be at number 1 position after receiving those earlier points, Valerie said while walking away and opened the ranking window, but she froze at the same place after she opened the rankings. How is this possible? Valerie said in a tone full of disbelief. 1. Evan 18,812. 2. Valerie and Finn 15,710. 3. Leon and Sally 7928. Why is he still on the rankings? Valerie said while trying to figure out what the hell was going on. She saw with her own eyes how Evan fall down from the mountain. She was sure that there is no way he can survive after falling down from a height of 300 meters. Did he really turn into a digital ghost? Valerie muttered when she remembered what Evan shouted when he fall down from the mountain, and gulped down her saliva. She was afraid of ghosts from childhood. I am still on number 2. Should I check out the person who survived earlier? Valerie once again thought. But after thinking about it for some time, she didn't go there. The first reason was that she was still quite weak and need to recover her mana. And the second and most important reason was that the end of the mountain was in that direction. If Evan really turned into a digital ghost, she might encounter him if she go there. Meanwhile, when Leon did not receive points from Jackson, he also opened the rankings, and instantly coughed out blood because of anger. Seeing Evan's points increase even after he fall down, he finally understood why he did not receive Jackson's points. Did that guy really turn into a digital ghost? Leon also thought and looked in the direction mountain from which he just came down. Chapter 161. Evan reached the top of the mountain using the ice chain. He didn't immediately go up. Instead, he grabbed the edge of the mountain with his left hand, which was still fine, and first looked at the situation there. He stopped using the ice chain and supported his body with his left hand to recover his mana. After using the ice chain during all this time, he was once again almost out of the mana. Evan peeked at the top of the mountain, but he didn't see anyone there. The only thing he felt when he peeked was the cold wind that was flowing. Did all of them already leave? Evan thought when he didn't see anyone there. He opened the rankings and was stunned when he saw Valerie's points. Moreover, Gloria was eliminated from the rankings, and only Amy was left there who just had 2,700 points. And she was now in the 7th position. He also saw that Leon was still alive, but his points were the same. He still remembered the charred body that was falling down earlier, and looking at how badly that body was burnt, he can guess that it was Leon who did that, but he stole his points by giving a simple kick to that falling body. Looks like Valerie killed that saber-toothed tiger along with Gloria, Evan thought after seeing the rankings. Did she leave after eliminating them? Evan once again looked carefully but didn't find anyone. He supported his body using his left hand and stayed hidden at the edge of the mountain for around 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, when he recovered some of his mana, he pulled himself upward and instantly used Shadow Walk skill to move away from there. Why is the air so cold here? Evan raised an eyebrow when he felt the top of the mountain was very cold compared to before. Soon he noticed an area was completely covered in ice, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Just what in the 7 hell happened here? Evan thought while looking at the large area that was completely covered in frost. He climbed up to a tree to take a better look, and was even more stunned when he saw the area that was covered in frost was around 300 meters. Just what kind of skill that brain-dead woman used? Evan can't help but exclaim inwardly seeing this. He already guessed that it was Valerie who caused this, because she was the only one who was using ice element during her fight. Did she use the skill that she used while fighting against Carlos? Evan thought, but he denied that thought. If she had this kind of skill, she would have used it against Carlos at that time. Crack. Suddenly Evan heard the sound of ice cracking and looked in that direction. When Evan looked carefully there, he saw Amy, who was trapped in ice, and the ice was slowly breaking. She is still alive. Evan's eyes lit up when he saw this, but he didn't move there immediately. He first looked around him carefully to see if Valerie was still there. After looking for her for some time, when he didn't see anyone, Evan moved towards her using Shadow Walk. While moving, he noticed there was another ice-shaped sculpture beside Amy, but there was no one inside it. That must be the ice block in which Gloria was trapped. Her body disappeared after she was eliminated, Evan thought, and stopped 5 meters away from Amy's statue. The ice block in which she was trapped was filled with cracks and was on verge of breaking. He was still using Shadow Walk to hide his presence, so that after she break free, she won't be able to detect him. When he came near her, he felt some strange sound vibration coming out from the ice block. Is she using sound vibration to break the ice? Evan thought when he felt the vibrations. And when he closely noticed the ice, he saw the cracks were becoming wider because of the vibrations. Earlier, when Amy noticed the frozen world spreading, she covered herself in a vibrating sound barrier. That stopped the frost to invade her body, and just froze her from the outside. She wanted to help Gloria as well, but the frozen world was very fast, and she didn't get chance to cover her before she was frozen. After she was trapped inside the ice, she wasn't able to help Gloria, and she was soon frozen to death. Unlike the saber-toothed tiger who has high defense, Gloria didn't have any protection when she was trapped inside the ice. So even though she was not injured, she was still frozen to death. After some time, the ice block was fully filled with cracks, and the sound vibrations around it intensified. Evan was holding his sword while using Shadow Walk, and was just behind Amy, who was about to come out. He knew after coming out, Amy will be in a weakened state because of being trapped in ice, and he will not have any problem eliminating her. Crack, crack, cracked. Huff! With a crackling sound, the ice block was finally broken, and Amy took a deep breath after coming out. Her body was shaking because of the biting cold, and her body was stiff. That damned woman, just what kind of SK_? Swish semicolon. Digital Ghost is here for death delivery. Amy wanted to curse Valerie, but before she can finish, she heard a strange sentence, and felt a sharp sword light pass through her neck. Digital Ghost delivery, Amy thought before her vision turned black. Blick plus 2700 points. Evan looked at the points he received and nodded his head in satisfaction. After eliminating Amy, he stood there for some time. What should I do now? Evan muttered while scratching the back of his head. He looked at his condition and was sure that it will be dangerous for him if he decided to pick a fight against other students in his current. He doesn't have anything to heal himself, and it will be troublesome if he encounters some students in his current condition. I already have enough points. There are just 23 students left in the exam. It will be hard for Valerie and others to encounter each other. I should just find a safe place and stay there for the rest of the time. Even if I don't get first place, second place is guaranteed. Evan muttered and walked away from there. Looking at the rankings, he was sure that only Valerie has a chance to surpass him. Other students won't be able to surpass him because his lead is just too big. Chapter 162. Evan was sitting on a tree branch looking at the timer that appeared before him. 0, 59, 58, 57, 56. It is finally about to end, Evan said while stretching his body. There was only 1 minute left before the exam ends. After eliminating Amy, he left the mountain and stayed hidden all this time. It was already morning and the exam was about to end. He looked at the rankings and smiled. 1. Evan 21,512. 2. Valerie and Finn 19,480. 3. Leon and Sally 12,987. Just as he expected, both Leon and Valerie were not able to gather many points. He already expected this after seeing the number of students last night. The area of the exam was quite big, and it was hard for them to encounter other students because of their low numbers. Now, I just hope I will be able to take part in All Hunter Academy tournament and receive a good reward from the academy. Evan muttered before his body started to disappear. Other students who were still present in the exam also started to disappear after the time was over. Evan opened his eyes and came out from the VR capsule. He looked around and saw many of the VR capsules were already opened. Those were the capsules of the students who were eliminated earlier. Evan saw one of the capsules not far away from him opened, and Valerie came out from it. After seeing Valerie, Evan showed her a mocking smile. He still remembered how her ice spear made a hole in his shoulder. Valerie's eyes twitched seeing Evan's mocking smile. but she didn't say anything. Suddenly Evan felt someone was looking at him. When he turned around he saw Leon looking at him coldly. Seeing his cold look, Evan gestured and completely ignored him. Bastard, if I don't receive the invitation from Silver Star Guild, I will make sure to make your life a living hell, Leon thought, while gritting his teeth. When he saw Evan ignored him, Evan also noticed Cole and Elena, who were still present in the room. Soon the door of the room opened, and the students who were eliminated earlier entered the room. How did you survive? While students were entering, Valerie came near him and asked with a curious expression on her face. I have a skill that can turn me into a ghost after I die. So after I died I turned into a digital ghost. Then I searched for a student, killed his digital soul, occupied his body, and here I am, Evan said while shrugging his shoulders. As if Valerie said while rolling her eyes. It is up to you whether you want to believe it or not, Evan said, not caring about what she was thinking. Scumbag. Suddenly a female student stopped a few meters away from him and said. Evan was taken aback and looked at the student who was looking at him warily. Valerie also looked at the female student, wondering why she was cursing Evan. You are the suicide girl, Evan said with a surprised expression when he saw the girl. Suicide girl. Both Valerie and Annie were taken aback and said at the same time. Suddenly Annie realized why Evan called her suicide girl and her face turned red from anger. Bastard, do you think I wanted to eliminate myself? But you was doing such indecent things that I had no choice but to slit my throat. Oh, is that so? Evan said while clearing his ear with his pinky finger. Seeing Evan was not taking her seriously, she became even angrier. Don't you feel ashamed doing something like this? Annie asked while trying her best not to attack Evan. Soon Lily and Nora, the two female hunters who were in Annie's team earlier, also arrived there. They were also looking at Evan like he is a suckbug. Ashamed? Why will I feel ashamed when I didn't do anything wrong? I didn't break any rule when I eliminated you guys. There were 7 people including you in your team, and yet your entire team was eliminated by me, who is just a D+ rank hunter. It should be you guys feeling ashamed, not me. A bunch of trashers who are trying to make excuses after you were eliminated, Evan said in a mocking tone after hearing Annie. Honestly, in Evan's opinion, he did not do anything wrong. He just chose the best way to eliminate them using his skill. If they are trying to spout nonsense in front of him, he is not going to hear them. The faces of Annie and others turned red because of shame and anger after hearing Evan. If not for the fact that they were inside the exam hall, they would have attacked on Evan long ago. What did you do with them? Valerie can't help but ask after hearing them. Evan's mouth twitched hearing Valerie. After all, he can't say that he pierced the heavens with a bullet. So he just shrugged his shoulders after hearing her question. Other students also noticed the argument and were looking in their direction. All of you keep quiet and stand up properly, Cole said when he saw the commotion. You just wait, Annie said to Evan and left with Lily and Nora. Evan just gave them a side glance and didn't bother with them. Now listen, most of you don't know, but there will be people from famous guilds who will be here soon. They watched your performance in the exam earlier, and if they like your performance, there is a high chance they will recruit you in their guild. So don't do anything that lowers their opinion about you, Cole said out loud after he saw all the students were standing properly. Hearing Cole, the students were stunned. Most of them did not know that they were being watched by the people of the guilds earlier. Some were happy while some were nervous because they did not perform well. Suddenly the door of the room opened once again, and Edward and the people of the guild entered the room. Chapter 163. The door of the room was opened once again, and 21 people entered the room. Among the 5 teachers who were present in the room earlier, only 2 teachers came here, while the other 3 went back to do their own things. Since the exam was already over, there was no need for all of them to come here, just to announce the results. But since the people of the guilds wanted to recruit the students, all 19 of them came here. The 2 teachers who came into the room were Wyatt and Edward, followed by Isaac, Jeffrey, Olivia, and other people from the guilds. The eyes of most of the students were fixed on the people of guilds. All of the people who came from the guilds were well-known people, so most of the students recognized them. That is Isaac from the Silver Star Guild. Even Silver Star Guild is recruiting, a student said after seeing Isaac. Even the guild master of the Crimson Blade is here, another student said after seeing Jeffrey. Soon most of the students were whispering among themselves. Hearing students whisper, people of the guilds smiled a little. Evan also noticed many people from the guilds were looking at him, but he raised an eyebrow when he noticed one of the women among them was looking at him with hostility. Who is she? Evan asked Valerie, who was standing beside him. Valerie looked where Evan was looking and saw Olivia standing there. She is the guild master of the Twilight Room. It is a gold rank guild, but this guild only recruits female hunters. It is said that the guild master Olivia hates men for some reason. Valerie said to Evan, "All right, now I can guess why she is looking at me like that." Evan mumbled inwardly, but he didn't care too much. Even if all the people of the guilds hate him to the core, he will not give a sh*t about it, because he has no plan of joining any of them. "All right, stop talking," Edward said out loud after stopping in front of the students. Everyone stopped talking and looked at Edward. "As Professor Cole told you earlier, these are the people from the guilds who are here to recruit new hunters for their guilds. All of them watched your performance earlier and will give you an offer. If you find their offer attractive, you can join them. But before they start recruiting, let me announce the rewards for the top 3 rankers," Edward said while looking at the students. "I am announcing the reward for the top 3 doesn't mean other students will not receive any reward. All of you will receive rewards according to your performance, but I will only announce the reward for the top 3. To not waste the time of the people of the guilds. The rest of the students will receive a message after some time telling you about your reward." Hearing Edward, most of the students glanced in Evan, Valerie, and Leon's direction. "Leon and Sally," Edward said, and looked in Leon's direction, who was standing with Sally. "Both of you performed very well. Sally, you will receive 20 C rank cores. Leon, you will receive 5 B rank cores. Plus, since you reached B rank at such a young age, you can choose any B+ rank artifact from the treasure vault of the academy," Edward said, while looking at Leon and Sally. All the students were stunned when they heard Leon's reward. 5 B rank cores were already quite good, because it is not easy to gather B rank cores, but he even received a B+ rank artifact. Evan, who heard the reward for Leon and Sally, felt his heartbeat quicken. "Will I also get cores as reward?" Evan thought, and he already started to dream about advancing his Monarch core to C rank. Even though Sally's reward was nothing compared to Leon, it was also quite good. The price of 1 C rank core is more than 100,000 credits, and she received 20 of them, which is around 2 million credits. Second place, Valerie and Finn. After telling Leon's reward, Edward looked at Valerie and Finn. "Finn, you will receive 10 C rank cores," Edward said, and Finn wasn't surprised hearing that. He just felt a little embarrassed. He knew he didn't do anything, and most of the points were gathered by Valerie. Other students also didn't find it surprising, since Finn was just a D+ rank hunter. After telling Finn's reward, Edward looked at Valerie. "Valerie, you will receive 5 B rank cores, and you can choose any A rank artifact from the treasure vault of the academy." Everyone can't help but take a deep breath, including the people of the guilds. The A rank artifacts are very rare, and very few blacksmiths can make them. Most of the A rank artifacts generally came from the dungeons. Even people of the guilds will find it hard to get an A rank artifact. Hearing these rewards, even I want to join them. A person from the guild spoke. When others heard him, they can't help but nod their head. A rank artifact is very rare even for them. Evan, who was standing beside Valerie, gulped down his saliva and glanced at Valerie, who was equally stunned after hearing Edward. Even the Wind Fury sword that he got from Carlos's ring was just a B rank artifact. Evan remembered how before the start of the exam, Cole said that this time the rewards will be quite good. Will I receive an S rank artifact? Evan can't help but daydream after hearing Valerie's reward. Leon, who heard Valerie's reward, clenched his fist tightly. Both of them were B rank, but the difference in their points was quite big. He glanced at Evan, who was standing beside her, and his eyes flashed with hatred. After announcing Valerie's reward, Edward looked at Evan, whose heart started to beat crazily. Other students also looked at him and wondered just what kind of reward he will get. Chapter 164. After Edward announced Valerie's reward, everyone looked at Evan and wondered what kind of reward he will get. "Mike," Edward said and glanced in Mike's direction. Only then people remembered there was actually one more person other than Evan. All the students looked at Mike with strange faces, especially Zoe and others who were eliminated by the saber-toothed tiger along with Mike. They still remembered how Mike was going with them to eliminate Evan. 5D+ rank cores, Edward said, and then completely ignored Mike. Even though he can ignore the fact that Mike didn't work with Evan as a team, he simply can't ignore the fact that Mike was trying to eliminate his own teammate. Some students tried their best to hold their laughter. Mike felt his face turning red, and he looked around awkwardly. Evan didn't care about Mike, and was looking at Edward impatiently. "Hurry up and tell me," Evan shouted in his mind. "Evan." Edward finally looked at Evan, who was standing beside Valerie. "There are actually two options for you," Edward said, while showing two fingers to Evan. Two options. Evan, who was already daydreaming about advancing his Monarch Core to C rank, came back to reality and listened carefully. First, you can choose 20B rank calls, and an A rank artifact from the treasure vault of the Academy, Edward said, once again shocking the students. 20B rank cores, I choose you, Evan almost shouted out loud because they were enough for his Monarch Core to advance to C rank. Moreover, along with those cores, he can receive an A rank artifact. The advantage of his concealment ring, which is a B rank artifact, is already so good. With its help, he can easily kill any monster who is C rank without even it realizing. He can't even think what kind of benefits A rank artifact will bring him. Other students were also stunned after hearing Edward. 20B rank cores were not anything normal. You have to kill many B rank monsters in order to get 20B rank cores. Edward waited for some time after telling him the first option. After he saw Evan was once again looking at him, he smiled and said, "The second option is to get 5B rank cores, and this card," Edward said, while showing a card to Evan. The card was golden in color, and looks similar to his hunter card. Evan and the others were confused when they saw the card, because they don't know what it was. This is a dungeon access card. With the help of this card, you can get access to any dungeon that is below A rank. Moreover, if you have this card, you don't have to pay any fees to the controller of the dungeon. You can keep everything that you get in the dungeon to yourself. But note that you can only use this card 10 times. After you have used it 10 times, it will be completely useless to you. Edward finished speaking and looked at Evan, who was standing with a dazed expression. "I will be able to enter any dungeon that is below A rank with the help of this card," Evan thought, and took a deep breath. Most do the dungeons that are above D+ rank are controlled by guilds or hunter association. It is not easy to get access to the dungeons that are controlled by them. If you are not a member of that guild, it will be difficult for you to enter in that dungeon. Normally you will have to pay heavy fees if you want to enter in those dungeons. But if he has this card, he will be able to enter any dungeon that is below A rank without any problem. If he thinks about it, this card is far more valuable than those B rank cores and the A rank artifact. With the help of this card, he will get access to B rank dungeons. He will be able to collect many B rank calls if he uses this card 10 times and clears 10 B rank dungeons. With the cores I will get after clearing 10 B rank dungeons, I will easily able to bring my Monarch and Prime Core to B rank, Evan thought, and looked at Edward. If he thinks about short-term benefit, then he can choose the first option. He will be able to advance his Monarch Core to C rank, and will get an A rank artifact if he chooses the first option. But if he thinks about long-term benefits, the second option is more suitable. Currently, Evan has no plan of joining any guilds, and it will be difficult for him to gather cores for himself in the future without joining any guild or hunter association. But with the help of this card, he will not have to worry about that for the time being. This card will also help me in my next plan, Evan thought, and looked at Edward. "Professor, is this card only valid in a straight city, or can I use it in other cities as well?" Evan asked the most important question. "You can use it anywhere." Hearing Edward, a small smile appeared on Evan's face. "So what do you want to choose?" Edward asked Evan after answering him. "I want that card," Evan said without any hesitation. Even though 5B rank cores will not be enough for him to reach its C rank, he can gather some C rank cores by himself. Hearing Evan, Edward smiled and threw the card toward him. "You can get those 5B rank cores from the mission hall," Edward said, and looked at the people of the guilds. "Now you guys can start," Edward said to them and stepped aside. Most of the students looked at them with gazes filled with anticipation. On the other hand, Evan ignored them and looked at the golden colored card in his hand. "Now I should be able to solve the problem of my devour skill," Evan thought, and put away the card in his storage ring. Chapter 165. Leon stood with his fist tightly clenched. He looked at Amy, Gloria, and Jackson. All three of them were recruited by Isekai in the Silver Star Guild. He doesn't know why, but Isekai didn't make any offer to him. Other guilds also made the offer for the students they were interested in. Most of the students received invitations from bronze and silver level guilds. Some students accepted the offer, while some said they need more time before they can make a decision. Even though Leon didn't receive an invitation from the Silver Star Guild, he received invitations from all 3 gold rank guilds. But since Leon was told to join the Silver Star Guild, just like some students, he said he needs some time to decide. Damn it. I failed in this mission as well, Leon said while sweating inwardly. Till now he wasn't able to complete any mission given to him by the Dark Guild. This time they give him a valuable pill to help him reach B rank, so that he can join the Silver Star Guild, but he still failed in the end. I will not be annihilated by them, right? Leon thought doubtfully and looked in Evan's direction, who was standing silently. Most of the people of the guild were done with their recruitment. Evan received invitations from all the guilds except the Twilight Moon, and just like Leon, he said he need time to think about it. Isekai also invited him, but Evan's answer was the same. Valerie, who was standing beside him, looked at him speechlessly, because she knew he wasn't planning to join any guild. Suddenly Olivia moved and went towards Annie, Lily, and Nora. Do you want to join my guild? Olivia asked them. Hearing Olivia, all 3 of them were stunned for a moment, but they quickly nodded their head. Olivia is the guild master of the Twilight Moon, a gold rank guild, of course. They wanted to join it. Here, take a look. If you agree to these conditions, you can join Twilight Moon. Olivia handed 3 contracts to them. All 3 of them looked at the contract, and after seeing there was nothing wrong, they agreed to it immediately. Good. Olivia nodded her head in satisfaction after they signed the contract. After signing the contract, Annie glanced in Evan's direction and eyes flashed. She thought because of him they will not receive any invitation. After all, their team was wiped out by a D+ rank hunter. But after receiving the invitation, she regained her confidence. When Olivia noticed Annie's gaze, she smiled. You don't need to worry about him. There are many scums in society, and you don't have to pay them any attention, Olivia said, and her voice was loud enough that most of the people heard her. Evan looked in her direction with furrowed eyebrows. Even though she didn't mention his name, he can easily guess that she was calling him the scum of society. What are you looking at? When Olivia noticed Evan looking at her, she asked while looking at him like he is a trash idiot, Evan said, and stopped looking at her. He can't be bothered with a person who is an A+ rank hunter, but trying to pick a fight with a D+ rank hunter. Evan said it casually and he wasn't loud, but for some reason his voice rang out in the room. Olivia's expression froze, and she looked at him with a stunned expression. Even the people of the other guild were stunned hearing Evan. Even though they felt Olivia was being unreasonable, she was still an A+ rank hunter, and Evan called her an idiot. Valerie, who was standing beside him, was also looking at him like he had grown a second head. Professor, since the recruiting is over, can I leave? Evan didn't care about how people were looking at him and asked Elena. After hearing from Valerie earlier that Olivia doesn't like men and only recruits female hunters, he already knew she was hostile to him because of how he eliminated Annie and others. But in Evan's eyes, he didn't do anything wrong, and there is no way he will hear rants of someone for no reason. He couldn't care less about the fact that she is an A+ rank hunter, because he knew she can't kill him since they are in the academy. Ah, sure. Elena, who was also stunned, came out from shock after hearing Evan and nodded her head. Where do you think you are going? Just as Evan wanted to leave, he heard the cold voice of Olivia and felt a heavy pressure fall down on him. Thud semicolon. Evan instantly fell to the ground because of the heavy pressure that was far greater than the B rank monsters he faced earlier. He felt his bones being crushed because of the heavy pressure. The expressions of Edward changed, and he instantly appeared before Evan. The pressure on Evan instantly disappeared when Edward appeared before him. What do you think you are doing, Olivia? Edward asked in a cold tone and looked at her with a displeased expression. Just teaching him a lesson that he should first think before opening his mouth, Olivia said while retreating her aura. Edward wanted to say something, but suddenly he felt a sudden chill run down in his spine. It was not only Edward, even other teachers and the people of the guild felt the same, including Olivia. On the other hand, students felt their mana become chaotic. This feeling lasted only for a brief second and then disappeared. What was that? All the high-ranking hunters thought and looked around them. The feeling only lasted for a brief second before it disappeared, and no one was able to confirm what was it. Valerie, who was just standing beside Evan, looked at him with an anxious expression. She remembered she felt something similar when Evan killed Carlos using his strange skill. She was afraid he will do something stupid here. But when that feeling suddenly disappeared and she saw Evan slowly standing up, she sighed in relief. You think you are powerful. Everyone who was wondering what just happened heard Evan's calm voice. Chapter 166. Thud semicolon. Just as Evan dropped to the ground because of heavy pressure, he didn't even get time to think about anything before he felt his shadow energy move on its own. T Evan cursed when he felt his shadow energy moving. He can't expose his shadow energy in front of so many people. There were tens of A+ rank hunters in the room. He won't even get a chance to run away from here if something unexpected happened. He tried his best to control his shadow energy that was moving towards his monarch core. When the shadow energy was just about to enter his monarch core, he was finally able to control it and pulled it back. But when his shadow energy reached near his monarch core earlier, the power of shadow energy leaked out from Evan's body for a brief second, and every person present in the room felt it. After Evan finally controlled the shadow energy, he sighed in relief. This bit*H Evan stood up while trying to calm down. He knew currently he doesn't have enough strength to do anything to her. Yes, he doesn't have enough strength to do anything to her, but it doesn't mean he will not have enough strength in the future. Do you think you are powerful? Evan said in a calm voice after standing up. Olivia, who already retreated her aura, looked at him with a frown on her face. She was surprised to see that Evan was still calm even after feeling her power. According to her, he should have been grasping for breath with a fearful expression. But she was merely surprised, nothing much, because in her eyes, he was still just a D+ rank hunter. I don't know, but I am sure I can crush you without any effort, Olivia said with a smirk on her face. Evan's expression didn't change after hearing her, and he nodded his head. Good, I hope you will be able to say those same words after 6 months, Evan said, and turned around to leave. Edward and the other people watched Evan leave with dazed expressions on their faces. Did that guy just threaten an A+ rank hunter? All of them thought at the same time, not knowing how to react. PFFFTT hahaha. Olivia, on the other hand, burst into laughter. 6 months? What will you do in 6 months? She asked Evan with an amused expression on her face. In her opinion, even if his talent is very high, he will at best reach at C+ rank in 6 months. Forget about the cores he needed to advance. He will not be able to advance again without stabilizing his cores. And after reaching C rank, it takes quite some time for the core to stabilize. Evan, who reached the door, opened it, but before leaving he stopped for a moment. In 6 months I will destroy you, Evan said without looking back, and left the room. His voice was filled with confidence, and there was no hesitation in it. It was like he was not telling something. It was like he was stating the fact. I will be waiting, Olivia just sneered and said when she heard Evan's confidence-filled with voice. Even though Evan was strong, in her eyes he was nothing more than a bug that she can crush whenever she wanted. Ignorant, Leon muttered when he saw what just happened. All right, you guys can go back now. All of you will soon receive a message regarding your reward for the exam. You can collect your reward from the mission hall, Edward said to students after seeing Evan leaving. Other students also started to leave the room one after another. Students who received invitations from the guilds will not leave the academy immediately. There are still a few months before they graduate from the academy. The academic year will end after the All-Hunter Academic Tournament. After the end of the tournament, they can join the guilds. We should also leave now. There are still many things I have to do after going back, Jeffrey said to Julian, who was standing beside him. But he didn't receive any reply from him. Julian. Jeffrey looked at him and saw he was in deep thought. Oi, what are you thinking? Jeffrey asked while hitting him lightly. When Jeffrey hit him, Julian came back to his senses. Nothing, I was just thinking about that strange feeling we felt earlier, Julian said while shaking his head. Yeah, that feeling only lasted for a brief second, but I felt a strong oppressive pressure at that time. Jeffrey nodded his head. I wonder what caused that kind of effect. About that, I think I know what happened at that time, Julian said to Jeffrey in a hesitating voice. What? Jeffrey looked at him with a stunned face. You know what happened at that time? Even though I am not sure, I think it has something to do with that guy, Evan, Julian said in a serious voice. Evan. Jeffrey arched his eyebrow, but then he shook his head. I know he is quite abnormal, but I don't think a D+ rank hunter can give me that kind of feeling. I think you forget Jeffrey. Julian said while looking at him seriously. What is the name of his physique? According to details, it is shadow physique, Jeffrey said. Then suddenly something clicked in his mind. Oh right, your main element is also shadow element, right? Yeah, and when I felt that feeling earlier, for some reason my shadow element was reacting strangely. I lost control over it completely, and when I saw that guy Evan when he stood up, I felt a submissive feeling towards him, Julian said with a strange expression on his face. Then should we tell others about it? Jeffrey asked after hearing Julian. I don't think so. I am just saying I felt like it was Evan. We don't have any proof either. Moreover, we will know if I am right or wrong after 6 months, Julian said and looked at him with a smile on his face. Oh, you are right. Jeffrey also smiled after hearing Julian. Now, I can't wait to see what he will do in 6 months. Chapter 167. Evan walked back to his room. After he entered the room and closed the door, his body shook a little. His entire body was aching because of the unexpected attack of Olivia. The pressure of an A+ rank hunter was not something that his current body can witness. I am going to beat the hell out of that B***ch, Evan muttered and slumped down on his bed. When he said he will destroy Olivia, he was completely serious. For a normal D+ rank hunter, it would have been impossible to do something about an A+ rank hunter in 6 months. But Evan was different from them. Because of his Monic core, he can advance through the ranks without any problems. He doesn't need to worry about stabilizing his core after advancing. He just needs cores, and he will not have to worry about not being able to advance in ranks. In 6 months he was sure that he will be able to surpass that B***ch if he work hard. The first thing I have to do now is to advance my Monic core to C rank, so that I will be able to use my dungeon access card to the fullest. Evan muttered and took a deep breath. His dungeon access card can give him access to any dungeon below A rank, so it was obvious that he will try to enter in B rank dungeons, so that he can gather B rank cores. But with his current power, it was impossible for him to kill even a single B rank monster, much less clear a B rank dungeon. If he wanted to use his card and clear B rank dungeons, he will have to reach C rank first. If he is right and he unlocks a class with his Monic core, he was sure that he will be able to clear a B rank dungeon. After I advance to C rank, I also need to leave the city in order to solve the problem of the Devourer skill, Evan said, while looking at the skill that he got after he absorbed the core of the Black Ogre. Blick, Devourer -- the skill is not compatible with the human body, and can't be used by you. When Evan got this skill, he thought he will have an easier time advancing through the ranks because of this skill. But the reality was different, and this skill turned out to be completely different from what he expected. When he can't use this skill, he was disappointed. But then he remembered another feature of his Monic core, skill merging. So what if he can't use the Devourer skill because it is not compatible with the human body? He will just have to try to get a skill that he can merge with Devour skill, and he should be able to use it. During all this time he searched for monsters who has similar skills to the Devourer, and just a few days ago he finally found a monster who has perfect skill. It was actually a plant-type monster who has a skill called Energy Absorption. Even though there was not much information on the internet, from what he read he was sure that he will be able to merge this skill with his Devour skill. But after finding this monster, Evan was in a dilemma because this monster can only be found in a dungeon, which is not in a straight city. Moreover, it is a B rank dungeon, and he wasn't sure that he will get permission to enter in it even if he go to the city in which this dungeon is located. But now that he has a dungeon access card, all he has to do is gather some C rank cores, advance his Monic core to C rank, go to the dungeon, use his dungeon access card, kill lots of plant type monsters, gather their cores, get Energy Absorption skill, Merge it with Devour skill and done. Whoa, I am invincible, Evan said when he was done thinking. Well, the easier it sounds, the more difficult a task will be, Evan said, and sat up on his bed. I still have some cores left that I got from Carlos and the Frost World dungeon. I can get 5B rank cores from the mission hall. With those 5B rank cores plus the cores I have, now I only need a few more C rank cores, and I will be able to advance to C rank, Evan said while rubbing his chin. Alright, I will first gather some cores from the wilderness, and will advance to C rank. Then I can leave a straight city to solve the problem of my skill. Evan said and stood up from his bed. Once the problem of Devourer skill solved, I should be able to surpass that bit*ch in 6 months probably. After getting up, Evan first went to the bathroom to take a bath. His body was still aching, but this kind of pain was nothing to him. It was very low compared to the pain that he has endured while using shadow energy. If necessary, he can endure this kind of pain for a long time without any problem. Why do I feel like I am becoming masochistic? Evan thought and quickly shook his head. Hell no, there is no way I have this kind of fetish. He took a long bath to calm down his mind. To completely destroy an A+ rank hunter like Olivia in 6 months, he will have to try his best to gather enough cores. As long as he can gather enough cores to advance his Monarch core, he will be able to take care of her easily. After coming out, Evan first cooked some food for himself and Jess. He stopped eating cup noodles some time ago. He cooked some fried rice that he learned from the internet. I should collect the 5 cores tomorrow, then I can leave for the wilderness, Evan thought while eating. The rest of the day passed by without much happening, and the next day arrived. Chapter 168. Evan came out of Elena's office with a dazed look on his face. After he collected 5B rank cores from the mission hall, Evan went to meet Elena, so that he can leave the academy for some time. Even though students were not allowed to skip the academy before they reach C rank, Evan was confident enough that he will get permission after his performance in the exam. He already showed that he is far stronger than a C rank hunter, and just as he expected, he received permission to leave the academy. But Elena asked him to not go outside because of what happened between him and Olivia. She showed him some articles on the internet. When Evan read those articles, he was completely speechless. What kind of bullsh key is this? Evan thought after reading those articles. The articles were about the practical exam. In those articles, he was described as a scumbag who harassed girls using his dark skill. He harassed girls using his dark skill and then killed them in the most brutal way possible. One female student was even forced to commit suicide to save herself from his hands. After the exam ended, and when the guild master of the Twilight Moon recruited those females that were harassed by him, he even insulted the guild master and said he will destroy her. And for some reason, Evan felt a lewd vibe coming from that word destroy. All in all, in those articles he was a succumbag who used a dark skill to harass girls and then kill them in the most brutal way possible. Evan looked at Elena with a blank look on his face, wanting to know what was happening. Seeing his look, Elena just shrugged her shoulders, saying she doesn't know anything. She just knew these articles were rapidly spreading on the internet. Because of these articles, she told him not to go outside the academy for the time being. Twilight Guild is a gold rank guild, and there are many people who want to suck up to them. After reading that you insulted Olivia, the guild master of a gold rank guild, there will be many people who will want to make trouble for you to gain favor from her. So for the time being, it will be wise for you not to go outside, especially in the wilderness, because anything can happen there. That's what Elena said to him before he was kicked out from the room. Evan stood outside the office with a dazed look on his face. He was still thinking about the articles he just read. Am I really a succumbag? Even he started to doubt on himself after reading those articles. But he soon shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Currently, he has more important things to worry about. Even though he doesn't want to admit it, he knew Elena was right. If he goes into the wilderness in the current situation, he might really have to deal with some lunatics who want to suck up to that bit*ch. He was sure that, the moment he left the city to go to the wilderness, his location will be leaked immediately, and some A*shoals will come to start trouble with him. He was not afraid of the people who will be C+ rank or below, but if he encounter a B rank or higher level hunter, there will be a high chance he will not be able to escape. Evan sighed and started to walk away from the office. Now I need to change some of my plans, Evan thought while walking away. Elena advised him to stay within the academy for around 1 or 2 weeks before the situation calmed down. But Evan obviously is not going to waste his time because of this. He doesn't need many cores to advance his Monarch core after he got those 5B rank cores. He just has to gather few more cores, and he will be able to advance his Monarch core. There are few things that he can do, like he can ask Valerie to come with him. Considering her background, it will be hard for other people to make trouble for her. Moreover, he still remember how when he met her last time in the cafe, 2B rank hunters were following her. If he asks her to go with him, those 2B rank hunters will also follow them. But he wasn't sure whether she will go with him or not, and honestly, he doesn't want to ask her to come with him. For some reason, he felt like if he brings her outside the city with him, the Dark Guild might send an A rank hunter to capture her. No, if I bring her with me I might really die, Evan thought, and deleted this idea. The other thing that he can do is to join the Silver Star Guild. He still has Isaac's invitation. If he joins the Silver Star Guild he will have good backing, and people will have to think twice before they do anything to him. But then again, if he joins a guild there will be many restrictions on him. I really don't want to join a guild currently, Evan thought inside. After thinking about all of his options, there was only one thing left. I was thinking about leaving after advancing to C rank, but looks like now I have no other choice, Evan thought while walking. I will leave for Aquaville immediately. Aquaville is the name of the place where he was thinking about going after advancing to C rank, in order to solve the problem of his Devourer skill. The dungeon in which he will find the plant-type monster, who has energy absorption skill, is located there. Evan came out from the academy and took a deep breath. Let's see if there is any scum who is keeping an eye on me, Evan thought as he started to walk away from the academy. Chapter 169. Evan walked out of the academy with a normal expression on his face. But his senses were actually on high alert. He was trying to sense if there was anyone paying attention to him. He continued to walk towards the taxi station while paying attention around him. After walking for 2 minutes, Evan arrived at the taxi station. During this time he sensed 2 people following him. He didn't detect any mana from them, which means they are just normal people. So he guessed that both of them were merely responsible to inform someone that he left the academy. Even though Evan sensed them, he didn't do anything, because he will not get anything even if he beat them down. And he wasn't in the mood of wasting his time. Since he decided to leave for the Aquaville, he will not delay and will leave right now. Airport, please. After getting into the taxi, Evan said to the driver, "That's right, he will go to Aquaville by airplane. If he goes to the Aquaville, like how he went to Aklima City, it will take him around 15 days to reach there. Moreover, if he goes there through the ground, he will encounter many monsters. He will have to hire some hunters if he wants to reach there safely. And unlike the route to Aklima City, the route to Aquaville will be more dangerous, and he needs to hire at least 1B plus rank hunter if he safely wants to reach there. But if he uses an airplane he will not have to hire anyone, plus he can reach there in just 1 day. These airplanes are also not normal. They are made with special materials that can even witness some attacks of an A+ rank monster. The airplane also has a special barrier that can even witness some attacks from S rank monsters. Plus, the airplane also has an attacking system that can deal with A+ rank monsters. Of course, since they are providing such a service, the price of the airplane ticket is not cheap. The price of 1 ticket to go Aquaville is 3B rank calls. That's right, core, not credits. Even though it was very high, Evan has no other choice. He has to go Aquaville, so that he can make his Devourer skill useful. And if Evan considered the benefits, the price was quite reasonable. He can reach there in just 1 day, instead of wasting many days traveling on the ground. He will not have to worry about monsters. Plus the plane requires the energy of the cores to fly. For the attack, it also needs the energy of the cores. Most of the functions of the airplane depend on the cores. So in his opinion, it was not surprising that they will charge cores for the price. Because the price of the ticket was B rank cores, Evan was assured that those suckers will not follow him. He doesn't think they will pay 3B rank core, and will follow him all the way to Aquaville, just to please Olivia. After reaching Aquaville he doesn't think people will target him. Sigh. I will have to work extra hard after reaching Aquaville City. Evan sighed and said while looking outside the taxi window. Since he will have to pay 3B rank calls to buy the ticket, it will take him even longer to reach C rank. After reaching Aquaville City, he will first have to gather some calls before he can use his dungeon access card and clear B rank dungeon. Without reaching C rank, he can't fight against B rank monsters. It is all because of that bit*ch. I will definitely make her pay, Evan thought with his mouth twitching when he remembered those articles. After 2 hours, he reached the airport of the Estrate City. After paying the taxi bill, Evan walked inside the airport. But suddenly he remembered something, and his mouth started to twitch violently. He completely forgot about one thing. What if there is no flight for Aquaville City today? Evan was completely unfamiliar with the flights of this world. He doesn't even know if flights go to Aquaville City on a daily basis, weekly basis, or monthly basis. Damn, I should have checked on the internet before coming here, Evan thought, and took out his phone. After he was done checking, Evan can't help but sigh. The good news was that one flight go to Aquaville City daily. Since the price is quite high, not many people use airplanes, and one flight was enough for the people. But the bad news was that today's flight already left in the morning. The next flight will be tomorrow morning. Well, it is better than the worst case scenario, Evan thought, and still walked inside the airport. If the flights go to Aquaville on weekly basis or monthly basis, Evan wasn't even sure what he will do. Evan came out from the airport after 10 minutes. But his heart was bleeding. Even though he knew it was reasonable, he still can't help but sigh thinking that he just spent 3B rank calls. He booked one ticket for Aquaville City. Since Evan didn't have anything else to do, he once again took a taxi and returned to the academy. While coming back, Evan was actually hoping to see some people. But to his disappointment, no one came to make trouble for him. After losing 3B rank calls, he actually wanted to beat down some people, but unfortunately, his wish didn't come true. After coming back to the academy, Evan didn't do anything and went back to his room. Let's see if I can find some useful information about Aquaville on the internet, Evan thought, and started to look about Aquaville City. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms of the academy, Leon, who failed to complete his mission, was laying on the bed with a depressed look. Ring, ring. Suddenly Leon's phone rang, and when he saw who was calling, his face turned pale. Chapter 170. Leon looked at the phone with a pale face. He was afraid of what will happen to him, now that he failed to complete the mission once again. Even though he does not know the full extent of the Dark Guild's power, from what he saw during all this time, he knew if they want to kill him, it will be as easy as killing a chicken. Valerie was still fine because they doesn't want to kill her. If they want to kill her, he was sure that she would have died long ago. He still remembers the horrifying scene that he saw the last time when he visited the Dark Guild. He first thought about ignoring the call, but he knew that it will be an act of digging his own grave. After a moment, he steeled his heart and picked up the call. Hello, Leon said in a stuttering voice. So you are still alive? A cold female voice sounded from the other side of the phone. Hearing the voice, Leon broke out in cold sweat and didn't say anything. A moment of silence descended between them. Just when Leon was on verge of breaking point, the female once again spoke. Tell me more about the guy who took the first place. Leon, who was ready to beg for forgiveness, was stunned after hearing what the female asked. But he didn't dwell too much on it and quickly said, that guy is just an idiot and skoodash. Cut the crepe. I don't want to know your opinion about him. Just tell me what happened when you encounter him during the examination. Before Leon can finish speaking, the female said to him in a cold voice. Leon stopped for a moment after hearing her to organize his thoughts. After a moment, he quickly told her everything without concealing anything. He told her how Evan successfully killed a B-rank monster while he was fighting against it. He also told her how he escaped even when he was facing 3 B-rank hunters. If I have to guess, he is more powerful than a C+ rank hunter, but weaker than a B-rank hunter, Leon said in the end, after telling what he saw in the exam. After Leon stopped taking, the female didn't speak for a moment. Interesting, a D+ rank hunter with strength more powerful than a C+ rank hunter, and have many strange skills, the female said after a moment. From the details we have about him, he also has a unique physique, and from the looks of it, his physique is also at the same level of Ice Reaper physique, if not higher. Since I can't capture that Valerie for the time being, I might as well try my luck with him, the female thought after hearing Leon. After counting the story, Leon waited patiently. He was still nervous about the fact that he was unable to join the Silver Star Guild. By the way, you failed in your mission again. Just as Leon was thinking he dodged the bullet, he once again heard the cold voice of the female and his body stiffened. Leon was lost for words. He doesn't know what to say. He actually felt like he is a cursed child, who is cursed to never be able to complete a mission in his entire life. He still doesn't know why Isekai didn't invite him to join the Silver Star Guild. In his opinion, he did quite well in the examination. Even though his points were low compared to Evan and Valerie, he was still in third place. He doesn't know why Isekai invited Amy and others instead of him. If they consider about individual strength, he was only weaker than Valerie. Now keep an eye on this guy Evan. If you fail this time, I don't need to say what will happen to you. When Leon didn't say anything for some time, the female spoke once again. Yes, I will not disappoint you this time, Leon quickly said while inwardly sighing in relief. The call finally ended, and Leon weakly fell down to bed. His body was drenched in sweat because of the tension he was feeling while talking. After sitting on the bed for some time, Leon once again picked up his phone. After some time, a green dot and a map appeared on his phone screen. So he is still in the academy, Leon muttered after seeing the green dot. The green dot was obviously Evan's location. I still can't believe this guy is using a phone that can be hacked so easily, Leon muttered with a speechless expression on his face. Leon checked if he left the academy previously, and was stunned when he saw Evan went to the airport earlier. Why did this beggar go to the airport? Leon wondered, seeing Evan went to the airport earlier. In his eyes, a guy who is using an expired phone can't possibly go to the airport. He thought for a moment, then checked Evan's text messages. Because of his expired phone, it was very easy for Leon. Just as he opened his text messages, he noticed the last message Evan received was yesterday. And it was actually a message about flight booking. His eyes opened wide when he opened the message and read it. He still can't believe Evan spent 3B rank calls to book a ticket. Even he will have to think 10 times if he wants to spend 3B rank calls. And a guy who is using an expired phone actually spent 3B rank calls. But he soon came back to his senses and paid attention to the other details of the messages. He is leaving for Aquaville tomorrow, Leon thought after reading the message. After reading the message, Leon broke out in cold sweat. If this guy escaped from here without me, knowing I would have surely died because of failing this mission as well, Leon thought while sighing in relief. His mission was to keep an eye on Evan, but if he escaped from here without him knowing, Leon was sure that he would have definitely died this time. After seeing Evan will be leaving tomorrow, Leon did not wait and called back on the number from which he received the call earlier. Chapter 171. Evan walked out of the academy and looked around him. It was a new day, and many things were different from tomorrow. For Evan, the biggest difference was that in one night he got a promotion. If yesterday he was a scumbag, then today he is a big scumbag. Yes, he received a big promotion. For some reason, the article where he used dark skills to harass females is spreading at rapid speed. His non-existent reputation is at all-time low. If before his reputation was 0, then now it is -100. After coming out, Evan once again walked towards the taxi station. Currently, he was wearing big black sunglasses and a mask to hide his face. Even though he didn't care what people think about him, he still doesn't want someone to throw a rotten egg on him, which is why he decided to wear a mask while going out. Of course, with the mask and the sunglasses, he was only able to deceive normal people. The people who were waiting for him outside still recognized him. After Evan arrived at the taxi station, he took a taxi to the airport. At first, the driver of the taxi was scared **less when he saw Evan's appearance. The big sunglasses and the mask were giving him a classical villain look. But the driver soon regained control over his emotions, and after Evan sat down, he started driving towards the airport. Is he trying to escape after committing a crime? The driver was a fan of movies, and seeing Evan was looking like a villain, and was going to the airport, he thought. The driver didn't drive for long, and just after 30 minutes suddenly 2 black cars appeared before the taxi. The driver was forced to stop the taxi because of those cars that stopped in front of him. Are these the cars of cops who are here to capture him? The driver thought while beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. For some reason, the scenario where the villain will take innocent people hostage to save his life came into his mind. I am in deep sh*t, the driver thought, and didn't dare to move. So they finally appeared. The driver heard the villain muttering to himself, "Well, thanks for the ride, brother. Here is your payment. You should leave from here," Evan said to the driver after seeing the two black cars. But the driver was already in his own world and completely misunderstood his words. He remembered another scene where the villain took out a gun and gave a perfect headshot to the driver as a form of payment and make him leave the world. He doesn't even want to take me as hostage, the driver thought, and his blood pressure increased. The next second his eyes rolled inside his head and he fainted because of the stress. Evan, who just spoke, was stunned seeing the driver suddenly faint. He looked outside the car and saw 7 people who were looking like true hooligans. Those 7 people came out from the black cars. Evan already checked their power, and none of them was at B rank, which is why he was so relaxed. If he noticed a powerful aura, he would have escaped from here long ago using Shadow Walk. This driver is truly a coward. He fainted just after seeing those hooligans. Evan looked at the driver speechlessly and exited the taxi. 5 minutes later, Evan was sitting inside a black car, and a hooligan who was at C rank was driving it towards the airport. The hooligan has bowl-shaped haircut. His face was swollen like he just received a vicious beating. Some of his teeth were shattered, and he was shivering from time to time. The name of this hooligan was Bogdan. "So you 7s are called Terror Brothers?" Evan asked while looking at Bogdan with his eyes twitching. After beating all 7 of them, Evan randomly kidnapped one of the hooligans to give him a ride since the taxi driver fainted. While going, he asked for some information about them for time pass. And Evan has to admit, he was completely speechless. Yes, Bogdan nodded his head while blushing. He felt embarrassed after how easily Evan dealt with them. Evan's first instinct was to jump out of the car when he saw Bogdan blushing. Damn it. I need a skill that can seal away memories, Evan thought while looking away. According to Bogdan, they are a group of mercenaries called Terror Brothers. And surprisingly, they didn't come here after seeing the articles and wanted to suck up to Twilight Moon Guild. They actually came here because yesterday they received a mission to capture him. Someone paid them a hefty amount to capture him. They don't know who was the one who issued the mission because the person issued it on call and they didn't meet him. Now I'm feeling like a wanted criminal who is on run and people want to capture me, Evan thought, and can't help but shake his head. Forget it. I just have to focus on advancing to the next rank. Once I advance to C rank, I will be able to handle B rank hunters easily, Evan thought, and stopped thinking about useless things. After 1 hour he reached the airport once again. Luckily no one else came to capture him other than the Terror Brothers. Thanks for the ride, Evan said to Bogdan before exiting the car. Just as Evan left the car, Bogdan ran away from there at the top speed of the car. He was afraid that Evan will give him a goodbye beating. After Bogdan left, Evan walked inside the airport. There was still 30 minutes before his flight. He was nervous and excited at the same time. It will be the first time where he is going on a journey after coming into this world. For some reason, I am feeling like my future is surrounded by darkness, Evan thought and smiled a little. But it is fine as well, since black is my favorite color. Chapter 172. Evan was looking outside from the window of the plan. The plan took off just 5 minutes ago. Evan never traveled through the plan even in his past life, so it was a completely new experience for him. Even though this was a new experience and he wanted to enjoy it as much as possible, he wasn't able to enjoy it. Even though he was looking outside from the window, he wasn't able to pay attention to it. The reason for this was the passenger who was sitting with him. "So you are going there for a vacation?" Jeffrey asked Evan. "Yes. What about you, Guildmaster Jeffrey?" Evan stopped looking outside and asked. The passenger who was sitting beside him was the Guildmaster of Crimson Blade, which is a gold rank guild. Evan knew his name because he also invited him to his guild. "I have some work related to the guild," Jeffrey said while sighing. "Man, I also want to enjoy a vacation just like you." Evan nodded after hearing him. He was a little suspicious, but he can't do anything about it. He can't just give Jeffrey 1 or 2 slaps, and asked if he is following him. "Aquaville is a good place for vacation. I also used to go there a lot when I was young," Jeffrey said while looking at Evan, "but now because of this damned guild, I have no time to enjoy myself. I have to underscore. Brother, I don't ask you anything. Why the hell you are telling me all this boring stuff? Evan wanted to shout out loud when Jeffrey suddenly started to rant about his work. He wanted to enjoy his first flight, but this bastard was not giving him any peace of mind. Oh, I am sorry I got carried away. When Jeffrey noticed Evan's twitching mouth, he came back to his senses and looked at him awkwardly. It must have been bothersome to hear about these boring things. Yes, it is. Evan nodded his head subconsciously, but he froze when he realized he instinctively nodded his head. Jeffrey didn't expect Evan will say yes after hearing him, and just looked at him with a blank look. Damn me and my foul mouth, Evan can't help but curse inwardly when he saw Jeffrey's blank look. Ha ha ha. But the next second Jeffrey burst into laughter. You are quite honest, huh? Evan just showed a forced smile hearing him. He can't understand why this guy was being so friendly with him. Even though he performed well in the exam, he can't believe Jeffrey is treating him like this. After all, in the end, he is still just a D+ rank hunter. By the way, did you decide which guild you are going to join? Jeffrey suddenly asked Evan, who was lost in his own thoughts. Hearing Jeffrey, Evan suddenly thought about something. Could it be, he is treating me well because he wants me to join the Crimson Blade Guild? Evan thought about it and found it possible. Sorry, there are too many options, and I am still not sure, Evan said while shaking his head. Jeffrey looked at Evan deeply. Evan felt strange being started by a man like this, and he almost jumped out of the plane window. Is there something on my face? Evan tried to ask in a calm voice, but he still stuttered at the start. Sigh, you are still young, and I can understand what you are thinking. Jeffrey sighed and said, I know you have no plan of joining any guild. I was also like you in my younger days. Rather than joining a guild, I also wanted to adventure all around the world freely. But after my father's death, who was the former leader of the Crimson Blade Guild, I had no choice but to become the new leader. So I can understand what you want to do. If you need any help, you can ask me. As long as it is not something overboard, I will try to help you, Jeffrey said while looking at him lightly. Evan was stunned for a moment when he heard Jeffrey. Since the moment he saw Jeffrey, he was on his guard. Even though it is not impossible, Evan felt it is strange that Jeffrey is also going to Aquaville same time as him. He knew Jeffrey doesn't need to suck up to the Twilight Moon Guild, since he is also a guild master of the Crimson Blade. But there are always some simps who will do anything for a lady they like. He was thinking that Jeffrey might be one of those simps, and is here to make things difficult for him. Now that he heard what Jeffrey just said, he felt rather embarrassed for thinking something like this. He can feel that Jeffrey was sincere earlier, and was not joking. Thanks, Guildmaster Jeffrey. If I need any help in the future, I will not hesitate to ask you, Evan said seamlessly. Since a big boss said he can ask for his help, there was no reason for him to refuse. Only an idiot will decline the free help offer of an A+ rank hunter. Sure, as long as it is something that is not something overboard. Jeffrey also nodded his head. Evan and Jeffrey continued to talk for a while, and for some reason, Evan did not find Jeffrey annoying anymore. Just like this whole day passed by in the blink of an eye. Evan was looking outside from the window of the plane. From the window, he can see the outline of a city in the distance. Is Aquaville? Evan asked Jeffrey, who was sitting with his eyes closed. Yeah. Jeffrey said without opening his eyes, we should be able to land in 5 minutes. Evan continues to look outside from the window, as the outline of the city grew bigger and bigger. And, just like Jeffrey said, after 5 minutes an announcement rang out telling them they are landing. The plane landed safely, and Evan finally arrived in Aquaville. Chapter 173. Evan and Jeffrey came out from the airport together. What are you going to do now? Jeffrey asked Evan after they came out from the airport. Nothing much. I am here to relax, so I am just going to tour the city and enjoy myself, Evan said while shrugging his shoulder. I also want to be as carefree as you, but there are some important things that I have to do here. Well then, I will not waste your time anymore. Go ahead and have fun, Jeffrey said to Evan and left from there. Before leaving, he also gave his phone number to Evan and told him he can contact him if he needs something. Evan also left the airport and walked away from there. My first goal is to collect some cores and advance my Monarch core to C rank, Evan thought while walking away. In order to collect cores, Evan was thinking about going outside of the Aquaville city. Just like a straight city, there are many monsters outside of the Aquaville city. After collecting some cores and advancing to C rank, he will use his dungeon access card and enter the B rank dungeon. These two are his main objective to come into Aquaville City. But of course, he is not going to directly jump into the wilderness after coming here. When he said to Jeffrey he is here to relax, he wasn't lying. Even though he has many things to do, he also wants to relax. Aquaville is one of the best tourist cities. This city is famous for its water views. If Evan wants to describe it, he will say this city is very similar to Venice City from his past life. He was thinking about touring the city for 2 or 3 days before focusing on his main tasks. Now that I think about it, the Arcanum Academy is also located in Aquaville City, Evan thought while rubbing his chin. Just like a straight academy, Arcanum Academy is one of the 6 major hunter academies. The student of Arcanum Academy will also take part in the All Hunter Academy tournament. Of course, Evan wasn't thinking about going to Arcanum Academy and challenging their students like some arrogant young master to test their strength before the tournament. It was just a passing thought that suddenly came into his mind. Instead of wasting his time on challenging them, he will challenge some monsters so that he can collect some cores. Evan took out his phone and first looked for a hotel nearby. After the flight of 1 day, he first wanted to take a good sleep so that he can enjoy the city. But when Evan took out his phone, he was left speechless because his phone was dead. When I saved Jeffrey's phone number a few minutes ago, it had over 80% battery remaining. Evan can't help but complain. He knew from long ago that he needs to change his phone. He is still using a phone that belongs to the era of dead emperors. But since he rarely uses a mobile phone, he didn't change it till now. Looks like it is finally time to officially bury this phone, Evan thought, while putting away his phone. He took a taxi and asked its driver to take him to the nearest hotel. The hotel was not far away from the airport, and he arrived there in 10 minutes. After paying the taxi bill, Evan went into the hotel. The name of the hotel was the Funeral Resort. Evan felt the person who come up with this name sure has great taste. He really liked the name of the hotel. Evan went in and booked a COFFI** room for himself. The price of the room was quite high, since it was a high-class hotel. But currently, Evan was not lacking in money, especially after he met with the Terror Brothers. After he beat down the Terror Brothers, they told him that they received 2 million credits from the person who asked them to capture him. And as a person who is currently trading with a scum tag, Evan robbed those 2 million credits from them without hesitation. Of course, since Evan is not a real sucker, he spared their life after taking those 2 million credits. The room that he booked was quite big, and it was luxurious. But what caught Evan's attention was the coffin in the room. Right beside the bed, there was a dark red coffin. Evan examined the coffin and noticed that it was actually a bed. When he lay down in the coffin, he found out that it was really confirmable. When he closed his eyes, the light of the room suddenly started to flicker. At some point, the light in the room was completely turned off. Evan, who was laying in the coffin, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up abruptly and made a strange action of slitting his throat with his hand. Yup, he was trying to copy the famous wrestler the Uppercutter from his past life. Now I understand why the name of this hotel is Funeral Resort, Evan muttered and put away the remote controller of the room light. After putting away the remote, Evan went into the bathroom and took a bath. After taking a bath, he decided to sleep and tour the city in the evening. Evan once again slumped down into the coffin and slept like a vampire till the evening. In the evening, before leaving to tour the city, Evan decided to eat something at the hotel. He went into the dining area of the hotel and chose a sit near the window so that he can see the water view outside. Aquaville is famous for its fish dishes, so Evan decided to try fish curry. After ordering, Evan looked outside and saw many people were riding gondolas in the water. This city is really similar to Venice, Evan thought when he saw people riding gondolas. Did you hear? The Hunter Association released a mission regarding a monster den. The person who was sitting behind Evan suddenly said. When Evan heard the word monster den, his ears perked up, and he listened to their conversation carefully. Chapter 174. Evan left the hotel while deep in thought. He was thinking about the thing that he just heard while eating his fish curry. A quest to exterminate a den of orcs, huh? Evan muttered and grabbed a taxi. Apparently, while hunting in the wild, some hunters discovered a den of orcs. This den is quite big, and there are thousands of orcs there. The orc in the den range from C to A rank. The strongest orcs in the den are supposed to be A rank. The hunters who discovered the den were all B rank, and they obviously can't exterminate that den by themselves, so they reported about it to the Hunter Association. The den is not far away from the Aquaville city, and if they don't eliminate those orcs, something serious might happen. Since there are thousands of orcs there, the Hunter Association released a free mission for all hunters who are D rank or above. Eliminating such a big den can't be done with a small number of hunters. That's why the Hunter Association released a free mission where anyone above D rank can join this mission. When Evan heard this, he was obliviously interested. If he joins this mission, he will not have to worry about finding monsters outside the city. This was a free mission, which means he will be able to keep all the cores that he gather after killing the monster. After taking a taxi, Evan first went to a mobile shop to purchase a new phone. He officially retired his mobile phone, which can now be called an ancient relic of the past. After buying a new phone, he transferred all the data from his old phone into his new one. He then logged into the official Hunter Association website using his new phone. He selected the location of Aquaville City, and all the available missions appeared on his phone screen. Here it is. Soon Evan found the quest of exterminating the monster den. He read its details, and most of the details were similar to what he heard in the hotel. Like he will be able to keep all the cores that he gathers during the mission. It was also written that 3A rank hunters will be leading this mission. Evan was surprised when he saw there will be 3A rank hunters in this mission. Even though he already read there are A rank orcs in that den, he didn't expect that there will be 3A rank hunters leading the mission. Since this mission is dangerous, only hunters who are D rank or above can participate, Evan said while rubbing his chin. Since anyone who is above D rank or above can participate, there will be many hunters who will take part in it. With the 3A rank hunters leading the mission, there should not be any problem in this mission. Besides, I will just try to hunt orcs who are C+ rank at most. With my current power, I will be instantly crushed if I try to fight against a B rank orc, Evan thought, and registered for the mission. He applied for the mission and entered his hunter card number. Since he was already D+ rank, there was not any problem when he registered. After he registered, he received a message telling him more details about the mission. According to the message, they will leave the city in 3 days. In the message, it was mentioned that it will be best to work in teams during the mission, because it will not be an easy mission. Generally speaking, most of the orcs can't use any type of skill. Very few orcs can use skills even after reaching a high rank. But the thing that makes them truly a formidable opponent is their abnormal physical strength and high defense. All the orcs have very high physical strength, and they can even defeat high-level hunters than them, just with their physical strength and high defense. If an orc can even use element-related skills, his power will become even more terrifying. Coupled with a powerful body and elemental skill, an A-rank orc can even face 2 or 3 A-rank hunters alone. When Evan thought about it, his face suddenly turned strange. After the mutation of my prime core, my physical strength is quite high, and I can also use elemental-based skills. Doesn't this mean I also becoming an orc, Evan thought? But then he quickly shook his head. No way, I am just overthinking. Evan denied his own thoughts and stopped thinking about it. Now, I will not have to search for monsters. Evan was not familiar with the Aquaville city, and he was having a headache whenever he thought about going out to the city to hunt for the monsters. In order to gather the cores that he needs to advance his monarch core, he will have to kill many monsters. If he aimlessly search for monsters in the wilderness, he was not sure how much time it will take him to collect enough cores. He wanted to quickly advance to C rank and see what will happen with his monarch core. He still was not sure if he will get a job class with it or not. But Evan was sure that even if he doesn't get a job class, he will be able to fight against B rank monsters after his monarch core advances to C rank. The power boost that his monarch core gave him is far superior to his prime core. Even though it is not long since he advanced his monarch core to D rank, Evan was feeling that it is been ages since his monarch core reached to D rank. Just a few more days, Evan thought as he thought about the mission. He was sure that he will definitely be able to gather enough core with the help of this mission. Well, now I have 3 days to enjoy myself, Evan thought, and looked at the beautiful night sky of the Aquaville city. Chapter 175. 3 days passed by in a blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Evan did nothing but relax. He visited all the famous spots of the city to enjoy his fake vacation. After these 3 days, Evan was definitely feeling better than before. It was his first vacation after coming to Aurora World. In the past 2 years, he did not get any chance to enjoy himself. Tomorrow is the day of the mission, Evan thought while looking at the beautiful night sky. Currently, Evan was sitting in a large boat that looks similar to a gondola and was enjoying the night view. The sound of flowing water together with the starry sky was quite relaxing. He had a cold drink in his hand, and he was slowly drinking it while enjoying his ride. The gondola was quite big, and there were other people as well on the gondola, but Evan was sitting at the end of it, so he wasn't bothered by it. I should absorb all the cores that I have before leaving, Evan thought to himself. Even though he doesn't have many cores, there was a chance that he might get a skill after absorbing those cores. If he gets a useful skill, it will help him during his mission. Splash semicolon. Suddenly Evan heard the sound of water splashing like someone fall into the water. Shaker. Just after the sound of water splashing, he heard a panicked voice of a woman and saw a middle-aged woman looking into the water with a panicked expression. He looked in the direction woman was looking and saw a girl who looks around 10 years old fall into the water. Because of his night vision, he was clearly able to see her. Seeing the small girl, Evan was about to use ice chain to pull her out, but before he can act, a green vine shot into the water and pulled back the girl onto gondola. Evan looked in the direction the vine came from and saw a girl with short black hair wearing a jeans and shirt. The girl was a C-rank hunter, and her hairstyle was similar to boys, but even with boys' hairstyles, she looks quite beautiful. The only problem Evan found was, she is the owner of a flat airport, Evan thought, and continued to drink his cold drink. Thank you so much, the woman who shouted in the panicked voice earlier said in a grateful voice. The small girl passed out after she was pulled out from the water, but she was not in any danger. There is no need to thank me. Just take care of her, the girl with the small hair said with a smile on her face. Her smile was looking very beautiful when combined with the star-filled sky. Evan was stunned. The woman who was thanking her was stunned as well. The other people on the gondola were stunned as well. No, they were not stunned because of her smile. They were stunned because of a completely different reason. This voice. Evan once again looked at the vine girl carefully. A beautiful face, flat-chased, hairstyle of male, a smile that can charm most of the males, and that voice. When Evan combined all of these things, he instantly came to a conclusion. Trap character. This guy is the legendary trap character that I read about in my past life, Evan shouted inside his mind. Yeah. The person Evan thought is a vine girl turns out to be a vine boy. If not for his voice, which was quite manly, he would have never thought that this person is a male. When Evan looked more carefully, he noticed this guy is actually a born trap character. He was not wearing any makeup or anything. It was just that his face is more beautiful than most of the females. When the vine boy noticed everyone's gaze, he showed a helpless expression. It was obvious that it was not the first time he saw something like this. Are you a man? PFFFTTT. Evan, who still had cold drink in his mouth, wasn't able to hold back, and spat it out when the woman who was thanking the vine boy earlier asked him a ridiculous question. Woman, don't you think there is something wrong with your question? Evan wanted to shout out loud when he heard the woman. He automatically imagined some forbidden legendary scenes, where the male will take the female with him to prove he is a man. Hearing the woman's question, a suitable blush appeared on the vine boy's face, and he nodded his head meekly. Beautiful, Evan and other people thought when they saw him blushing and nodding his head. SH*T, SH*T, SH*T. Evan gave himself a tight slap for his earlier thought and tried to calm down. How can I think this guy is beautiful? There is something wrong with my mind. I unknowingly just created a dark memory. I need to find a person who has a skill that can erase memories, Evan thought with a serious expression on his face. Even if I can't find a person with this kind of skill, there must be a potion that can make you forget unpleasant things, Evan thought, and he stopped looking at the trap character. But even after he stopped looking at him, his image continued to appear in his mind from time to time. FCK. The charm of this bastard must have exceeded a rank in a reverse manner. Evan cursed inwardly, when the image of the Vine Boy continued to appear in his head. When the gondola reached the shore, Evan quickly left from there. He needs to calm down his mind after getting influenced by the Vine Boy. After seeing the Vine Boy, he finally realized why in the novels he read in his past life, trap characters were called the most dangerous existence. He returned to the funeral resort and went into his coffin. Since he needs to leave for the mission tomorrow, he wanted to completely clear his mind. And sleeping inside the coffin is the best way when someone wanted to forget about the world. Chapter 176. The next day, Evan woke up with dark circles under his eyes. Because of nightmares, he wasn't able to sleep properly last night. Just thinking about those nightmares, Evan's whole body shivered. Too scary. Trap characters are too scary. He doesn't even want to recall the dark nightmares he experienced last night. He looked at the time and saw it was 7 o'clock in the morning. Today is the day of the mission. There is still 3 hours before we depart for the monster den. Evan muttered and stood up. In the details of the mission, it was mentioned that all the hunters who registered for this mission will have to assemble outside of the city before 10 o'clock. Before leaving, Evan was thinking about absorbing all the cores he had. Before absorbing the cores, he first freshened up and took a good bath to clear his mind. His mind was still shaken because of the scary nightmares he experienced last night. While taking the bath, Evan thought about buying an armor for himself. He doesn't have any armor, and it might come in handy during his fight against orcs. But he wanted to buy an armor that is at least B+ rank. After he advances his Monarch core to C rank, any monster below B rank won't be any problem for him. If he buy an armor that is below B+ rank, it will be completely useless to him after a few days, when he advances to C rank. But a B+ rank armor is very costly. Even with the credits he got from the Terror Brothers, he knew he won't be able to buy a B+ rank armor. Even though it will most likely waste of money, I should buy a C+ rank armor. After I advance to C rank, I will just resell it, and will buy a new armor. Later, Evan thought after debating inside his mind for a long while. While fighting against orcs, there will be a high possibility that he might get injured. During fighting against orcs, armor will help him immensely. After taking the bath, Evan sat down on his hotel room bed. He took out all the cores he has. After he absorbed some cores to advance his prime core to D+ rank, he now has 12 C rank and 3 B rank cores left. He received 5 B rank cores as a reward from the academy, and 1 B rank core from Carlos's storage ring. But he paid 3 B rank cores as the ticket price for his flight, which is why now he had only 3 B rank cores remaining. Let's see if I can get something. Evan muttered and first decided to absorb C rank cores. Like candy, he popped 1 C rank core in his mouth. The core melted in his mouth and turned into energy. The energy rushed towards his Monarch core and started to refine it. In just a few seconds, he fully absorbed the energy from the C rank core. After finishing his first core, he didn't stop and continued to absorb other C rank cores. It tastes like dark chocolate, Evan muttered when he popped a brown-colored core in his mouth. In just a few minutes, Evan absorbed all the C rank cores, but he didn't receive any skill. Even though Evan was disappointed, he wasn't surprised by it. He already expected that it will be hard to get a skill just after absorbing 12 cores. After he was done absorbing C rank cores, Evan looked at the 3 B rank cores. He picked up a purple-colored core. Inside the core, Evan can see lighting was flickering occasionally. It was clear this core was Thunder Core. Let's see what absorbing a B rank core feels like. Evan muttered and put the B rank core in his mouth. He felt a numbing sensation on his tongue when the B rank Thunder Core melted in his mouth. A vast amount of energy exploded in his mouth and rushed towards his Monarch core. His Monarch core spun faster than before and started to absorb the energy at rapid speed. This time it took Evan around 30 seconds to absorb all the energy. Along with the quantity, even the quality of the energy was higher than the other cores he absorbed till now. A B rank core contains energy comparable to 3 C+ rank in quantity. But even though the quantity of this energy is similar, the quality of both energy is vastly different. After absorbing the Thunder Core, Evan was feeling a numbing sensation all over his body. I absorbed some Thunder Cores in the past, but I never felt a numbing sensation like this. Before, Evan raised an eyebrow when he noticed the numbing sensation. Looks like I can't absorb a core that is way higher than the level of my own core, Or it might harm my body, Evan thought after feeling the numbing sensation. I think I should avoid absorbing any core that is above B rank before I advance to next rank. Evan picked up the second B rank core, which was green in color. This was a wind core that he got from Carlos. Just like before, he popped the core into his mouth. After the core touched his tongue, it also turned into energy and rushed towards his monarch core. Just like how he felt numbing sensation last time, this time he felt something strange flowing inside his body. The feeling was quite uncomfortable, and Evan felt like some insects were moving inside his body. After feeling this, Evan once again confirmed that he should avoid absorbing very high rank cores. Soon the energy of this B rank core was also completely refined. Evan felt his strength increase slightly. Just as Evan absorbed all the energy from the core, suddenly a notification appeared before him. Evan's eyes lit up when he saw the notification, but the moment he saw what kind of skill he received, his eyes almost popped out from their sockets. Chapter 177, You have learned the skill Wind Manipulation. When Evan saw what skill he received, his eyes opened wide. He continued to look at his status window for quite some time without blinking. It really is wind manipulation. After a minute, Evan finally came back to his senses and exclaimed out loud. Evan was not surprised because wind manipulation is a powerful skill. Even though wind manipulation is a powerful skill, the reason he was stunned was completely different. Up until now, after absorbing cores, Evan received skills like Ice Chains, Shadow Bullet, Haste, etc. But all of these skills are normal skills. When someone awakens as a hunter, he will get a skill, like how he got his Shadow Walk when he was awakened. But no one can awaken skills like wind manipulation, earth manipulation, fire manipulation, or other similar skills. These kinds of skills are very high level, and one can get these types of skills only after getting a job class. For example, if a person awakens a wind-related skill when he was awakened, there is a chance that he can receive wind manipulation skill when he reaches C rank and get a job class. But even then, it is not confirmed that he can get wind manipulation skill. When Evan got his Shadow Monarch physiques, and he saw he can get the skills of the monster from which the core was extracted, he never thought that he can even get a skill that is related to the job class of that monster. He always thought that he can just receive simple skills like Ice Chains or others. Wait a minute. Suddenly Evan thought about a frightening possibility, and his heart started to beat faster. If I can get skills like wind manipulation, then doesn't it mean there is even a chance that I can get a unique skill of that monster, Evan said, and his eyes shone like stars. After the exam ended, he saw the recording of the exam. In the recording, when he saw Valerie using Frozen World skill, he was rendered speechless. That skill was too scary. He was sure that, if she had used that skill earlier, he was definitely done for. Just thinking about the possibility of spamming one unique skill after another, Evan can't help but become excited. Calm down. I am thinking too much. But soon Evan calmed down and took a deep breath. It is still unknown whether he can get a unique skill or not. But even if he can get a unique skill, it is still impossible to get many unique skills. Normally only A+ rank monsters can have a unique skill. Forget about A+ rank currently, he can't even kill B rank monster. On top of that, even if he kills an A+ rank monster in the future and gets its core, it is highly unlikely that he will be able to get its unique skill. An A+ rank monster has many skills, plus the chances of him getting a skill is just 3%, so his dream of getting many unique skills is almost impossible. Forget it. So what if I can't get a unique skill? The fact that I can even get skills that can only be acquired after receiving a job class is already something frightening, Evan said, and extended his palm. He used his wind manipulation skill, and a green glow appeared around his palm. Slowly the wind from the surrounding moved towards his palm, and a very small tornado started to form above it. Soon a small tornado was spinning at the top of his palm. After 5 seconds, Evan cancelled the wind manipulation skill and raised an eyebrow. He stood up and once again used the same skill, but this time he formed a wind bullet using wind manipulation. Soon a small finger-sized wind bullet was floating in front of him. After creating the wind bullet, Evan did not shoot it. Instead, he created a shadow bullet using dimensional shadow bullet. Soon a shadow bullet of a similar size to wind bullet formed at his fingertip. Evan compared both of the bullets that he created and nodded his head. As expected, the power of wind bullet is just around 50% of the shadow bullet, even though I used the same amount of mana creating them, Evan said, after comparing both of the bullets. After a moment, Evan created a wind barrier using wind manipulation and inspected it carefully. This barrier is also just average in strength. Evan furrowed his eyebrow after seeing this. He still remembered Carlos also created a wind barrier during his fight against Valerie. Although he didn't know if that guy also had wind manipulation, or if he used a skill related to the wind barrier, Evan was sure that the wind barrier was far stronger than this barrier. The power of this skill is lower than I expected, and the cost of the mana is also quite high, Evan said, while rubbing his chin. Is this because I got this skill in a somewhat cheap manner? Evan can't help but think after seeing the result of his wind manipulation. Well, even though it is not as strong as I thought, it is still better than nothing. Moreover, low power doesn't mean I can't use this skill. There are still many ways I can use wind manipulation skill, Evan said, and picked up the last B rank core. Just like before, he put the core inside his mouth, and it turned into energy. Soon all of its energy was absorbed by his monarch core. Just a few more cores, and I will be able to improve the rank of my monarch core, Evan said, and stood up. He left the room and went into the dining area of the hotel to eat breakfast, and ordered scrambled eggs for himself. After ordering, Evan noticed some of the people were also talking about the Orc Den mission. Looks like there will be many hunters who are going to join the mission, Evan muttered when he saw some people talking about the mission. Chapter 178. Why do I have to do a low-class mission like this? Said a woman in a displeased voice while looking at her phone. The woman looks in her late 20s, and she had light golden hair which reached her waist, sensual eyes, red lips, and a full bosom that looks like will burst out any moment from the tight leather armor she was wearing. Currently, she was looking at her phone with a sullen face. There was a picture of a young man with black eyes, dark black hair, and a handsome face on her phone screen. This guy is just a D+ rank hunter. Why does Sarah want me to go personally to capture him? She said and looked at the message she received. I don't see anything special about him. Is she messing around asking me to personally go capture him? That BI*CH, just because her position is higher than me. Does she really think she can do as she pleases? The woman said, while cursing out loud. Even if she is messing around, I can't do anything. Since she asked me to go there, I will have to go there. If I don't do as she said, only God knows what this psycho will do to me when we will meet again. The woman muttered and started to walk away. I will focus on her task after completing this Orc Den mission. Once I complete this mission, it won't take long before my guild can be promoted to gold rank. Once it promotes to gold rank, I will show that BIT*H the consequence of messing with me. These high walls are even bigger than the walls of a straight city, Evan muttered when he saw the high walls which were surrounding the Aquaville city. Evan walked towards the gate of the city, from where he can see many people were leaving. These must be the hunters who registered for the mission, Evan thought when he saw many hunters leaving the city. Soon Evan also left the city and came out from it. Currently, he was wearing a dark crimson-colored full-body leather armor. The armor was quite ordinary in looks, but was fitting perfectly on his sculptured body. After leaving the hotel, he first went to an artifact shop and bought a C+ rank armor for himself. Since orcs generally fought using their body, Evan bought armor so that he will be able to avoid getting injured while fighting against them at close range. Blick Crimson Hell Armor C+ rank. A armor made from the leather of the Hell Ape. Increase the defense of the wearer by 50%. The armor can stop 40% damage from any attack below C+ rank. The details of the armor were also quite simple. Because of this armor, his defense was 50% higher than before, and it can even block 40% damage from any attack whose power doesn't exceed C rank. In buying this armor, he used up most of his credits. I hope I will be able to gather enough cores to advance to C rank, Evan muttered, feeling heartache just thinking about his almost empty bank account. When Evan came out from the city and looked around, he was astonished for a moment. Unlike a start city which is surrounded by forest, the Aquaville city is completely different. Even though there were also some trees and other things, what caught his attention was the large mountain range in the distance. The mountain range was quite far away, but he was still able to see it. The mountain range was so big that Evan felt like it was covering the entire horizon. This mountain range is called the Endless Mountain Range, and it got its name because of its large size. Not so far away from him, Evan saw a river flowing by. This river was called the Aqua River, and on closer inspection, he noticed some hunters were guarding the place from where the river entered the city. According to what Evan read, the authorities of Aquaville City created a very high-level formation at the place from where the Aqua River enters the city. Because of this formation, no monster can enter the city using the river. As long as it is a monster below A rank, it will be instantly killed by the formation if it tries to enter the city through the river. But if the monster is above B+ rank, then the formation can only stop it to enter the city, but won't be able to kill it. Evan walked some distance away after coming out and went towards the place where most of the hunters were gathering. There was still 30 minutes left before the decided time of departure. Evan noticed there were at least 300 hunters present there, and some were still coming. At first glance, this number looks quite big, but when considering there are thousands of orcs in the den, this number is not much. Evan noticed most of the hunters were C rank or C+ rank. He also noticed some D+ rank hunters, but their number was low compared to C or C+ rank hunters. Looks like not many D+ rank hunters joined the mission, Evan thought when he saw this. It was understandable since it was said that there are even A rank orcs in the den, and the lowest level orc in the den is C rank. This mission is indeed quite dangerous for D+ rank hunters. Other than these low-level hunters, Evan also noticed some B rank hunters. There were even some hunters whose level he wasn't able to detect. They are most likely B+ rank hunters, Evan thought, when he wasn't able to detect the level of some of the hunters. Evan stopped some distance away from the place where the hunters were gathering, and waited for the time of the departure. After some time, suddenly Evan and the other hunters felt some powerful auras coming in their direction and looked into the sky. Chapter 179. After 10 minutes, Evan and the other hunters felt 3 powerful presence coming in their direction. Evan looked into the sky and saw 3 beams of light were approaching their location at rapid speed. In just 3 seconds, those beams of light reached their location and stopped above them. When they stopped, Evan saw 3 people there. 2 were male, while 1 was female. They must be A rank hunters who were mentioned in the details of the mission, Evan thought, when he saw the 3 hunters floating above him. On careful look, he noticed that both of the males were actually twins, and looks identical to each other. Both of them looks in their late 30s, and had light silver hair and a fairly handsome face. One was wearing a black armor, while the other one was wearing a white armor. The person with black armor had a sword sheathed on his waist, while the second one was holding a spear in his hand. The female who was floating beside them looks in her late 20s, and had light golden hair. She was wearing a purple-colored female armor that was sticking to her body, tightly showing all of her curves. I am glad all of you guys joined this mission, and thank you on behalf of the Hunter Association. As Evan expected, soon the male who was wearing black armor started to speak, and all 3 of them were the A-rank hunters who were joining this mission. The name of the male who was wearing black armor was Aaron, while the name of the white one was Austin. Both of them were the members of Hunter Association. The name of the woman was Layla, and she was the guild master of a silver rank guild called Sacred Heart. After introducing themselves, Aaron told them how they should act after reaching at the orc den. According to Aaron, they detected 2 A-rank orcs in the orc den. Other than 2 A-rank orcs, there are also around 50 B and B+ rank orcs. The number of orcs who were C+ or C rank easily surpasses 1,000. There are also orcs that are below D+ rank, but their numbers are not much. Aaron advises them to only fight against the orcs that are similar to their own level. He also asked them to work in teams, so that they can help each other in dangerous situations. When Aaron finished speaking, it was already 10 a.m. Most of the hunters who registered for the mission already arrived there. There were around 350 hunters, and Evan noticed many of them were B rank. Most of the people already came with their party members, and very few people were alone like Evan. The people who were alone gathered together and started to form their own parties. Evan wasn't interested in working with others, so he stayed away from them. He was not thinking about fighting any high-level orcs, and he had enough confidence to face C and C+ rank orcs. With my concealment ring, there shouldn't be any problem for me to fight against C rank monsters, Evan thought. while rubbing his chin. "All right, it is time. Let's set off." After some time, Aaron's voice resounded in the area, and all the hunters started to move. Aaron, Austin, and Layla moved first, and they went towards the orc den through the sky. Before other hunters reached there, they first wanted to scout the orc den one last time. The location of the orc den was not far away from their current location, and it will take most of the hunters 5 hours to reach there. Evan took out his hoverboard, and he also moved in the direction of the orc den. He already had a map that was showing the location of the orc den on his phone. He received this map when he registered for this mission. Other hunters also used their hoverboards and moved in the direction of the orc den. For hunters, hoverboard is a must-have artifact to move in the wilderness, so no one was worried about not being able to reach at the orc den. While moving, Evan started to create some distance with other hunters. The reason he created distance was because if he moved with other hunters, he won't be able to hunt monsters while moving. Most of the hunters also had the same thought, so all of them were just moving their parties. After 30 minutes, Evan moved away from most of the hunters, and was still moving in the direction of the orc den. "Let's hope I will get something before I reach to orc den," Evan muttered while extending his senses to their limits. After around 10 minutes, Evan finally noticed something and his eyes lit up. "Is it a rock deer?" Evan muttered when he saw a deer with large antlers that looks like they were made of rocks. The deer was 2 meters long and 3 meters high, and was a D+ rank monster. The deer was around 200 meters away from him, and it still didn't notice him. "Well, I am still quite near to the city, so finding monsters who are C or C+ rank here will not be easy," Evan muttered when he saw the deer was a D+ rank monster. Evan still moved towards the deer using his hoverboard, which was floating 5 meters high in the sky. Because of the sound that the hoverboard was making, the rock deer noticed Evan when he was 20 meters away from it. But just as the deer noticed him, Evan activated his wind manipulation skill. The surrounding wind moved, and soon 3 wind bullets formed around Evan. Swish semicolon, swish semicolon, swish semicolon. After forming the bullets, Evan shot them toward the rock deer. The rock deer felt a lethal threat from the wind bullets, and wanted to avoid them. But suddenly one ice chain came out from the ground, stopping it from moving away. The wind bullets reached before the deer in an instant and easily pierced through its head, killing it instantly. Evan came down from his hoverboard and looked at the dead rock deer. "Well, even though it cost more mana than normal, I can still deal with D+ rank monsters using wind manipulation," Evan said, and started to look for the core. Chapter 180. Crackle semicolon. Lighting crackled around the small body of a monster as it ran with a terrified expression on its face. The running monster was around 50 centimeters big and was covered in snow-white fur. Its face was similar to a rat, and 2 large teeth were coming out from its small mouth. It was actually a thunder rat and was a C-rank monster. Thunder was crackling around it, increasing its agility. From time to time, the thunder rat was looking behind it and was showing an expression full of despair. Behind the rat, a man was chasing it. The agility of the man was a little slower than the thunder rat, who was as fast as a top C+ rank monster because of its thunder control. But for some reason, the agility of the man who was chasing after the thunder rat was increasing slowly. Evan used wind manipulation and a green aura condensed around his legs, increasing his agility. But even after using this, he was slower than the thunder rat. If he uses mana reinforcement, he could have caught the thunder rat easily. But he was trying new things with his wind manipulation skill, so that he will have a better understanding of it while fighting against orcs. When Evan found he was still slower than the thunder rat, he furrowed his eyebrows. But soon he thought about something and used wind manipulation once again. Suddenly Evan's agility increased once again. This time, using wind manipulation, he removed all the wind resistance he was facing while ruining, and also used wind around him to flow in the same direction he was running. With the resistance of the wind gone and the support of the flowing wind, he was finally able to reach at the agility of the C+ rank. The best part about using wind manipulation this way was that Evan didn't have to use too much mana. He was controlling the wind in a very small area around him, and he was just doing basic things like making the wind flow in the same direction he was running in that area. With this, even without using mana reinforcement, I can reach at C+ rank in my agility, Evan said in a delighted voice, after seeing his current agility. Evan was happy because now, while maintaining his C+ rank agility, he will be able to use his skills as well. As you know, a person can either use his skills or mana reinforcement at a time. He can't use both of them at the same time. Previously, without mana reinforcement, Evan wasn't able to reach C+ rank in any of his stat, but now even without mana reinforcement, he can reach C+ rank in his agility without any problem. Oh right, I also have haste skill. I can use it to go past C+ rank in agility. Evan muttered and used haste skill as well. His agility increased once again, and the distance between him and the Thunder Rat started to decrease. When the Thunder Rat saw this, its body erupted with purple lighting as arcs of thunder rushed in all directions, including Evan. But seeing thunder arcs that were coming in his direction, Evan easily evaded them with his high agility. Oh right, I completely forgot about it while running, Evan said, and a green sword appeared in his hand. Just as the green sword appeared in his hand, Evan felt he can feel the wind particles around him more clearly. As expected, I can control the wind around me more easily while holding the sword, Evan muttered when he felt the change after holding the sword. The sword in his hands was obviously Wind Fury that he got from Carlos. Wind Fury B rank. A sword that improves the power of your sword attack by 200%. While using the sword, you can control the wind element to some extent to improve the sharpness of your sword attack. 3 times a day you can use the attached skill of the sword Wind Bladis. Suddenly Evan thought about something and his eyes lit up. According to the details of the Wind Fury, it will increase the power of my sword attacks by 200%. Then if I use my wind manipulation skill with this sword, will its attack power also increase by 200%? Evan muttered and quickly decided to try it. Even used wind manipulation to control the surrounding wind. The Wind Fury sword in his hand shone with green light, and the surrounding wind started to cover its long blade. In just a few seconds, the entire blade of the Wind Fury was covered in wind shining with green light. Evan looked at the Thunder Rat that was now just 30 meters away from him. Let's see if its power increase or not. Evan muttered and slashed his sword in Thunder Rat's direction. Swish semicolon. A sword slash made of wind rushed towards the Thunder Rat at frightening speed, and reached at its location in an instant. Slash semicolon. Even before the Thunder Rat can react, its body was split into 2 halves. But what shocked Evan even more was the fact that even after cutting the body of the Thunder Rat into 2 halves, his sword slash didn't stop there and continued to move forward. His sword slash clashed against a thick tree, and that tree was also cut neatly. But even after cutting the tree, the sword slash didn't stop, and continued to move forward until it disappeared from his line of sight. Holy sh*t, the power of that attack was definitely increased by 200%. Evan soon came back to his senses and exclaimed out loud when he saw the result of his wind manipulation skill. When he used it with the Wind Fury sword, Evan looked at the green sword in his hand, and his eyes flashed with joy. If I use most of my mana, I should be able to kill even a B rank monster with that kind of attack, Evan muttered after seeing the power of that attack. Evan walked towards the body of the Thunder Rat to look for the core. Clang. Just when Evan reached near the body of the Thunder Rat, he heard the sound of fighting which was coming from not far away from his location. Chapter 181. Evan walked in the direction from where the sound was coming. After 1 minute of walking, he finally reached near the location from where the sound of fighting was coming from. When Evan reached there, he saw it was a fight between 2 teams. One side had 5 hunters, while the other side had 6 hunters. He stopped around 100 meters away from them and quietly observed them. Ian, one of the B-rank hunters, moved forward and slashed at his opponent with his sword, which was brimming with sharp light. Then, the second B-rank hunter didn't back down when he saw the sharp sword coming towards him and punched at it with a furious expression on his face. His fist was shining with golden light and was carrying an immense force behind it. Clang semicolon. The sound of metal clashing against metal rang out, and the ground around them was destroyed because of the powerful shockwaves. Both Ben and Ian were pushed back because of the impact, but they didn't stop even for a second and moved once again. Both of the B-rank hunters were moving very fast, and Evan wasn't even able to follow their movement when their weapons clashed with one another. But from Evan's observation, he can tell that both of them were not using their full power, and were just fighting normally. What caught Evan's attention the most was the look of that Ian, the person who was using the sword. That guy was wearing a white long robe, and his long black hair were tied with a small slick rope. His appearance is similar to those cultivators mentioned in the novels I read in my past life, Evan said, while rubbing his chin. Does this mean this guy also knows the legendary skills of the cultivators like peanut crushing Buddha's palm and carrot cutting sword strike? Evan muttered and subconsciously closed his legs and covered his carrot and peanut with his hand. Even if I am thinking too much, I should still get out of here. There is nothing impossible in this world. Most of those cultivators bastard in those novels were too arrogant and thinks they are the child of the cosmos who tries to pick fight with everyone they see. Evan said and was about to leave from there when he saw someone and stopped. Not so far away from those B rank hunters, a C+ rank hunter was fighting against 2 hunters alone. Isn't this the trap character Jude? Evan muttered when he saw the person who was fighting against 2 hunters. One of his opponents was C+ rank, while the other one was C rank. Evan was rendered speechless when he saw this trap guy. The reason he was speechless was because that guy advanced to C+ rank and become even more beautiful than before. When Evan looked at the 2 hunters who were fighting against him, he can see their faces were flushed red. Looking at their expressions, Evan was not sure if those 2 were flushed red because of anger or because of embarrassment. Suddenly the trap guy threw some seeds around him. Grow. From his beautiful mouth a manly voice came out, and the seeds he threw earlier sprouted into large nimble vines that attacked at those 2 hunters like whips. Both of those hunters tried to dodge those vines and slashed at them with their swords. But just as their sword touched the vines, they shone with green light, and the swords were not able to cut them. What? Both of the hunters were stunned when their attacks were not able to cut the vines, and even before they can react, both of them were soon captured by the vines. After they were captured by the vines shone with red light, and a fearful expression appeared on the faces of both hunters. Evan was also stunned when he saw this because he can feel that those vines were actually sucking the mana of those hunters. The more mana those vines absorb, the thicker they become. In just 20 seconds those vines completely absorbed the mana of both of the hunters, and now they were as thick as a tree trunk. After losing all of their mana, both of the hunters passed out. After they passed out, the trap guy smiled and waved his hand. When he waved his hand, both of the hunters were thrown away, and those vines also disappeared. When Evan saw the smile of trap guy, he was dazed for a moment. But when he remembered the nightmare from the last night, plus the manly voice of the trap guy, he instantly come back to reality. Flash semicolon. Suddenly Evan saw a bright light flash, and when he looked in that direction he saw a female hunter was blasted away. She was a C rank hunter and was fighting against another C rank female hunter. The female who was blasted away was the teammate of the 2 hunters who passed out earlier. From what Evan can see, Ian the B rank hunter is also the teammate of the trap guy. The other 2 members of their team also had the advantage in their fight. I should leave before they are done with their fight. Evan muttered and turned around to leave. Boom. Just as Evan turned around, he heard a loud crashing sound. He quickly turned around and saw Ben crash just 20 meters away from him. Swish. Soon Ian also arrived at the place Ben just crashed, and he noticed Evan as well. Before, no one was able to detect him because Ian and others were fighting against Ben and his team. Moreover, his concealment ring's passive effect erases most of his presence. But now that Ian was just a few meters away from him and was looking in his direction, he easily noticed him. Just don't say something like, "How dare you secretly see the fight of this young master of something," Evan thought when he saw Ian noticed. Chapter 182. Then pressed his feet on the ground and charged towards Ian. His body shone with dense golden light as it smashed down his fist at him. Ian stood his ground as his body burst forth with sword light. He lifted his sword and summoned tens of sword projectiles to meet Ben's attack head-on. Fists clashed against the sword light as the surrounding around them was destroyed. With his brute strength, Ben destroyed many sword projectiles, but there were too many of them. In the end, those sword projectiles destroyed the golden aura around Ben that was protecting him, and landed directly on his body. Ben's body was blasted away because of the impact of the sword projectiles, as blood continues to flow out from the numerous wounds on his body. Boom. Ben's body crashed far into the distance, creating a small crater there. Ian followed him closely and went after him. But when he moved towards Ben, he saw another hunter standing there. Ian was stunned for a moment when he saw another hunter there, because he didn't feel his presence before he saw him. At first, Ian thought the person was also a B-rank hunter, which is why he wasn't able to sense him. But when he sensed his aura, he found the person was just a D+ rank hunter. He instantly understood that the D+ rank hunter must have an artifact to conceal his aura. Even though the passive effect of the concealment ring greatly reduces against B rank hunter, it can still be useful if Evan is not standing close to B rank hunter. After seeing Evan was just a D+ rank hunter, Ian relaxed a bit and first focused on Ben. Evan, who saw the B rank hunter, didn't say anything to him, also stood there doing nothing. Even though he is not looking at me, I can feel he is paying close attention to my movement. I should wait before he is done with this guy, since I don't want any unnecessary conflict against a B rank hunter currently, Evan thought, and decided to wait for some time before leaving. Do you still want to continue? Ian asked Ben, who was groaning in pain. Ben stood up with difficulty and looked at his 5 teammates. 3 of them already passed out, while the other 2 were also injured. Seeing this, Ben gritted his teeth and decided to leave from there. Is he not going to kill him? Evan thought when Ian didn't kill his opponent and let him off. With the help of his 2 teammates, Ben carried 3 of the passed out members of his teams. This guy completely shattered the ruthless image of those cultivators in my mind. Should I advise him to change his attire to not sully their name? Evan thought when he saw how Ben left with his teammates. After Ben left with his teammates, the trap guy and other teammates of Ian also returned to his side. Other than Ian and the trap guy, 2 of their other teammates were female, while the last one was male. What were you doing here? Ian asked Evan, because he thought he was hiding here using an artifact, so that he can attack on them while they were fighting. I was just passing by when I heard the sound of fighting, so I just came here to take a look, and was about to leave, when that guy suddenly crashed. Here, Evan said calmly, hearing Ian. It was natural they would find him suspicious, since it is normal for hunters to kill each other to loot them. You are alone? Ian asked, and raising an eyebrow in surprise. They were currently moving away from the city, and it was an area where you can find C-rank monsters occasionally. Evan was just a D+ rank hunter, so he found it strange that he was traveling in this area alone. Yeah, Evan replied without any change in his expression. You are the person who was riding the same gondola last night. Suddenly a dream-destroying manly voice came out from a small mouth, attracting everyone's attention. Evan looked at the trap guy with his mouth twitching. Now that he listened to his voice from up close, he found this world is truly unfair. Generally, people say, this expression doesn't suit on your face. But currently, Evan wanted to say that voice doesn't suit his beautiful face. You know him? Ian asked the trap guy when he heard him. Yeah, I saw him last night when I was roaming around the city, the trap guy said, and looked at Evan. You were the one who saved that little girl who dropped into the water. Evan also nodded when he saw the trap guy was looking at him. Just seeing his face, Evan was having difficulty to control himself. He really wanted to beat the crap out of this trap guy, because of the nightmare he saw last night. Yeah, that was me. I am Noah, nice to meet you. Hey, from your expressions I can see you want to give a good beating to Noah, right? Suddenly one of the female teammates of Noah asked Evan. Evan looked at the female who just spoke with an expression on his face, like asking how did she know? Don't look at me like this. Most of the males want to beat the crap out of him, especially after they see him a second time. The female said with a smile on his face. Hello, I am Ava. So tell me, did you also had a nightmare related to him last night? Which is why you want to give him a good beating. Evan was once again stunned when he heard Ava. Now he started to suspect this woman can read people's minds. Don't look at me like this. I can't read your mind. It is just that this guy here has a unique physique that is somewhat special, and you had a nightmare because of that. Ava laughed when she saw Evan's expression and said to him, Chapter 183. I had nightmare because he has a unique physique. Evan asked, looking at Ava with a dumbstruck expression. Yeah. Ava nodded her head and said with a strange smile, he has a unique physique called Dream Beauty Physique. This physique does nothing other than making him more beautiful, and for some reason, most of the males who see him for the first time will have a nightmare. Well, it can't be called a nightmare to be exact, because there are always some people who have a different kind of taste. Dream Beauty Physique. Why do I feel like it's a name of a shabby pill, instead of a unique physique? Evan was speechless after hearing Ava. He never heard or read about a physique like this. Then Evan thought about what Ava said in the end, and remembered the dream he had last night, and his mouth can't help but twitch. That kind of dream may not be a nightmare for some people, because they have a different kind of fetish, but for him, that was the worst dream of his life. He looked at Noah, who was blushing for some reason, and Evan felt like murdering him. Looks like you are also from the majority who see that dream as a nightmare. Ava smiled and came closer to Evan while rubbing her hands like a shady merchant. Tell me what kind of dream you had. Did you also find yourself as his boyfriend enjoying your day while visiting different kinds of places, tasting good food, and having fun in an amusement park? Then at night you booked a hotel and were thinking about making your bond stronger. But when you reached the final step with him, you found instead of a deep crevice your girlfriend had a huge elephant trunk. You were Stop. Evan wasn't able to hear anymore, and looked at the woman in front of him with a horrified expression. Even though his nightmare was bad, it was not this extreme. But this woman He wasn't even sure what to say. He was even more stunned when he looked at her teammates. Ben and Noah were blushing and were looking in different directions like they just saw something interesting there. Meanwhile, Cora, the second female of the group, and Justin, the last male of the group, were having nosebleeds. He can understand why that woman was having a nosebleed, but he wasn't able to understand why Justin was having a nosebleed. Then he once again remembered just now Ava said there are some people who don't think it is a nightmare, because they have different kind of taste, and from the looks of it, this Justice is definitely one of those people. Did I say something wrong? Ava asked Evan when he stopped her midway. Even though you were not entirely wrong, you can't just say it out loud. Evan wanted to say this, but he can see the girl in front of him have a carefree personality, and will just ignore him even if he say that. So he took a deep breath and shook his head. You did not say anything wrong. I just don't want to remember that dream, Evan said after calming down a little. I knew it. I can't be wrong when it comes to guessing what kind of dream you have after meeting Noah for the first time. Ava nodded her head and said out loud, well then, I just came here because I heard the sound of fighting. Since there is nothing else, I will be leaving, Evan said, because right now he just wanted to leave from there. The first reason was because he was too embarrassed after hearing what Ava just said. And second was because he doesn't want to waste more of his time. Do you want to come with us? Oh, just as Evan wanted to leave, Noah asked him, you are traveling alone, right? Even though chances are low you might encounter some C or even C+ rank monsters here, you might not be able to escape from them if you encounter a horde of them. Thanks for your offer, but don't worry about me. Since I am traveling alone, it is natural I made sufficient preparation. Even if I can't beat the monsters I encounter, I have enough confidence that I will be able to escape from them, Evan said, and rejected Noah's offer politely. There were many reasons he can't travel with them. The first one was because if he travel with them, it will be more difficult for him to hunt monsters that they will encounter along the way. The second one was because if he go with them, he won't be able to use his wind manipulation skill freely. He was still just a D+ rank hunter. If he uses wind manipulation skill, it will be too strange, and he doesn't want any kind of unnecessary problem before he reaches to C rank. The last and most important reason was obviously the person who asked him to travel with them. Even though his nightmare was not as extreme as Ava described, it was still a dark memory for him that he doesn't want to recall. If he goes with them, he will see his face again and again, and the memory of that nightmare will continue to flood his head. Oh, well then take care of yourself. Noah nodded his head hearing Evan, and looks a little disappointed that he wasn't going with them. Evan got goosebumps when he saw his disappointed expression. Why the F***K is this guy disappointed? Don't tell me he also has a strange fetish. And he was thinking something that he shouldn't have, Evan thought, and decided to flee from there. You guys also take care of yourself, Evan said, and fled from there like his life depends on it. Why do I feel like he was running away from here? Noah asked when he saw Evan fleeing from there. You should be the last person who should ask this question, Ava said, while rolling her eyes when she heard Noah. All right, we should also move now. We already wasted too much time here, Ian said to them, and they also left from there. Chapter 184. Aaron, Austin, and Lael arrived at the location of the orc den before the other hunters. The orc den was located deep within a mountain range, and was hidden by some small cliffs, which is why people were not able to find it earlier, and it became quite big. When the Hunter Association got the news about the orc den and investigated it, They were not able to find how this orc den was formed, but some people guessed that there might be a dungeon deep within this mountain range, and because no one cleared that dungeon for a long time, a dungeon breakout happened, and these orcs created a den here after coming out from the dungeon. There are just too many of them, Aaron said while looking at the orcs who were moving. Aaron and the other two were floating in the sky while looking at the orcs from there. All four of them flew into the surroundings and scouted the orcs there. After 5 minutes they stopped looking at the orcs and landed some distance away from the mountain. I think there is something wrong, Austin said with a furrowed eyebrow after all three of them landed. Yeah. There are many new D&D plus rank orcs there. Last time there were very few D&D plus rank orcs, but the number of D&D plus rank orcs increased by 2 times. Layla nodded her head after hearing Austin. From where these new orcs came from, Aaron was also confused and looked in the direction of the mountain range. I think there is a dungeon deep within this mountain range, and there might be a breakout during the past 3 days. And these orcs came here from there, Austin said after thinking about for a moment. But if there is really a dungeon, it should be a pretty high level one because there are even A rank orcs here in this den. And if there was a breakout in that dungeon, the numbers of other orcs should have also increased if there was a breakout, Layla said in a doubtful voice after hearing Austin. Hearing Layla, both Aaron and Austin fell silent. All three of them were confused as to from where these new orcs came. Roar semicolon. Crackle semicolon exclamation point. Just as all of them were thinking, a powerful roar reverted in the entire area, accompanied by crackling of thunder. When Aaron and others heard that roar, their face changed, and they looked in the direction of the orc den with serious faces. That roar just now, Austin said while looking at the mountain range with a grim expression on his face. That was definitely the roar of an A-rank orc, and it is an orc that can use lighting element, Layla said, with her expressions equally grim. Previously they thought the A-rank orc in the den will be a normal orc who can't use element skills. But after hearing that roar and the sound of thunder, they were sure that one of the 2 A-rank orc present in the den can use lightning element. It is already quite difficult to kill an A-rank orc because of its high defense. But if an orc can even use skills, its power will become even more terrifying. It will be very difficult to clear this den with only 3 of us, Aaron said while looking at Lael and Austin. Should we ask for other A-rank hunters to come here? Lael said after hearing him. Most of the A-rank hunters are busy with other tasks, and if we ask for help, it might take 2 or 3 days before an A-rank hunter get time to help us, Aaron said while shaking his head. Most of the hunters who registered for this mission will come here soon. We can't wait for 2 or 3 days, Lael said while looking at the mountain range. Lael, aren't you also a formation master? Don't you know a formation that can weaken that orc? Austin suddenly asked while looking at Lael. Hearing Austin, Layla's eyes lit up. I do know a formation that can weaken its thunder skills by 50%. But it will take me around 5 or 6 hours to create that formation. In that case, we should start our attack tomorrow, since it will be troublesome to attack at night time, Layla said after hearing Austin. That's fine as well. I don't think those hunters will have any problem waiting for 1 day. Aaron agreed to Lael and nodded his head. All right then, let's create a formation before we clear the den. Do you have all the materials to create the formation? Or should I go back to the city to bring some materials? Austin asked after hearing Layla. I do have some materials, but you will still need to go back to bring some of the materials that I don't have. Layla said and messaged the names of the materials she needed. I will bring them soon, Austin said, and he flew back towards the city. Should I call some of the members of my guild here, since the numbers of D&D plus rank orcs increase quite a bit? Layla asked Aaron after Austin flew away. Don't worry about those orcs. I don't think the hunters who registered for this mission will have any problem dealing with those low-rank orcs, Aaron said and shook his head. All right then, I will start to set up the formation with the materials that I brought with me, Layla said, and she also flew away toward the orc den. Aaron, who was left alone, stood there for a moment before taking out his phone. I should inform the hunters who joined the mission that we will attack the base tomorrow, so they don't need to rush here and hurry, and can hunt monsters while coming here. Aaron muttered and sent a message to all of the hunters. Chapter 185. Finally another core, Evan muttered as he popped 1 C-rank core into his mouth, that he extracted from ape-type monster. The core turned into energy which rushed inside his body. and was absorbed by his monarch core. I just got 2 C-rank cores in the past 3 hours. There are not many C-rank monsters in this area, Evan muttered as he walked away from the body of the monster. If it was normal time, he was sure he would have encountered more monsters. But since there are many hunters in the surroundings, the number of monsters he encountered was very low. Other than 2 C-rank cores, he also got 1 D+ rank core. He also absorbed that D+ rank core. But compared to C-rank cores, the energy that D+ rank provided him was quite low. Ding semicolon. Suddenly Evan received a text message. When he took out his phone and saw, he raised an eyebrow. Looks like they encountered a problem there, Evan muttered when he saw the message of Aaron. But he didn't care much about it, since he was just planning to fight against orcs, who were below B rank. After seeing the message, Evan thought about for a moment before he started to move in a different direction. Since we will attack on the den tomorrow, I might as well hunt some monsters before going there. 3 hours later, Evan came quite far away from the other hunters. During this time he encountered some monsters, but he only got 1 D+ rank core. This area is quite far away. I should be able to hunt here without any problems, Evan said to himself while moving on his hoverboard. Suddenly Evan noticed a monster who was munching on the body of another monster. Is it a rhino? Evan muttered when he saw a 3 meters big monster who was covered in silver color scales. The monster was similar to a rhino, and a long white horn was coming out from its front. Its eyes were deep orange in color, and a tail was coming out from the back of it, which was filled with sharp scales. When Evan was 100 meters away from it, he finally felt its aura, and found it was a C-rank monster. He also noticed that the monster it was eating was also a C-rank monster, and was recently killed. Most of the body of the dead monster was still fine, and from the looks of it was clear that the rhino just started to eat it. That dead monster might also have a core. Evan jumped down from the hoverboard and moved towards the rhino quickly. Because of the passive effect of his concealment ring, the rhino wasn't able to detect Evan when he moved towards it. Using mana reinforcement, Evan instantly arrived before the rhino. After arriving before the rhino, he clenched his fist, and even before the rhino could react, he smashed his fist at its scaled-covered face. Boom! A loud booming sound echoed out as the giant rhino was pushed back because of the force of impact. The rhino growled in pain, and some of the scales around its face were shattered as blood spurted out from its wound. Evan was surprised when he saw the rhino was not seriously injured. After using mana reinforcement, he was stronger than normal C+ rank hunters. But even though this rhino was just a C rank monster, it still wasn't seriously injured even after taking a full blow attack from him. The defense of this rhino is quite high, Evan thought, and was about to move towards the rhino once again, when suddenly the orange eyes of the rhino shined with strange light. Evan, who was about to move, stopped dead in his tracks, and felt a terrible headache. *T, a spiritual skill, Evan cursed while holding his head tightly. Roar semicolon. While Evan was distracted because of the headache, the rhino roared out loud and charged towards him. Evan felt the ground around him shaking when the rhino charged toward him. He forced himself to ignore the terrible headache that was killing him, and used Shadow Walk skill. Using Shadow Walk, he disappeared from the place he was standing. The rhino who was charging towards him was startled and stopped while looking around it. Swish semicolon. Suddenly a shadow appeared behind the rhino and slashed at it with a green sword. Slash semicolon. Roar semicolon. The wind fury easily cut through the scales of the rhino as a deep wound appeared on its back. After slashing, Evan didn't stop and used wind manipulation to cover his sword with wind. After covering his sword, he thrust wind fury at the same place where he slashed earlier. The sword easily pierced through the defense of the rhino and dug deeper into its flesh. Just as the sword dug into the rhino's flesh, Evan controlled the wind that he coated around his sword. Suddenly all the wind around wind fury turned into wind blades and destroyed the rhino's body from the inside. Roar semicolon. The rhino roared in pain, and its life force slowly faded away. Thud. With a thumping sound, the body of the rhino dropped to the ground as a puddle of blood started to form around its body. Evan's face was pale white, and his body was covered in cold sweat. Even though the effect of the rhino's skill ended after he used Shadow Walk, his head was still aching. Evan sat down while holding his head and took out a healing potion and drank it. After some time, his headache started to fade away. while Evan continued to lay on the ground. "There is something wrong," Evan muttered while deep in thought. "How can a spiritual skill cast by C-rank monster can affect me this badly? Is my spiritual power even weaker than a C-rank monster? Or is there a problem with my soul?" Chapter 186. Spiritual skills are the skills that can directly affect your soul and mind. Earlier, the rhino used a spiritual skill that was directly able to affect his mind. According to what Evan knows, the power of spiritual skills depends on the strength of your soul. Evan himself doesn't know much about soul and spiritual skills, since there is not much information available about them. But he does know the stronger your soul is, the more powerful your spiritual skill will be. And if you use spiritual skills against someone whose soul power is stronger than you, then there is a very high chance the skill won't work on him, and you might even receive a backlash because of it. Before meeting Rhino, Evan never encounters someone who used a spiritual skill against him. But after facing the Rhino, Evan started to doubt that his soul is quite weak. When the Rhino used its skill, he felt like his head was about to burst open. He wasn't sure, but he has a feeling that if he didn't escape using Shadow Walk, his head might have really exploded at that time. That Rhino was just a C-rank monster, and even if he doesn't take his Monic core into account, his Prime core is already at D+ rank. Even though the gap between the D+ rank and the C rank is quite big, he still felt the effect of that skill was very high. Was the skill of that Rhino is too powerful, or is there a problem with my soul? Evan muttered while sitting up. If it is the first case, then he was just unlucky to encounter a rare monster who had a powerful spiritual skill. But if it is the latter case, then he knew he is in deep trouble. If his soul is really weaker than other hunters, then people who have spiritual skills will be able to deal with him easily. No matter how strong his body is, or how much mana he has, if his soul is not strong enough, a person with a spiritual skill will be able to deal with him easily. If his soul is weak and he encounters someone who has spiritual skill, he will not be able to resist against them. I was careless because I never thought about this problem, Evan muttered while sighing. He should have thought about the problem of his soul earlier. He is not a normal person. He was transmigrated here, so the chances of his soul being different from other hunters were very high. It is good that spiritual type skills are very rare, and not many people have them in the world, Evan said, and stood up. Unlike normal skills, spiritual skills are very rare, and very few people have them. Other than naturally awakening a spiritual skill or getting it through a skill scroll, there is another way you can get a spiritual skill, which is to create your own spiritual skill. When a hunter reaches A rank, he will get a skill named Spiritual Sense. This skill is similar to the Divine Sense that he read about in the cultivation novels. After awakening Spiritual Sense, the precaution of a hunter increase greatly. Plus, he will be able to sense a long range of area around him even with his eyes closed. The power of your Spiritual Sense also depends on your soul power. But other than these simple things, you will be able to create your own spiritual skills after opening your Spiritual Sense. But creating a spiritual skill is a very difficult task, and very few people can create them. Even if there is nothing wrong with my soul, and I assume it was all because the skill of that Rhino was too strong, I should still try to strengthen my soul. It is not like it will be a bad thing to strengthen my soul. Evan muttered and started to look for the core of the Rhino. There are a few ways to increase the power of your soul, but the most common method is to use a potion to increase the power of the soul. Even though he decided to use potions that can increase the power of his soul, Evan knew it is not going to be an easy task. The first problem is the price of these types of potions. Potions that can increase the power of souls are very expensive. Evan wasn't even sure just how much money he will have to spend in order to buy just one potion. Second, very few people can create potions that can strengthen souls, which is why they are very rare, and without connections, he wasn't sure he will be able to buy a potion like that even if he has enough money in his hand. Forget it. I will think about it after returning to a straight city, Evan thought, and was finally able to open a wound near the heart area of the Rhino. After opening the wound, he looked for the core. After a moment, his eyes lit up when he found a small silver-colored core from the Rhino. At least I got something after feeling that terrible headache, Evan muttered and went toward the monster that Rhino was eating. When he arrived there, the monster it was eating was a bull deer. They had a body that looks like deer, but their size and face looks similar to bulls. The body of the bull deer was mostly fine, and wasn't damaged much. Evan looked near its heart area for the core, and was surprised when he really found a core from it. 2 C-rank cores. Not bad, Evan said in a pleased voice, and after washing both of the cores, he put the core he got from the bull deer into his mouth. The core turned into energy and rushed towards his monarch core, increasing his power slightly. After absorbing the core of the bull deer, he placed the core of the rhino into his mouth. This core also turned into energy, and was absorbed by his monarch core. The feeling of getting stronger is truly addicting, Evan muttered when all the energy of the core was absorbed by him. Just as he was about to move away to look for other monsters, Evan stopped because a notification appeared before him. You have learned skill mind suppression. Chapter 187. You have learned the skill mind suppression. Evan looked at the notification in front of him with a dazed look for quite some time. Holy demon, is today my lucky day? After some time he finally returned to his senses and exclaimed out loud. He never thought that the probability of getting a skill from a core will activate once again so soon. He received wind manipulation skill today morning, and now he got another skill, even though he absorbed very few cores. Evan opened his status window and looked at the details of the skill. Even though he can already guess what kind of skill this was, he was still pleasantly surprised when he saw its details. Blick, mind suppression, using this skill you will be able to put pressure on your opponent's mind. The power of this skill depends on the spiritual strength of the user. If the spiritual strength of your opponent is very low compared to you, there is even a chance you will be able to directly kill your opponent. As expected, this the spiritual skill that Rhino used on me, Evan muttered after reading the details of the skill. At the same time, he paid attention to the last detail of the skill. If the difference in spiritual power is very big, this skill can even kill the enemy. Directly Evan remembered how he felt like his head was about to burst open when the Rhino used this skill on him. After reading the details of the skill, he was sure that his spiritual power is very low, which means his soul is weaker than other hunters. Damn it, the novel I read in my past life lied to me. In those novels, if a person transmigrated to another world, his soul power always surpasses other people. Evan cursed and felt his headache coming back. Just thinking about the fact that he has such a fatal weakness made him uneasy. I better stay away from people like Gloria, Evan muttered when he remembered the girl from the exam who used illusion-type skills in the exam. Illusion-type skills also affect the mind and the soul of the person, which is very dangerous for current him. I will look for the things that can increase my soul power after I am done here, Evan muttered and closed his status window. His joy of getting a spiritual skill already faded away, after knowing his spiritual power is very weak. With his current spiritual power, he will not be able to use this skill against other hunters. If he tries to use spiritual skill against someone whose spiritual power is higher than him, he might even receive a backlash because of it. After closing the status window, Evan sighed once again and started to walk away from there. Evan didn't walk for long before he encountered another C-rank monster. The monster he encountered was a lighting horse which was famous for its excellent speed. After seeing the lighting horse, Evan thought about using his newly gained skill on it, but after a moment of consideration, he did not use it on the horse. The horse was a C-rank monster, and from his previous encounter with the rhino, he was sure that his spiritual power is weaker than a C-rank monster. If he uses his skill against the horse, there was a chance he might receive a backlash because of the difference in their spiritual power. I better find a D or D+ rank monster if I want to try this skill, Evan thought, and rushed towards the lighting horse, using mana reinforcement. Using mana reinforcement, it did not take him long to kill the horse. After killing the horse, when he looked for the core, he didn't find anything this time. It is not easy to find cores, Evan said to himself and moved away from there. After 1 hour, Evan encountered a D+ rank monster. The monster was looking like a hamster, and was sitting at the branch of a tree taking an afternoon nap. This hamster is perfect for testing my skill, Evan thought, and walked towards the hamster slowly. While walking, he didn't make any sound, and because of the concealment effect of his ring, the hamster wasn't able to feel him approaching. Soon Evan arrived just below the tree where the hamster was taking an afternoon nap, and looked at it with a serious face. Let's see. With a thought, Evan activated his mind suppression skill. Spiritual waves invisible to naked eyes moved towards the hamster which was sleeping. Suddenly the hamster who was sleeping was jolted awake, it squeak in a painful voice, and fall down from the tree while rolling on the ground. But Evan's face also turned pale when he used the skill. After using the skill he felt a terrible headache just like before. After feeling the headache, Evan quickly deactivated the skill and panted heavily. He was feeling like all of his mental energy was drained away. After he used that skill on the hamster, Evan looked at the hamster who was trying to stand up and killed it with a shadow bullet. After killing the hamster he sat down on the ground while holding his head. After using this skill on the hamster, he was sure that his spiritual power is even weaker than a D+ rank monster. Evan took out a healing potion and drank it. Even after drinking the potion, he continued to sit there because he was feeling very weak after using that skill. It was like he didn't sleep for more than 10 days. Even though his physical body was fine, his mind was very tired because of using the skill. His spiritual power was so low that just after activating it for one time, he ran out of spiritual power. Now that Evan saw the result of using the skill, he was sure that his soul is incredibly weak. I will be doomed if I don't do anything about my soul, Evan thought while feeling depressed after finding his spiritual power is even weaker than a hamster. Chapter 188. Sun started to rise from the east as Evan made his way toward the location of the orc den. It was already the next day, and Evan decided to stop thinking about his soul problem for the time being. If I try my best, I should be able to gather enough core to advance to C rank. At the end of this mission, Evan said to himself, and an excited gleam passed through his eyes. Just thinking about what will happen after his monarch core will reach the C rank made his heart beat wildly. He wanted to know whether he will receive a class or not after his monarch core reaches to C rank. It was like he purchased a lottery ticket, and now he is waiting for its result. Yesterday Evan hunted monsters till late night. Because of his night vision, it was no problem for him to hunt monsters during the night. But he did not hunt all night, since he knew it will not good for him if is not in perfect condition during the orc den mission. While going back, Evan saw some other hunters who were also going towards the orc den. He wasn't surprised when he saw them because he can guess, just like him, they also went to hunt monsters. After receiving the message from Aaron, he even saw some hunters fighting against each other, but he didn't bother himself with them and continued to move toward the orc den. After 3 hours, when it was around 9 in the morning, Evan reached at the location of the orc den. In the message, Aaron told them to come here before 10 a.m. When Evan arrived there, he was able to hear some strange roar coming from the mountain range, which was not far away from his location. So the orc den is located in that mountain range, Evan thought when he heard strange sounds coming from that direction. When Evan arrived there, he saw most of the hunters were already there. He estimated there were around 350 hunters present. He also saw many tents in the vicinity, and guessed some hunters didn't go to hunt monsters yesterday, and came here even after receiving Aaron's message. After looking around for some time, Evan climbed up a tree and sat down there. After sitting down, when Evan once again looked in the direction of the orc den, he saw 2 people who were hovering in the sky there. When Evan saw those 2 people, he easily recognized them because of the armor they were wearing. One was wearing black armor, while the other one was wearing white armor. What are they doing there? Evan thought curiously when he saw Aaron and Austin were looking into the deeper location of the orc den with serious faces. That busty beauty is not with them, Evan thought when he saw Layla was not with them. And it's done, Layla said while standing up. She was standing in the middle of a giant formation, and was looking at it with a satisfied expression on her face. After the formation was completed, she took out a strange-looking round plate from her storage ring. The plate was covered in different kinds of runes, and was 10 centimeters wide in diameter. She placed the plate in the center of the formation, and poured some mana into it. When she poured mana into the plate, all the runes on the plate lit up. Just as the runes on the plate lit up, the formation that Layla created also lit up with white color. After a few seconds, the light around the plate and the formation started to fade away. But along with light, the formation and plate also started to disappear. In just a few seconds, the giant formation that Layla created disappeared along with the strange plate. After the formation disappeared, Layla flew up in the air and came beside Aaron and Austin. You connected the formation core? Aaron asked when Layla came back. Yeah, the core is connected. Now it should be able to weaken that orc, if we fought against it here. Layla nodded and said, I was afraid those orcs will sense what we were doing and will attack on us first. Luckily they didn't try anything. Now we have a higher chance of clearing this den, Austin said while looking deep within the orc den, where he can feel the powerful aura of A-rank orcs. By the way, is there anything that we should pay attention to while fighting against those orcs in formation? Aaron asked, while looking at the place where the formation was visible a moment ago. There is nothing much. We used many cores to supply energy to the formation, so there is no need to worry about that it will run out of energy. But just like other formations, its weakness is also the core of the formation. If the core is destroyed, the formation will also collapse. But the chances of something like this happening is very low. There is a barrier around the core that will protect it, and it is also invisible. So there is no way those orcs will be able to do anything to the formation core, Layla said in a confidence-filled voice after hearing Aaron. Then we can start now, right? Austin asked, looking at the orc den with eyes full of fighting spirit. Wait for some time. There is still some time before 10 a.m. Besides, Layla also needs to recover some of her energy that she used to install the core, Aaron said, when he heard Austin. Aaron and others waited for some time after they were done with their preparations. When it was 10 a.m., all of them flew towards the location where hunters were gathering. When they arrived there, they saw the number of hunters already exceed the 350 mark. When they saw this, they were quite satisfied. They were confident that with this number, they will be able to clear the orc den. After looking at the hunters for a moment, Aaron finally opened his mouth and told them about the latest situation of the orc den. Chapter 189. The area of the orc den was quite big, and they were scattered in different places. To better clear the den, Aaron and other A-rank hunters instructed them to attack on the orc den from different places. This was also one of the reasons why most of the hunters created teams. Since they will be attacking from different places, it will be better for them to work in teams, so that they can help each other if something unexpected happened. When hunters went towards the den, they started to split up to choose the perfect place to hunt orcs. Aaron and others already gave them a summary of the den after scouting it. They also told them about the increased numbers of the D and D plus rank orcs. After hearing the numbers of D and D plus rank orcs increased, most of the hunters did not care, and even become excited. Most of the hunters who came here were C rank hunters. There were very few D plus rank hunters, and all of them were working in teams with others, so no one was afraid of D and D plus rank orcs. After hearing the details of the den from Aaron, Evan had a rough idea about the orc den. The orc den was quite big, and the deeper they move into the den, the more powerful orcs they will encounter. According to Aaron, A-rank orcs of the den were deep inside the mountain range. There were many places in the mountain range where orcs were located, and they always move in groups. In the outer area of the den, he will encounter mostly D and D plus rank orcs, while if he moves in the deeper area, he will start to encounter C and higher rank orcs. There were thousands of orcs in the den, and most of the low rank orcs were scattered all over the mountain range. Evan walked for around 30 minutes, and when he saw there were no hunters in that area, he finally decided to enter the mountain range. Aaron and others were hovering in the sky. They didn't attack on the den along with other hunters, and were waiting for the A-rank orc. They will immediately take action as soon as the A-rank orcs will come out. Those who were confident in their ability killed the orcs in the outer area they encounter, and continue to move deeper in the mountain range. Even though teams of hunters entered the mountain range from different places, and were separated from each other because of many small cliffs, there was still a high chance that they can encounter each other, because most of the paths in the mountain range were connected to each other. Aaron and other A-rank hunters warned them to not fight against each other, but Evan was still paying his full attention, because he knew there were many people who couldn't care less about what Aaron said. Just after 5 minutes of entering the mountain range, Evan noticed a group of orcs. Those orcs were around 2.5 meters tall, and their skins were light green in color. There were no hairs on their head, and muscles were bulging out from all over their body. There were 7 orcs in the group. 4 were D rank, while 3 were D plus rank. Seeing them, Evan's lips arched upwards. He just entered the den and already encountered 7 orcs. In the wilderness, he had to look for quite some time before he could find a good catch like this. For a moment, after seeing D-rank orcs, Evan thought about using his mind suppression skill on them. But after remembering what happened when he used it on the D+ rank hamster, he gave up. From what I can tell, that orc might just roll on the ground because of a headache. If I use that skill on it, I should first try to increase my spiritual power. If I wanted to use this skill in the future, Evan thought, and Wind Fury sword appeared in his hand. He used mana reinforcement and like a bullet charged towards the group of the 7 orcs. Whoosh semicolon. The orc who was in front only felt something passing by before its vision turned black. The orcs who were behind it were alarmed. When they saw the body of the front orc was separated in 2 halves, and something was moving towards them at frightened speed. Evan moved toward the D+ rank orc without stopping after cleanly cutting the first D rank orc. Seeing something moving toward it, the orc roared out loud and punched at Evan, who was coming toward it. Even though the orc reacted quickly, in Evan's eyes, it was still very slow. With his current abilities, killing monsters below C rank was child's play for him. Using mana reinforcement, he was even stronger than a normal C+ rank hunter. When the punch of the orc was about to hit him, Evan ducked down and vertically slashed his sword at the orc. The defense of the orc was quite high, but in front of B rank Wind Fury, plus Evan's physical strength after using mana reinforcement, the defense of the D+ rank orc was as fragile as a piece of glass. The sword came into contact with the body of the orc, and just like the previous one, its body was also sliced into 2 halves cleanly. The other 5 orcs were frightened when they saw what happened, but Evan did not give them any chance, and in just a few seconds all the remaining orcs were killed by him. It is a good thing I got this sword from Carlos's storage ring. If not for this sword, I don't think I would have been able to kill these orcs this easily. Evan muttered and started to look for the cores. When Evan was done looking for cores, he was surprised because he got 3 cores from those 7 orcs. 2 were D+ rank, while the last one was D rank. Now that I think about it, I have been quite lucky for the past few days. Evan muttered and put the cores he collected. I just hope my luck will last till I collect enough cores for myself, and will not run out midway, Evan said, and started to walk deeper into the mountain range. Chapter 190. Evan moved deeper into the orc den. It is been 1 hour since he entered the orc den. During this time he encountered many orcs. Most of these orcs were just D and D+ rank. There were occasionally 1 or 2 C rank orcs, but he did not get any C rank core after killing them. In this 1 hour, he collected a total of 9 cores. 5 of these cores were D+ rank, while 4 were D rank. Evan absorbed all the D+ rank cores, but he didn't absorb the D rank cores. He absorbed 1 D rank core earlier, but he found his Monarch core barely progressed after absorbing it. For some reason, he felt his Monarch core didn't absorb the energy of the D rank core, and that energy disappeared somewhere. It was the same thing that happened when he tried to absorb F rank cores in the past to get skills. At that time when he absorbed those F rank cores, he felt their energy also disappeared somewhere, and his Monarch core did not absorb it. Is this core getting picky because it doesn't want to absorb the energy from low rank cores? Evan thought while walking forward. Well, since I can't absorb them through Monarch core, I will use them for my prime core, Evan muttered, and used an ice chain to climb up a small cliff that was 15 meters high and was blocking his path. When he reached at the top of the cliff and looked to the other side, he saw some groups of orcs. This area was wide open, and unlike before, there were no cliffs in the surroundings. There were around 5 groups of orcs, and each group had 4 or 5 orcs. But unlike before, this time there were at least 2 C rank orcs in each group. When Evan focused, he even saw a team of hunters fighting around 1 kilometer away from him. Even though he wasn't able to see how many hunters were there and what was their rank, he was sure that this place was quite good for farming cores, since there were many orcs. There shouldn't be any problem if I hunt here. They are still 1 kilometer away from here, and will take some time before they can come here, Evan thought, and decided to kill orcs as fast as possible, so that he won't have to worry about those hunters. In each team of hunters, there is always a person whose job is to collect the cores of the monsters that his team killed. In a place where your core can be taken away by other teams, if you don't collect them quickly, it was necessary to have someone who collects the cores. Because every team has 1 such member, they don't have to worry about collecting their cores and waste time on it. On the other hand, since Evan was alone, he has to kill the orcs and collect their cores on his own. If he doesn't collect the cores soon after killing the orcs, and other hunters arrive there, they might try to steal his cores. Currently, he doesn't want any conflict and just wanted to collect the cores, which is why he decided to quickly take care of these orcs and leave from here. Evan came down from the cliff and proceeded towards one of the orc groups. There were 4 orcs in the group, 2 were C rank, while the other 2 were D+ rank. Evan went toward them from behind, so that they won't see him approaching. With the concealment effect of his ring, those 4 orcs were not able to sense him approaching. When Evan was just 5 meters away from them, he used mana reinforcement. He pressed his feet on the ground, and using its force shot toward the orc group like a bullet. Even before the first orc can turn around to see what was happening, Evan arrived behind it, and slashed at it with Wind Fury. While slashing the sword, Evan stopped using mana reinforcement and used wind manipulation skill. The surrounding wind started to gather around the Wind Fury blade, and its sharp blade shone with green light. Swish semicolon. The sharp blade of the Wind Fury cut through the hard skin of the C-rank orc like tofu, sending its head flying in the air. Just as the head of the orc was sent flying, Evan once again horizontally slashed at the second C-rank orc, which was 4 meters away from him. Just as Evan slashed, all the wind that he gathered around the Wind Fury blade was released, and a sharp wind blade shot toward the orc at lightning speed. The power of the wind blade was increased by 200% because of the effect of the Wind Fury sword. The orc wanted to move away, but Evan was very close to it when he attacked. Evan watched as the wind blade came into contact with the orc and continued to move forward while the orc stood in the same place, looking at Evan with shocked-filled eyes. Suddenly a fountain of blood erupted from the area around its waist, and its upper body was separated from its lower body. After killing both of the C-rank orcs in an instant, Evan looked at the 2 D-rank orcs who were frozen solid. After seeing what happened, Evan moved towards one of the D-rank orc who was close to him. Seeing Evan coming towards it, the orc came back to its senses and punched at him, while the second one started to run away. Evan used an ice chain on the second orc who was running, while dodging the punch of the D+ rank orc. The running orc was stopped by the ice chain, and Ethan killed the other orc with his sword. After killing the orc, Evan moved towards the second orc, who was stopped by the ice chain, and easily killed it as well. The concealment ring is really effective for a surprise attack. Evan muttered and was about to look for the cause when something happened. Boom. Suddenly Evan heard a loud booming sound from behind him and quickly turned around. Just as he turned around, he did not even get a chance to understand what was happening before he saw a wooden club coming crashing down on him. At the last moment he lifted his sword to block the attack. The wooden club clashed against the sword, and Evan was sent flying backwards. Chapter 191. Evan was sent flying backward when he blocked the attack of the C+ rank orc. He felt his hands going numb after he blocked the attack. It was fortunate that he used mana reinforcement at the last moment, or the bones of his hand might have been broken because of that attack. Evan crashed 10 meters away and rolled on the ground, tasting some of the dust in the process. Because of the armor that he was wearing, he didn't feel much impact when he crashed on the ground. Boom. But just as he stopped rolling and was about to stand up, he once again heard a booming sound. Evan quickly looked in the direction of the sound and saw an orc which was 3 meters tall in height coming towards him. This orc was different from the orcs he saw till now, because its skin had a tinge of brown along with the usual green color. The orc was holding a wooden club in its hand which was glowing with faint brown color. The orc arrived before Evan in an instant, and once again smashed at him with its club. At the same time when the orc mashed its club, Evan felt gravity around him increased. He instantly understood that this orc is one of the rare ones who can use skills. Even though he was using mana reinforcement, he still felt he won't be able to resist the attack of the orc. He didn't have enough time to properly gather his strength, plus the orc used his movement speed to increase the power of its attack. Evan had no time to think, so he did what he felt like the best course of action at that moment. Feeling the approaching threat, Evan subconsciously used 100% power of his mana reinforcement and slashed his sword at the wooden club. The sword met the club, and the scene where Evan imagined his sword will cut the wooden club easily didn't happen. When his sword came into contact with the wooden club, he felt a powerful force being transmitted to his body, and he slid backward because of the impact. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the air, causing the ground to tremble and nearby rocks to shake violently. The orc was also pushed back, but it was completely unharmed. Evan stopped using mana reinforcement when he was pushed back, because he can already feel the pain of using mana reinforcement to 100%. But he had no time to care about the pain he was feeling, because he was shocked. He already knew the physical strength of the orcs is very high, since they can't use skills. But even then, now that he faced a C+ rank orc head-on, he finally realized he still underestimated them. Even after using 100% power of the mana reinforcement, his physical strength was lower than this C+ rank orc. Of course, it was possible that this orc is special, since it can even use skill, but it is still quite shocking for him. And what the hell is wrong with that wooden club? It is completely undamaged, even after clashing against my sword, Evan thought, and can't help but give that wooden club a second look. Evan was still thinking when the orc roared out loud and smashed its club on the ground heavily. Boom! A loud explosion happened, the ground was blown apart as debris flew everywhere, and shockwaves traveled toward Evan. Seeing the coming shockwaves, Evan jumped up, and at the same time used wind manipulation to gather wind around his sword. He can see the other groups of the orcs were also coming in his direction after hearing the sound of fighting. If he didn't take care of this orc soon, he will be in deep trouble. While Evan was in mid-air after jumping, the orc didn't stand at the same place and moved towards him. When Evan saw the orc moving towards him, he used ice chains to stop it. 2 ice chains came out from the ground wrapping around the ankles of the orcs. But the strength of the orc was very high, and the ice chains were only able to stop it for a second before they were shattered. But during that time, Evan already landed on the ground, wind circled around his feet, and he shot toward the orc. He was still using wind manipulation, and the wind was still gathering around his sword. He knew the defense of his orc is unusually high, and a normal attack will not be able to kill it. While moving towards the orc, he also used haste skill to increase his agility. Seeing Evan coming towards it, the orc waited for him, and when he was just 3 meters away from it, the orc swung its wooden club at him like a baseball bat. When the orc swung its club, the air around it exploded with the sheer force behind the club, and shockwaves swept the area. Evan felt the immense force coming towards him and narrowed his eyes. Just as the wooden club was about to hit him, he bent his body backward and slid down from below the club. The club missed him, and Evan arrived near the feet of the orc while sliding. Before the orc could recover after swinging its club, Evan slashed at one of the feet of the orc. Slash, semicolon. The skin of this orc was way harder than the other orcs he faced earlier. Even though the sword was covered in wind, it still wasn't able to cleanly cut the leg of the orc. But even then, a large wound appeared on the orc's foot, and it stumbled while roaring in pain. Evan quickly stood up and was about to strike at the neck of the orc when he felt the ground around him shake a little. He stooped his attack midway and quickly backed away. Just as he backed away, the ground where he was standing a moment ago was split open, and earth spikes shot out from there. While backing away, Evan also used Dimensional Shadow Bullet. The orc suddenly felt a lethal threat and tried to move back. But because of the injury on its foot, it was a second too late. The orc was only able to move a little when a black bullet struck it right on its thigh. The bullet was not able to penetrate deeper into its hard flesh, but the orc still roared out loud because of the pain. Feeling the pain, the eyes of the orc turned red, and it looked at Evan with anger-filled eyes. But when it looked at Evan, he saw him smiling coldly at him, while the sword in his hand was shining with bright green light. "Goodbye, Mr. Orc," Evan said and slashed his sword toward it. A bright green wind blade shot out from the sword and went toward the orc. Evan used a lot of his mana to create this wind blade. The wind blade reached the orc in an instant, and even before it can react, its body was split into 2 halves. After killing the orc, Evan did not relax and looked around him, and saw many other orcs were coming in his direction. Chapter 192. After killing the C+ rank orc, when Evan looked around him, he saw many orcs coming in his direction. Seeing the orcs coming in his direction, he quickly took out a mana potion and drank it. He used around half of his mana in killing that C+ rank orc. Because of the mana potion, his mana started to recover faster. At the same time, he moved towards the dead body of the orc and used shadow storage skill. Since this orc was different from other orcs, Evan thought he might be able to get something good if he sell it. Along with the body of the orc, Evan also put away the wooden club that it was using. After fighting against the orc, Evan was sure that this wooden club was not normal. Even with the help of B-rank sword, he wasn't able to cut it. He wanted to look at its details, but he first had to take care of the orcs who were coming towards him. After putting away the wooden club, when Evan carefully looked around, he didn't see any C+ rank orc among them. There were 4 teams, and a total of 15 orcs who were coming towards him. Some were C rank, while some were D+ rank. 2 teams had 3 orcs in them, one had 4 orcs, while the last one had 5 orcs. He looked in the direction where he saw the hunter team earlier, and noticed most of the orcs in that area were already dead. He didn't know how many hunters were there, but he was sure that they already noticed the fight here, since the commotion here was quite big. I have to take care of these orcs before they come here, Evan thought, and used Shadow Walk skill. He disappeared from his place and first moved towards the team composed of the 5 orcs. In this team, 2 were C rank, while the other 3 were D+ rank. All the orcs who were coming towards him stopped when they saw Evan suddenly disappear. Because of the concealment ring, the effect of the Shadow Walk skill was even better than he used it in VR. Using Shadow Walk, he moved behind the team of the 5 orcs. Even when he was just 2 meters away from them, those orcs were not able to sense him. After reaching behind them, Evan stopped using Shadow Walk, as this skill consumes too much mana, and used mana reinforcement. Only when Evan stopped using Shadow Walk and used mana reinforcement, those orcs were able to sense him. But it was too late, as Evan already attacked on them with his sword. The head of one of the C-rank orcs was sent flying even before it can turn around. After killing the orc, Evan didn't stop, and using his superior agility, he also killed one of the D+ rank orcs. Only when Evan killed those 2 orcs did the other 3 orcs turn around. When Evan appeared behind the group of 5 orcs and attacked them, other groups of orcs also noticed him and rushed toward him. I feel like I am playing a zombie game where all the zombies will pounce at you at first sight, and you have to kill them using your gun, Evan thought, and dodge the attack of the C-rank orc. The only difference is that my gun is different, Evan muttered, and shot a shadow bullet straight at the eye of one of the D+ rank orcs, who dropped to the ground, withering in pain. Forcing himself to his limits, Evan was able to kill all of the orcs in 3 minutes of time. After he killed all the orcs, he was panting heavily, and was almost out of mana. But he had no time to rest, since he still has to look for calls before those hunters arrive here. Evan moved quickly and started to look for the calls. 5 minutes later, a team of 5 hunters arrived at the place Evan was fighting. When they arrived there, they just saw the corpses of the orcs and nothing else. Looks like the team who was hunting here already left. A middle-aged B-rank hunter who was the leader of the group said in a grumpy voice. Because of the many orc corpses in the surrounding, he assumed a team of hunters killed these orcs. Should we look around, they must have collected a decent number of cores from these orcs. A C-rank hunter spoke while looking around. Hearing him, the B-rank hunter also looked around. When he saw the place where Evan fought against the C+ rank orc, he raised an eyebrow and then shook his head. Forget it. They might also have a B-rank hunter in their team. There is no need to take unnecessary risks. After seeing how the ground in that area was completely destroyed, he thought there might be a B-rank hunter in the other team as well, and decided to move away from there. Unknown to him, all of that destruction was caused by the C+ rank orc whom Evan fought earlier. Some distance away from the hunters, at the top of the cliff, Evan was laying while panting heavily. He was completely out of mana, and was feeling a little dizzy. He lay quietly and watched as the team of the hunter move away from there. Luckily I left on time, Evan thought when he saw there was a B-rank hunter in that team. Evan got 2 C rank and 4 D+ rank cores from the orcs he killed earlier. After resting there for some time, when he recovered some of his mana, Evan first absorbed those cores. After absorbing all the cores, he nodded his head in satisfaction, and climbed down from the cliff. After coming down from the cliff, Evan chose a different direction from the team who came here earlier and quickly moved forward. Chapter 193. Swish semicolon. A sharp sword light flashed, and the head of a C+ rank orc was sent flying. Evan sighed in relief as he watched the body of the orc drop to the ground. C+ rank orcs are really tough to deal with. Evan muttered and started to look for core. It has been 4 hours since he entered the orc den. After leaving the area where he fought with the C+ rank orc who can use skills, he continued to move even deeper into the orc den. During this time he encountered many orcs who were C and C+ rank. He even saw some orcs who were B rank. It is needless to say that after seeing them he changed direction and did not dare to mess with them. He also encountered some hunters, but luckily no one tried to pick a fight with him. After seeing he was just a D+ rank noob, some even advised him to leave from there, since that was the area of C and C+ rank orcs. Since he was moving deeper it was natural the risk was getting higher. He even came across a team of hunters, who were bringing back one of their injured teammates who was seriously injured. Got one, Evan said when he found a C+ rank core in the body of the orc. After washing the core with water, Evan put it in his mouth. The core turned into energy and was absorbed by his monarch core. Few more and I should be able to advance, Evan said to himself, after he completely absorbed the core energy. After absorbing the energy he moved forward to look for more orcs. After 5 minutes he came across a small cliff which was 15 meters high. Using the ice chain Evan easily climbed up the cliff and reached at the top of it. When he reached at the top and looked at what was behind the cliff, his body stiffened for a moment, and he quickly lay down trying to hide there. After laying down he sneakily looked from the cliff, and sighed in relief when he saw no one noticed him. In front of him, there was a large open area and some groups of orcs. All the group of the orcs were quite far away from each other, and there were at least 7 orcs in each group. The reason Evan quickly tried to hide was because of the level of these orcs. In every group, there were at least 2 B rank orcs. All of these orcs were releasing their aura without restriction, like saying this is their territory. After looking carefully he even saw some hunters in far distance who were fighting against the orcs. The fight was happening around 4 or 5 kilometers away from him, which is why he doesn't know how many teams of hunters were there. Even if I go back and look in the outer area, I don't think I will be able to find more orcs who are below B rank, Evan muttered while thinking deeply. It has been 4 hours, and he knew most of the low rank orcs were already killed by the hunters. Now it is very hard to search for the low rank orcs. If he leave from here and look in the outer area, the chances of him finding low level orcs were very low. Should I leave from here now? Evan thought seriously. Even though he still needs some cores to reach C rank, he was sure that he will be able to collect them in the wilderness in 1 or 2 days. But if he wants to collect the cores from here, he will have to face B rank orcs, since most of the low rank orcs were already dead. I don't think I will be able to face a B rank orc. It was already difficult for me to kill that orc who could use skills, and it was definitely weaker than B rank orcs, Evan thought, and decided to leave from here. He knew his strength pretty well. He knew just like what happened in the practical exam. He will be beaten black and blue if he tries to fight against B rank orcs. Raw semicolon exclamation point exclamation point raw semicolon exclamation point exclamation point exclamation point. Just as Evan was about to leave, 2 powerful roars resound from deep within the mountain rang. Just after hearing those roars, Evan felt his mind buzz, and he looked in that direction with a serious face. A rank orcs, Evan said to himself after he heard those roars. He was sure that the roars he heard just now were from the A rank orcs. Just from the power of the roars, he can feel those 2 orcs were far stronger than any B rank orcs. Those orcs finally came out, Evan said to himself, but he didn't care about those orcs, because it was Aaron's and Office's responsibility to take care of those orcs. He looked at the nearest group of the orc, which was 100 meters away from him, and sighed in dejection. There were 7 orcs in that group. 2 were B rank, while the other 5 were C+ rank. He knew he can't afford to mess with them with his current strength. He was about to turn around and leave when a bold idea appeared in his mind. He continued to lie down at the cliff for around 1 minute, thinking about if he should try the idea he just got or not. Well, even if this doesn't work, I should be able to run away from them, since the effect of Shadow Walk is enhanced by the concealment ring. Evan finally made up his mind, and looked at the group of orcs with a serious face. Seeing B rank orcs, his mouth can't help but twitch. Seriously, I will die because of my recklessness. Someday Evan cursed himself one last time, and started to climb down the cliff, and move towards the B rank orcs. Chapter 194. Evan came down from the cliff without alerting the group of orcs. His heart was beating loudly, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. Feeling the powerful aura of those B rank orcs, he can't help but think if his mental condition is already for thinking about attacking on them. Either go havens or go home. Evan thought the wrong sentence because of nervousness, and immediately shook his head. I mean either go big or go home. Taking a deep breath, he used Shadow Walk and moved towards the group of orcs. I hope all the effects will stack up, and B-rank orcs will not be able to sense me, Evan thought, and activated the full invisibility skill of his concealment ring. Blick, Ring of Concealment: B rank. A ring made from darkness and shadow stones. It has the passive effect of concealment on the wearer. After wearing the ring, you can hide your presence from anyone below B rank. Increase the power of darkness and shadow type skills by a small margin. Once a day you can use the attached skill of the ring, Full Invisibility. Blick, Full Invisibility Dash. After activating the skill, no one below B rank will be able to see you for 1 minute. Hoping the effect of full invisibility will stack up along with his Shadow Walk and the passive effect of Concealment Ring, Evan moved towards the group of orcs. While moving, he also used wind manipulation to gather wind around his sword to increase its sharpness even more. He approached one of the B-rank orcs, while feeling incredibly tense and excited at the same time. Tense because if they sense him, he will have to run like a dog to save his life, and excited because if this works, he will be able to kill this group of orcs. Soon he was just 5 meters away from the B-rank orc, but it wasn't able to sense his presence. Since the orc didn't notice him even when he was just 5 meters away, Evan didn't slow down, because it was the best chance to attack on it. He used haste skill and covered the distance of 5 meters in an instant. Reaching behind the orc, he stopped using Shadow Walk, but he was still invisible because of the full invisibility skill of the Concealment Ring. The 5C+ rank orcs were not able to sense him even when he stopped using Shadow Walk, but 2B rank orcs of the group were different. Just as Evan stopped using Shadow Walk, both of them sensed his presence. But for the B rank orc whom Evan chose as his target, it was already too late. He horizontally slashed the Wind Fury, which was covered in the sharp wind, at the nape of the orc. Feeling the danger, the orc tried to move away, but since Evan was just behind it, it wasn't able to dodge the attack. The blade of the sword came into contact with the nape of the orc as red blood spurted out. But even with the help of Wind Fury, Evan wasn't able to behead the orc. The defense of the B-rank orc was very high, and he was only able to cut half of its nape. Because he wasn't able to fully behead it, the head of the orc hung to the side of its body, presenting an eerie sight. Even though he wasn't able to kill it, Evan didn't stop there and immediately used Shadow Walk once again. Looking at how blood was coming out from the half-cutted nape of the orc, he was sure that this orc won't be able to fight anymore, at least for a short period of time. After using Shadow Walk instead of moving towards the orcs, he created some distance from them, and moved around 20 meters away from them. All of these things happened so fast that even the second B-rank orc wasn't able to do anything. Only when Evan moved away 20 meters away, the B-rank orc reacted, and roared out, rushing at the place where Evan was a moment ago. Evan looked carefully at the B-rank orc to see if it can notice him now that it was aware of his presence. If he sees even the slightest sight that the orc can sense him, he will run away from here immediately. It took Evan 10 seconds from the moment he activated full invisibility to immobilize the first B-rank orc and move away 20 meters. Then he monitored the second B-rank orc for another 10 seconds. After looking at the orc's expression for 10 seconds, Evan's lips curled upward because the orc was looking around warily, trying to search for him, but it wasn't able to find him. Seeing the orc wasn't able to sense him, he once again moved towards it. But he knew this time the orc is aware of him, and he will not be able to take it by surprise, like how he did with the previous B-rank orc. While moving toward the orc, Evan used Dimensional Shadow Bullet skill in a different way. 1 bullet from the front, 1 bullet from the right, and 1 bullet from the left. 3 bullets came out from the 3 directions of the orc. When the orc felt the danger from the 3 sides, he immediately moved behind, while monitoring 3 directions from where he just felt the threat. It thought Evan was attacking on it from those 3 directions. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the orc moved behind, it saw 3 bullets coming out from the place it was standing just a moment ago. Seeing it was not Evan but something else, the orc felt something was wrong. But even before it can understand anything, Evan, who was behind it, swung his sword. Spurt. Just like last time, blood spurted out, and the orc dropped to the ground, withering in pain. Evan's heart was beating loudly. Seeing the second B rank orc was also out of the picture, he used Shadow Walk and once again disappeared from his place, moving towards the C+ rank orcs, who had a horror-filled look on their faces. Unlike B rank orcs, these C+ rank orcs can't sense him even if he doesn't use Shadow Walk skill, and their defense was also quite weak compared to B rank orcs. In just 10 seconds, Evan killed the 5 C+ rank orcs who can't see him. After killing the C+ rank orcs, Evan did not relax, and first killed the B rank orcs, who were withering in pain. After killing the orcs, he stood there for some time, thinking about what just happened. He still can't believe he just killed 2 B rank orcs. But he doesn't have much time since he has to move away from here before the other orcs in the area notice him. Evan quickly started to look for calls, but he honestly did not care much about it for now. Even if he doesn't get any call, he was quite satisfied with the result. In his mind, he was only thinking about the fact that now he has another trump card, other than his shadow energy. Chapter 195. Roar ! Roar. 2 powerful roars reverted in the mountain range, making the face of every hunter tense. But they soon relaxed knowing there are 3A rank hunters who will take care of them. So those bastards finally showed up, Austin said as his mouth split into a savage grin. Let's do as we discussed earlier, Aaron said, and he and Austin flew into the direction from where they just heard the roars. Layla stayed at the same place and waited for them to come back. Their plan was pretty simple. Orcs are monsters who love to fight, so both Aaron and Austin will provoke the A-rank orcs by attacking on them. Because of being provoked, those orcs will surely try to kill them, but after provoking them, their goal was not to fight against them, but to lure them out to the place where they set up the formation. When they will lure out the orcs, Lael, who is waiting there, will activate the formation. After activating the formation, it will be more easy for them to take care of the orcs. Even though it was a simple plan, they believed it will work because of the fighting nature of the orcs. Because they were flying, Aaron and Austin were not bothered by the cliffs and other obstacles, and soon noticed the aura of 2A rank orcs. I will lure the orc who can use lighting element. You take care of the other one, Austin said, while holding his spear tightly in his hand. All right, be careful. Aaron nodded his head and didn't refute him. Soon they arrived at the place from where they can feel the aura of 2A rank orcs. When they reached there, they saw 2 orcs standing some distance away from each other, simultaneously looking in their direction. They were not surprised when they saw the orcs were looking at them, because they didn't hide their aura while coming here. Among the 2 orcs, one was 2 meters big, while the second one was 3.5 meters big. The orc who was 3.5 meters big looks similar to other normal orcs. There was nothing different about it other than the fact that it was bigger than normal orcs, and its body was leagues above them in terms of strength. But the orc who was 2 meters big was completely different. Instead of green skin, its skin was light purple in color, and a 15 centimeters big dark purple horn was coming out from the center of its bald head. Lighting was occasionally flickering around the purple horn, giving a dangerous feeling to onlookers. Looks like we don't need to search who is the one who can use the lighting, Austin said, while pointing his spear at the purple orc. Don't try anything stupid while fighting, and lead it straight towards the formation when it starts to follow you. Aaron reminded Austin in a stern voice and moved away from him. What a bummer, Austin muttered as a small black orb started to form at the tip of his spear. Oi, perpy, let's play, Austin shouted when the black orb was 5 centimeters big, and shot it toward the purple orc. Whoosh! The black orb moved at the lighting speed, breaking the sound barrier. It instantly arrived before the purple orc, who was still standing at the same place. Crackle ! Just as the black orb was about to strike it, purple lighting crackled around it, and a thunder shield was formed. The black orb struck the thunder shield, but there was no explosion or anything like that. After crashing against the thunder shield, the orb expanded into a cloud of black smoke, covering 50 meters area around the orc in an instant. Sizzle! The sound of sizzling rang out as the ground covered by black smoke started to corrode. The rock boulders in that area started to break as large cracks ran through them. Austin looked at the black cloud carefully, while he also activated one of his skills, Thought Acceleration. As its name suggests, this skill increases his precautions and thinking speed. After using Thought Acceleration, he can see some purple lighting flickering among the black smoke. Boom! Suddenly a thunderous sound echoed out. The black smoke was blown away as lightning ravaged the ground, and Austin watched as a streak of purple thunder came towards him at supersonic speed. FCK, Austin cursed and quickly stepped aside, barely dodging the attack. If not because of his thought acceleration skill, Austin was sure he wouldn't have been able to dodge that attack. Austin's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he looked at the streak of thunder that stopped 50 meters away from him and turned into the figure of an orc. Does this MOTHERFU** know about Railgun? Austin thought, feeling perplexed about how this orc came towards him. Crackle. After the orc stopped 50 meters away from him, the horn on its forehead lit up, and a large amount of thunder came out from it, covering its entire body. Austin watched with his eyes wide open as the thunder around the orc started to move, taking the shape of armor. Soon the entire body of the orc was covered in thunder armor, which gave it a dominant look. After the armor's appearance, the aura of the orc became even stronger. This bastard is definitely not normal, Austin muttered, and two green wings which were releasing toxic smoke appeared behind his back. Whoosh! Just as the wings appeared behind his back, Austin turned around and started to fly in the direction of the formation, leaving behind a cloud of toxic smoke. I am leading it towards the formation because Aaron told me earlier not to do anything. Or I would have definitely played with it for some time, Austin thought, while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He is definitely not running away because he was intimidated by the orc and was scared of it. Crackle. Suddenly Austin heard the sound of lighting, and when he looked back his heart almost leaped out from his chest. Chapter 196. Austin glanced back when he heard the sound of thunder crackling. With his skill thought acceleration activated, he watched in slow motion as two pairs of four wings made from thunder materialized at the back of the orc. A wicked grin was plastered on its hideous-looking face as it watched Austin trying to fly away. The orc flapped the lighting wings. Boom. The sound barrier was instantly broken, and like a bullet the orc shot towards Austin. Even with his thought acceleration skill activated, he barely saw the orc moving before it appeared just behind his back, punching him with its fist covered in thunder. The space in 2 meters area around them was wrapped and twisted because of the sheer force behind the punch of the orc. That looks like it can even shatter a mountain. FCK. Austin's eyes opened wide, feeling the power behind the punch. The fist came into contact with Austin's back, the fist force penetrated his body, and the thunder ravaged him from the inside as his body burst apart into bloody mist. Just as Austin's body burst into bloody mist, the face of the orc changed and it tried to back away. But before it could move, the bloody mist rushed toward it, covering its entire body. 50 meters away from the orc, Austin appeared with his face deathly pale. Luckily I was able to use poison clone in time. Austin's body shuddered just thinking about what would have happened if he was struck by that fist. Roar semicolon. The orc, who was covered in the bloody poison mist, roared out loud, feeling its body turning numb. Austin used paralyzing poison in the clone when he created it. If it was any normal A-rank hunter, he was sure this poison could have paralyzed him for some time. But against this orc whose body is unnaturally powerful, Austin knew this poison will only slow it down. And just as he expected, suddenly the orc burst with power, and all the poison mist was blown away. But Austin can see, the body of the orc was stiff because of paralyzing poison. Multiple poison clones. Austin used his skill once again and created 4 more clones. After creating clones, he commanded them to fly in different directions. Roar semicolon. The orc roared in anger when he saw multiple Austins. The horn on its forehead lit up. Austin, who was flying ahead toward the formation, felt all hairs on his body stand up to no end. And the next second, crackle, the orc stood at the same place, but hundreds of thunder arcs came out from its horn, rushing in all directions. The speed of lighting arcs was so fast that even with his thought acceleration skill activated, Austin was barely able to cover himself in a poison ball before thunder arcs struck him. All 4 clones that he made earlier were destroyed by the thunder arcs. The poison ball Austin created to protect himself was also destroyed. But after destroying the poison ball, the power of the thunder arcs was reduced by more than half. Boom, 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 boom. Sound of explosions rang out as many thunder arcs crashed on the cliffs below them, wreaking havoc in the mountain range. Many cliffs were destroyed, stones turned into dust after being struck by lightning, and a 300-meter area below them turned into a lighting zone. Most of the hunters, including B+ rank, looked in the sky with pale faces. All of them were sure that if they were caught in that attack, there is no chance for them to survive. Austin's spear shone with crimson light as he tried to ward off weakened thunder arcs with it after the poison ball was destroyed. But since there were many thunder arcs, some were still able to strike him. His armor blocked most of the impact, but he still felt his body turning numb because of the thunder. After destroying all the clones and finding the real Austin, the orc flew towards him. But because of the paralyzing poison, its speed was way slower than before. The paralyzing poison not only affects the body of the target, but it also slows down the flow of mana into the target's body. Because of this, when the person affected by paralyzing poison uses skills, it will consume more mana, and there will be a lag before the skill activates. This is why even though the orc was using Wings of Thunder for moving, which were precisely created from mana and were not part of its body, it was still slower than before. Even while stopping the thunder arcs, Austin never stopped moving in the direction of formation. This is why when the orc moved towards him, he was already 200 meters away from it. Because of the thunder arcs which struck him earlier, Austin's flying speed was also slower than before. But since most of the impact was blocked by his poison ball and armor, his speed was a little faster than the orc who was suffering from the paralyzing poison. As the orc chased after Austin, they continued to move in the direction of formation. Because of its strong body, the effect of the paralyzing poison was also weakening as time passes. Austin also knew the effect of paralyzing poison won't last long, and he wanted to reach the location of the formation before that. When he was around 300 meters away from the formation, the effect of his paralyzing poison finally ended. Roar semicolon. The orc who felt its power returning roared out loud, scaring the sh*t out of Austin. Luckily, I am now very close to formation, Austin thought and sighed in relief. 300 meters is a very short distance for A-rank hunters that they can cover easily. The green wings behind Austin's back suddenly lit up and released a large amount of smoke. The next second, when he flapped his wings once again, he shot forward like a bullet. Because the effect of paralyzing poison ended, thunder crackled around the orc with full power, and it also shot forward with lightning speed. Chapter 197. The orc arrived in front of Austin with the flap of its wing and smiled savagely. Lighting was flickering around its body and it was ready to attack. But this time when the orc came in front of him, instead of being afraid, Austin also smiled and snapped his fingers. Like this was some kind of command. Just as Austin snapped his fingers, a giant formation that was covering 300 meters of the area lit up, and a cylindrical-shaped barrier rose into the sky, enclosing both of them inside. The orc who was ready to attack on Austin suddenly felt its power being surpassed by something, and it lost control over its lighting. The thunder wings behind its back dimmed, and the thunder which was flickering around its body disappeared. Because of suddenly losing control over lighting, the orc wasn't able to balance itself in the sky, and started to drop towards the ground. But since the formation only surpassed the power of lighting around 50%, and didn't completely seal it, the orc was able to regain its balance before it hit the ground. Of course, Austin, who was waiting for this moment, didn't miss the opportunity, and while the orc was falling, he prepared one of his skills which was perfect for this situation. He held his spear like a gun, and aimed it in the direction of the falling orc. Just as he aimed the spear, a trigger appeared at the lower end of it. While holding the spear, he used his poison creation skill, and created hematoxic poison which was absorbed by his spear. Hematoxic poison is a toxin that attacks the victim's blood and circulatory system. Of course, this poison was tens of times stronger than normal hematoxic poison. Austin chose to use this poison because even though they reduced the power of lighting by 50%, with the help of formation, the orc can still use 50% power of its original skills. Normally orcs can't use skills, and only fought using their physical strength, so this orc was still far stronger than a normal A-rank orc, because it can still use lighting. But with the help of hematoxic poison, he can weaken the body of the orc. With its weakened body, and weakened lighting, it will be a lot easier for him and Layla to take care of it. Austin used a large amount of mana to create a powerful hematoxic poison. His spear absorbed all the poison that he created, and its original white color turned yellow. Just as Austin saw the orc stabilize itself and stopped falling, he stopped creating poison, and pressed the trigger at the end of the spear. Boom! A small-sized bullet which was deep yellow in color, tore through the air and went towards the orc at lightning speed. The orc wasn't even able to understand why it lost control over its lighting, before it saw a yellow streak of light come toward it, and struck it right at the abdomen. Sprut exclamation point. Roar exclamation point. The orc roared out in pain as the bullet pierced through its tough defense, and dug deeper into its flesh. After going deeper into its flesh, the bullet, which was harder than iron, started to melt, and melded into the blood of the orc. The orc looked in Austin's direction with eyes full of fury. Even though currently it wasn't feeling anything, the orc's instincts were screaming that the thing that just entered into its body is bad news for it. The orc flapped its wings and moved towards Austin, but unlike before, its flying speed was greatly reduced because of the formation. Suddenly, while flying, the orc noticed something and looked in its right direction. When it looked in its right direction, the orc noticed Layla, who was hovering there. Its eyes met with her green eyes, and for some reason, it found them unusually attractive. Slowly, the human female who in its eyes was just a two-legged animal started to disappear, and a female orc with heavenly beauty appeared there. The female orc had thick green lips which she was licking with her black tongue. Monk head bald head that was shining brightly because of the sun, and large eyes with no eyebrows. Two large flesh mounds were hanging on its chest, and it wasn't wearing anything. A/N-. The female orc was heavenly beauty in the eyes of the orc. Don't think I have bad taste calling this orc heavenly beauty. Seeing the female orc, the face of the thunder orc started to turn red, its breathing became heavier, and instead of flying toward Austin, it changed its direction and flew towards the female orc. Austin looked at the orc, who looks like a dog in heat, and his mouth can't help but twitch. He glanced in Layla's direction, whose green eyes were glowing, and he can't help but shudder. Just what kind of scene she is showing to that orc using her eyes of hallucination. Even though seeing the condition of the orc, he can guess what kind of thing the orc was seeing, he still can't help but thought. But he soon regained his composure, and quickly flew after the orc. He knew this was the best moment for him to attack, since Layla was occupying the orc. His white spear turned pitch black as he coated it his strongest poison called corruption poison. He arrived behind the orc, who was moving toward Layla, and stabbed it with his spear. Because of feeling danger, suddenly the eyes of the orc returned to normal, and it turned around to block Austin's attack. It created a thunder shield to stop the spear, but since the power of lighting was weakened by 50%, and it created the shield in hurry, it was shattered the moment Austin's spear touched it. The thunder shield was broken, and Austin's spear struck the orc right at its chest. The sharp spear penetrated its defense, and the corruption poison started to corrode its internal organs. Roar! The orc roared in pain and lost control over its lighting. Because of losing control over lighting, it started to fall down from the sky. But somehow it was able to balance itself again before it hit the ground. Just as it stopped falling, the orc once again felt its mind becoming hazy, and it lost focus. Layla used her eyes of hallucination again, while Austin appeared before it, and his leg struck its face like a whip. The orc was sent flying toward the ground because of the kick. Boom! The orc crashed into the ground, creating a wide crater, and started to cough out blood. The orc tried to stand up, but suddenly it felt its vision turning blurry. Austin watched as blood started to come out from the eyes of the orc. Soon even its ear, nose, and mouth also started to bleed. Seeing what was happening, Austin smiled. The hemotoxic poison is finally working, Austin said, and continued to look at the orc, who was struggling to stand up. The aura of the orc was weakening rapidly. Its internal organs were being destroyed because of the poison. It is good, all went according to our plan. Lael came flying towards him and said while looking at the orc, "This bastard was actually stronger than I originally thought," Austin said truthfully, remembering how he was running for his life before he reached here. Roar! Exclamation point. Suddenly the orc, who was struggling to stand up, roared out loud, and looked at Austin and Layla with its blood-red eyes, while the horn on its forehead lit up. Seeing those blood-red eyes, Austin and Lael felt a chill run down their spines. Rumble! Suddenly they heard the sound of rumbling and quickly looked up in the sky. But when they looked in the sky, a look of horror appeared on their faces, as the clear sky suddenly disappeared, and black thunderclouds started to cover the sky. Chapter 198. The orc was feeling burning pain all over its body. The hemotoxic poison was destroying its internal organs. It tried to surpass the poison, but the poison was too strong, and continued to destroy its body. It started to bleed from its eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Its vision was turning blurry, and it was having a hard time holding its consciousness. It looked up and saw Austin and Layla looking down on it from the sky. Seeing them, the eyes of the orc turned red because of hatred. They were the reason why it was in this miserable state. Even though it was barely able to hold its conscience, it still wanted to make them pay for what they did to it. Till now, it was the strongest in its den. It was at the top, and most of the time, even when it fought against other orcs, it was able to easily defeat them. Because of its already overwhelming power, it did not even need to use its full power to defeat them. With just its unnatural physical strength, it was able to defeat all the orcs who challenged it. There is one of its skill that it never used. The reason for this was pretty simple. It never found itself in a situation where it needed to use this skill. But the current situation is different. It knows if it doesn't take care of the two opponents in front of it, it won't be able to survive. Even though its body was being destroyed from the inside, the orc was sure it will not die just from it. Sooner or later its body will be able to surpass the poison, and it will return to normal. So the only thing that was a threat to it were the two humans in front of it. So without hesitation, it used the skill that it never used before. Unique skill Thunder Tempest. Black clouds started to gather in the sky, and the clear sky turned black all of a sudden. Rumble semicolon. The sound of thunder rumbling reverted all over the mountain range, as all the people present in the mountain range looked in the direction of the sound. When they looked into the sky, they saw thunderclouds gathering above the mountain range. In just a few seconds, 5 kilometers area of the sky above Austin and Lael was covered by black thunderclouds. Both of them watched as purple thunder moved into black clouds like snakes. All hairs on their bodies stood up to no end, and they felt a danger like never before. It was not only Austin and Lael who were feeling the danger. The thunderclouds were covering 5 kilometers of the area, and some hunters who were present in that area were also shaking because of the fear. The legs of hunters who were present in that area were shaking, and they desperately tried to run away from there. Rumble semicolon exclamation point, rumble semicolon exclamation point. The sound of thunder rumbling became louder and louder as the purple thunder moves into the black clouds. Roar semicolon exclamation point exclamation point. The orc roared out loud once again and passed out since it used all of its mana. When the orc roared out loud, the sound of thunder rumbling suddenly stopped. Lael and Austin continued to stare into the sky. The surrounding was deathly silent after the orc roared out loud. But this silence didn't last long, as the next second the hell broke loose. Crackle semicolon exclamation point, crackle semicolon exclamation point, crackle semicolon exclamation point. Thunder started to rain down from the clouds, striking the cylindrical shaped barrier and the mountain cliffs within the 5 kilometers of range. This cylindrical shaped barrier was not part of the formation. Austin and others used an artifact to create it, so that the orc won't be able to leave the area of the formation. Boom, boom, crack, crack, crack. The thunder struck down the barrier, and soon cracks started to appear on it. A panicked expression appeared on Lael and Austin's faces. Each of the thunder strikes that came down from the cloud has the attack power of A rank. Just seeing the effect of the skill, they knew it is a unique skill. If it was a normal skill, they could have just killed the orc and the skill would have stopped. But the unique skills are different. As long as you activated them and provided them with enough mana, they will not stop until the skill time runs out, or you use a more powerful skill to stop it. Both Lael and Austin don't have any skill more powerful than the Thunder Tempest, so they had no way to stop it. Quick, follow me, Lael said to Austin in an urgent tone, and flew down towards the center of the formation, where the core of the formation is located. Seeing where Lael was going, Austin immediately understood what she was thinking and followed after her. The core of the formation was secured by a barrier that is even more powerful than the cylindrical shaped barrier. Currently, if they want to survive, it was the best place to hide. Crack, crack, cracked. Before they could reach the center of the formation, the cylindrical shaped barrier shattered, and thunder strikes started to rain down inside the barrier. *T Lael and Austin cursed and took out something from their storage ring. Suddenly Layla was surrounded by a golden barrier, and Austin was covered in a bright purple barrier. Boom, boom. Thunder strikes rained down on the barriers that they created using their emergency safety artifacts. Since they were A-rank hunters, it was normal for them to have 1 or 2 safety artifacts. Soon they reached at the center of the formation, and Lael controlled the formation. Suddenly a barrier that was invisible a second ago appeared before them, and Lael started to open it. Austin stood behind her trying to stop thunder strikes, so that Lael can open the barrier for them. But suddenly, like enraged by Austin, more than 10 thunder strikes came raining down towards him. *CK Austin's eyes opened wide, and he wanted to run away from there, but the speed of thunder was too fast. Boom! Strikes of thunders came crashing down on his purple barrier one after another. The barrier wasn't able to hold against so many thunder strikes, and was shattered like glass. Just as the barrier was shattered, another thunder strike came toward him. He tried to dodge the thunder attack, but was a step too late. The thunder arc struck him right on his left shoulder, sending him flying backward like a broken kite. He smashed against the barrier that Lael was opening, startling her. She looked at Austin, who smashed against the barrier, and was terrified to see his left shoulder completely disappeared, and thunder was assaulting his open wound as blood continued to flow out uncontrollably. Chapter 199. Boom, boom. Thunder strikes continued to rain down on her golden barrier as Lael tried to open the core barrier of the formation. Ugh! Beside her, Austin was withering in pain as tears continues to stream down from his eyes. His left shoulder was completely missing, and blood was flowing out from there uncontrollably. If not for the fact that Lael dragged him inside her golden barrier, he would have been long dead because of the raining thunder. Crack, crack. Cold sweat started to appear on the beautiful face of Lael as she heard the cracking sound of her golden barrier. Open already, Lael shouted, and finally the core barrier was opened. Crack, cracked. Just as the core barrier was opened, the golden barrier protecting her and Austin was shattered. When the barrier was opened, she didn't stop even for a second, and jumped inside the barrier while dragging Austin using her mana. Austin cried pitifully because of being dragged like garbage, and the wound on his body became even worse. Lael didn't pay any attention to crying Austin, and instantly closed the barrier after entering inside. Boom! Just as the barrier was closed, a thunder arc came striking down on it. Lael sighed in relief after finally entering the barrier. This barrier was more powerful than other barriers, and will not be destroyed until the formation runs out of energy. They used many cores when they created formation, so that it won't run out of energy during the fight. Even though the barrier was consuming a lot of energy each time it blocked a thunder strike, she was sure they will be safe inside it, since the duration of this kind of skill can't be very long. Ugh! She glanced at Austin, who was withering in pain, and took out a high-grade healing potion. You better report all the work I did here to the Hunter Association, so that my guild can be promoted to the gold rank. Do you understand? She said while pushing the bottle of the potion into his mouth. Even though Lael and Austin escaped death using the core barrier, other hunters who were present in that area were not lucky like them. There were 2 teams of hunters in that area, a total of 9 hunters. The moment the orc used Thunder Tempest skill, their fate was sealed. They tried to run away from there, but when the thunder came raining down from the sky, they had no chance of escaping. Their bodies turned into ashes after being struck by the thunder arcs again and again. There was even a B+ rank hunter there, but even he was only able to survive for the first 3 seconds, using all of his skills, before he turned into ashes, because of the many strikes of thunder. Evan was a little distance away from the place that was covered by the thunderclouds. He watched with his eyes glowing as to how thunder strikes destroyed everything that came into their path. The mountains were destroyed and the ground turned into a lightning zone. It was the first time he saw the full power attack of an A ranker. Seeing how the mountains were destroyed by the thunder, he imagined what would have happened if he was in the attack range of those thunderclouds. Actually, he doesn't even need to think because he already knew the answer. I will die without being able to do anything, Evan thought, and remembered how he told Oliver he will destroy her in 6 months. Did I dig my grave with my own hands? Evan can't help but think, remembering Oliver is an A+ rank hunter, even stronger than A ranker. But this thought disappeared as soon as it came into his mind, and a smile appeared on his face. It is better this way, Evan thought, and turned around to leave from there. The only difference was that instead of going into the wilderness to hunt monsters, he was going back to Aquaville City. After 40 seconds since the activation of the skill, The thunderclouds finally started to disappear from the sky. When Lael saw this, visible relief appeared on her face. There was just 10% energy left in the formation. If the skill lasted for more time, it would have been troublesome for them. Austin's wound also stopped bleeding because of the high-ranking healing potion, but now he was missing his entire left shoulder. But this kind of injury can be healed. He just needs to ask a high-ranking hunter with healing skills, and he will be able to get back his lost shoulder. After the thunderclouds disappeared, Lael disabled the barrier and came out from it. Austin sat there because he was not fully recovered. The orc passed out earlier after it used its skill. Lael went towards it with a cold look on her face. Feeling the weak aura of the orc, she was sure that along with mana, this orc also used some of its life force as a supplement to increase the power of the skill. It was fully determined to kill them, and it would have been successful if not for the protection of the core barrier. Lael came near the orc while taking out a sword from her storage ring. Without any hesitation on her face, she killed the passed out orc in one fell swipe. After killing the orc, she put it away in her storage ring, and looked at Austin, who was sitting with a pale face. "I will go and see how Aaron is doing," Lael said to him and flew away from there. 15 minutes later she came back with Aaron. He was also slightly injured but nothing serious. With the help of Lael, he killed the A-rank orc easily. When Aaron saw Austin, he sighed in relief that he was still alive. When he saw those thunderclouds earlier, he was scared that Lael and Austin will not be able to survive. "Don't forget all my contributions. I hope I will get the news of my guild being promoted to gold rank soon," Lael said to Aaron, who was helping Austin. "Don't worry, I will try my best. You did contributed the most in this mission. From creating the formation to saving Austin, I will do everything that is within my power," Aaron said seriously after hearing Lael. Lael nodded her head and flew away from there. While flying, she closed her eyes and tried to sense a mark that she left on a particular hunter when she saw him this morning. He is not far away, Lael thought, and flew in the direction she can sense her mark. Chapter 200. Evan left the area of the orc den using his hoverboard. After leaving that area, he stopped thinking about the ongoing fight between the A-rank orc and the hunters. Even though now he knew A-rankers are more powerful than he initially thought, he also understands that there is no point thinking about A-ranker with his current power. His first goal should be to advance his Monarch core to C rank, and after killing the last group of the orcs, he finally has enough cores to do that. Surprisingly, both of the B-rank orcs he killed earlier had cores. When he searched for the cores, he got 2 B-rank and 1 C+ rank core. He was already satisfied after seeing he will now able to kill even B-ranker with his Shadow Walk and Concealment Ring, and didn't think much about the cores at that time. But luckily he got those cores as well. He wanted to use them immediately to advance his Monarch core to C rank. But after remembering he is currently in the wilderness, he first decided to go back to the city before advancing. He doesn't know what will happen when his Monarch core will advance to C rank. He doesn't want any kind of problem while advancing, which is why he first decided to go back to the city. Normally when someone reaches C rank, they advance just like other time, and awakens their job class. But this is the thing with the Prime Core. He doesn't know if something will happen when his Monarch core will advance to C rank. He also remembered the giant mana vortex that his Monarch core created when it advanced to D rank. What if a vortex bigger than last time form here and someone notice him at the time? Currently, there were many B and B+ rank hunters present in that area. There are even A rank hunters. It will be quite troublesome if something unexpected happened while advancing. That's why he decided to advance after going back to the city. While going back, he can't help but imagine, if he really gets a class after his Monarch core advance to C rank, what it will be. I have Monarch core because of my physique, and this physique is related to shadows. So if I get a class, it should be something related to shadows, Evan said to himself while rubbing his chin. Something like Assassin might be suitable for me because of my current skills. Both Shadow Walk and Dimensional Shadow Bullets are skills that can be used for assassination. If I receive Assassin class, the effect of these 2 skills will also increase, Evan said. But he also knew the possibility of something like this is quite low. He can't bring himself to think that something like Monarch core will give a normal class like Assassin. Then I might get something like Shadow Assassin with some skills related to the assassination. Like, I might be able to affect a person with just his shadow. If I attack his shadow, he will also receive damage. Or if I drop some poison on his shadow, he will be poisoned because of it. If I got something like this, it will be quite easy to kill someone, because no one will think that they will receive damage just because someone is attacking on their shadow, Evan said, while thinking about how he will throw dog piss on Olivia's shadow if he got something like this. Or it will also be good if I get something like Shadow Thief. If I get something like this, I might be able to control the shadows of people to rob them. I will definitely control the shadow of Olivia, and will clean the treasury of her entire guild, Evan said while dreaming about the rich life that awaits him. Speaking of rich life, what should I do with this, Evan said, and a wooden club came out from his shadow storage. This was the wooden club he got from the C+ rank orc he killed earlier. He looked at its details after leaving that area, and just as he expected, this was not a normal wooden club. Blix Eldritch Tree Club B rank, A club made from the Eldritch wood. The club has a 5% chance of inflicting shatter effect while being used. If the shatter effect is activated, any armor or weapon below B rank will be destroyed in a single hit, and the B rank armor and weapons will be greatly damaged. While using the club, you can increase its weight up to 500 pounds according to your will. When Evan saw the details of the club for the first time, he was shell-shocked. This club was actually even more terrifying than his Wind Fury sword. Just the fact that it can destroy any armor or weapon below B rank in a single hit, if the shatter effect is activated, is something terrifying. Not only that, it can even greatly damage B rank artifacts if the shatter effect is activated. He still remembered how he used his Wind Fury sword to clash against this club. If the shatter effect activated at that time, my sword, just thinking about the fact that his sword would have been greatly damaged, caused his body to shiver. Currently, he is dirt poor and doesn't even know any good blacksmith. He would not have even been able to repair his sword if something happened earlier. The effect of increasing the weight of the club at will is also something that can give your enemy a nasty surprise. Evan muttered to himself and put away the club. Previously, he was thinking about selling it because currently, he is dirt poor with no money. After buying the armor, he is almost out of money. But after thinking about all the things, he decided to keep the club for now. This club is too good to sell for just some credits. And I think brute weapons like this club suits me more than a sword, Evan muttered while shaking his head. Even though he doesn't want to admit it, Evan knew because of his high physical strength, a weapon like a club is more suitable for him than a sword. Just when Evan was lost in his thought, he suddenly felt someone tapping on his shoulders. Well guys, this is the end of this video, Necromancer of the Shadows up to chapter 200. Hope you enjoyed the journey so far. Have a wonderful day and come again.